we ever say that Djokovic has slightly gone under the radar a little bit?
Oh, maybe, because he's not at the top of the rankings anymore. We are missing the world number 1 and 2 at this year's championships. But given his record here at Wimbledon, 6-time Wimbledon champion, he's won here the last 3 years. If you just kind of ignore 2020, you know, he's still strong favourite. He knows what he's doing on a grass court, and despite the lack of matches on grass, you know, given his experience and the way he prepares for this event, you've still got to back him.
Yeah, we're seeing his meticulous preparation as ever down towards the practice area. Just tell us exactly where this is. This is next to Orangi Park, isn't it, where they can do the physical preparation before they step out on court? Yes,
so there used to be 2 practice courts in this area. As soon as you kind of walk to Orangi, fans used to be able to watch the players practice on the top 2 courts, but now it's a warm-up area. There's plenty of outdoor space for the players to do their footwork drills, like Djokovic is doing with his fitness trainer, Stefan, who's been a fitness trainer on tour for forever. He's worked with a lot of professional female and male players over the years, but has been part of the Djokovic team for a number of them now. You can see the Swiss balls in the background. I think there's somewhere where you can do some chin-ups if you wanted to.
It's always so interesting to see what players do. Some players focus more on the physical side.
See those hurdles in the background
people
there?
throwing rugby balls. I've seen that before.
And then occasionally a game of five-a-side football breaks out in this area. So, yeah, for fans
as if
coming
on
to
cue,
Wimbledon,
as if on cue, out comes the football.
It is. Yeah, decent kick-ups there
He's not a bad player, is he?
Yeah. It's a great place for fans to go and watch and just see how the players prepare for these, for their practice sessions, for their matches.
It's interesting throughout his career how he has become so good on grass, because earlier on, you remember when he first came out and first played here at Wimbledon, he openly admitted he'd hardly ever played on a grass court. There's not too many grass courts in Serbia, and he's had to modify his game to work on this surface. Obviously, he's been helped by the fact that the grass is slightly slower now than it perhaps was, you know, in the early days when McEnroe and Borg, the likes, were playing here when it was a serve and volley game. But he now has a game that is so suited to this surface.
Yeah, and I guess one of his super strengths is his ability to move so well on all surfaces, and that is actually something that's tricky to master on a grass court. A lot of players find that the hardest thing to adjust to, pushing out of the corners, making sure you don't slide and go off and slide and go down. So you know, you've got to have the strength in your legs. You've got to have the confidence to push out of those corners well, and Djokovic has that.
How much do you think the weight of expectation, Djokovic is aware of that? Because clearly he wants to break the record, the most number of Grand Slams. He has that in the back of the mind. No matter how much he pushes it away in interviews, he is on that race to try and break the record. And with every slam that passes, where he either doesn't win it like he did at Roland Garros or can't play like he did at the Australian Open, is one that gets further away. And we've seen how that's influenced Serena Williams in the past. How do you think that's affected him?
Look, the passion, the desire is still very much there, and I think there's even more motivation for him to go deep and to lift that trophy once again this year, because as it stands at the moment, he won't be able to travel to the States, so this may be the last Grand Slam that he can compete in this year. So the motivation is there. In terms of expectations, pressure, he's been through it all. He knows how to deal with it, and you know, he can play his way into this tournament. You know, first round matches are always tricky, but Djokovic has never gone out in the opening round of this event to someone ranked as low as his opponent today. So, you know, he'll work his way into it. Yeah,
it will be interesting to see how he performs on centre court, particularly in those opening exchanges. I'm just thinking back to last year. He played Jack Draper, didn't he, in his first match, and Draper actually managed to get that opening set. So he has had a little bit of a wobble, should we say. He was able to then get back to his best tennis and lift the title. And he is such a fan's favourite here at Wimbledon, as you can see, taking his time to sign the balls and engage with the fans there down at Orangi. Soon Woo Kwon, tell us what you can about him, and I suppose let's focus on the task that he has today. What's he got to do? Perhaps try and draw some inspiration from what Jack Draper was able to do in that opening set here last year to try to trouble a player like Novak Djokovic, who's so at home on centre court. Yeah, look, Kwon, from South Korea, 24 years of age, ranked 81 in the world.
he's never beaten a top 10 player, and for any player up against one of the greatest, it's going to be intimidating. It is. Yeah, it's going to be a tough challenge for him, but an opportunity to step out there on centre court, the most iconic tennis court in the world. So there will be excitement, and it's important that he gets off to a good start, or at least is able to stay with Djokovic early doors.
Well, let's hear how Novak Djokovic is feeling, shall we? Speaking to former women's player Renee Stubbs.
Novak, it's great to have you back here.
Thank you.
Wimbledon, how is it to be back on the grounds here?
It's an honor. It's an honor to be on this court. As I told you before we started the interview, it's the first time that I'm doing an interview on the stands of a center court in Wimbledon. So of course, after many years and many interviews, it's nice to do something for the first time. I'm excited, you know, as really probably any player that is here in the men's and women's field to compete at one of the greatest tournaments. Of course, this year a bit different circumstances because of no ranking points included, but for me personally it doesn't change. You know, I value this tournament always greatly in my career, so hopefully I can have another successful event.
So, from 7 years of age, I want to know why. Why Wimbledon of all the places? I mean, you are European, so some
Yes.
people say Roland Garros, some people US Open. Why here?
The first tennis match that I've ever seen on the TV was Pete Sampras winning his first Wimbledon. I think it was 91 or 92, and that's something that draws so much attention, my attention to the sport. It made me fall in love with the sport. I asked my parents to buy me a tennis racket, and we were at this Koponik mountain resort in south of Serbia, and then my parents used to run the restaurant, so of course I was, you know, hitting the ball in the breaks when I had school breaks. So we spent a lot of time there, and I was hitting all day against the wall. And so the first image of tennis was Wimbledon center court, grass court. So that's something that as you can't erase. You know, it was something that I always had in my mind, or still do. So of course, having that kind of inspiration to become the best tennis player in the world and win Wimbledon was something that was always motivating me. And when I achieved my childhood dream here in 2011, it was the highlight of my career, of course, and something I'll cherish forever.
So you've walked onto this court as many times as a lot of people. What is the uniqueness of this particular court to you?
Well, everything I think is unique. I mean, the fact that until this year you got to play on the virgin grass as a defending champion, and you know, obviously the royal box. The fact that you don't have, first of all, the fact that you're playing on the grass, which you know used to be the most common surface in our sport and Grand Slams, but now we have it only for a month and a half, the entire season. And what I respect a lot and like about Wimbledon, it's that Wimbledon managed to keep the tradition, and there's no advertisements around the court. Mm-hmm. Everything is focused on the players and the tennis. So it's tennis in its purest form. I think that brings a lot of joy to the fans, but also to us players.
So I've asked this question to every player. You know, it's the 100 years of this centre court in particular. But if there was one place that you could build a court and play a tennis match on another unique and incredible stadium around the world, where would that be for you?
A stadium or anywhere?
Well, anywhere. You can say a stadium or anywhere. I've had some very unique answers to this one.
If it can be anywhere, I mean, probably on top of the world, you know, the highest point at Mount Everest.
Well, that's a new one.
We wouldn't survive 2 seconds playing there, but yeah, I guess, I mean, now you made me wonder, you know, to be creative, where would I put a tennis court? I played once with Nadal. We played an exhibition match in Argentina, and it was back in 2011 or 12, and we went to the southest point of Argentina to play, to see Perito Moreno, which is an iceberg. And it was during the summertime there. It was, I think, December. And we played hit some volleys at one of the boats that was around with Perito Moreno behind us. So that was probably one of the most iconic, tennis images and tennis venues, if you can call them that way. And I've seen, of course, Nadal. I think was it Federer and Andre Agassi. I think back in the days played some balls at the Burj Al Arab in Dubai, those types of things. And I've seen also in Acapulco, I think in Mexico, they play as a pre-tournament advertisement. They play some tennis on the water. So it's, I think there was a lot of experimentation with that, and which is nice. But Wimbledon Centre Court is still probably the best place.
Well, speaking of the Wimbledon Centre Court, if you could come here as a spectator. I mean, fortunately, you've played some of the greatest matches here yourself. But if there was one match that you could sit as a spectator and watch again over the last 100 years of this court, what would it be?
Oh, wow. The match that already happened. It was already played.
Yes.
Oh, that's a good question. I'd love to see Borg McEnroe. Borg McEnroe, definitely. Federer Nadal as well in 2000 and what was it, 8?
Yes.
Yeah, that match was historic.
So, you've played, as I said, some incredible matches out here. What do you think? What match comes to mind for you, particularly that you have played here, that you feel like has inspired people around the world, or just even people in your own country?
Against Federer in 2019, the one where we went the distance, 12-all. Super tie break for the first time. It was a really special match in every sense. He was serving for it, match points. Statistically, he was a better player in the entire match. I just managed to win every tie break that we played that day. And the match went on for almost, I think, 5 hours or something. And it was the first year that they introduced a super tiebreak at 12-all, and what are the odds of finals going the distance to 12-all? So, yeah, it was definitely the most exciting match that I was ever part of. Can
you tell me something that you feel growing up inspired you to a point that made you either a better person, a better tennis player, whatever?
That constant ongoing circular process of life and journey that we all go through individually, particularly in our sport as individual sport, is something that I feel for a player is very important to accept and cherish as the most important thing, which is the journey, because the final destination is, and your achievement of your goals, of course, are very fulfilling. But without that journey, it's hard to get to that place. So it's all about process.
Well, as you can see right here, this is what you get when you win Wimbledon. Right here is a membership.
This will get you in the lounge to have a cup of tea.
That's right. And we look forward to you maybe picking some grass up and putting it back in your mouth again for another victory.
I would love that.
Best of luck over the next 2 weeks.
Appreciate it.
So we've spotted some of our fave celebs wandering around at Wimbledon. Joel and Hannah, a pleasure to see you both. Now, first up, you both look amazing.
Oh,
thank you.
Is
that part of what goes into your Wimbledon experience?
It's lovely that you say that, because we made a real effort.
I know.
You did?
But it rained. As soon as we got here, we were like, oh no, but I think the Wimbledon umbrellas are iconic.
Yes.
So we were about it. We're trying to steal one, aren't we?
It was literally the moment we arrived, the heavens opened, and we were like, no! But no, luckily, hopefully it holds for the rest of the day. It's going to be all right.
Now, you are lucky, I think, because we kind of get an update. We're good. You're good. But you are on centre court today, so you're good kind of either way, in that sense.
Yeah.
You're lucky.
What a lineup!
What a lineup. Who are you looking forward to seeing the most, and why?
I mean, I feel like we've actually hit the jackpot. We've got Djokovic, Radekanu, and we've got Murray.
Yeah.
All in one. I mean,
it's the
I feel like it's Christmas.
Mix. If I could select anything from a pick and mix, it would be that in a bag.
I know.
So I am so happy.
I'm really happy. It's going to be the best day.
So you obviously love your tennis, both of you, and that's thrilling to see. But what else about Wimbledon is it for you?
I think it's kind of the quintessential English summer. It feels like when Wimbledon's happening, you feel like, oh, summer's here.
Started.
Strawberries are allowed to be eaten. Pims is allowed to be drunk.
At any time.
At any time.
Anytime,
But
yeah.
here especially. And it just feels like they're kind of, at some point, there's usually that sort of English blitz spirit. The rain will come down, the covers will come across, everyone sort of gets the umbrellas out, waits in the queues and just
Sings Cliff Richard.
sings Cliff
Yeah.
Richard. It just has a wonderful time. Honestly, it's one of my favourite times of the year and I really love it.
I'm really getting that vibe. I'm feeling your energy, and it's good energy. We won't keep you a minute longer because you've got play
It's almost
soon.
there.
So crack on, have the best day ever. Thank you for
so
chatting
much.
to us.
I really appreciate it. Have a good day.
You too.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeah, great to have Olivia Wayne on the team this year. She gets all the good gigs. She's getting to chat to the celebrities, and there are plenty of them here over the first few days at Wimbledon. Let's take you over to centre court. What a day for this man, Soonwoo Kwon of South Korea, walking out onto centre court, celebrating the centenary to face Novak Djokovic. 100 years of that famous arena, which has changed slightly for this year, Anne, because of the way that they walked out. They almost came out the middle at the back there. Can you explain what's happened?
So, as part of the centenary celebrations, centre court has been given a little bit of a subtle uplift.
A facelift, yeah.
Facelift, yeah. So players walking onto the court from the middle now, and the umpire's chair has also been updated.
Presumably everything from the inside, so when they walk down the stairs, you know, all the panelling.
That's still all the same.
There's no change there.
No change there. The famous walk from the changing rooms onto centre court remains the same.
And how do you think Soonwoo Kwon is feeling ahead of this one? Obviously he'll be nervous, but surely
Yes.
looking forward to it. This is what you dream of when you're a young tennis player.
Of course, and every player, whatever your ranking, wants to have the opportunity to walk out onto centre court, the most famous tennis court in the world. He has got a huge challenge ahead of him. But, you know, what greater start to the tournament than taking on the top seed and defending champion.
In terms of the draw, where Novak Djokovic is, obviously the top seed, he's away from Rafa Nadal. Nadal down at the number 2 seed, down towards the bottom half of the draw. It was interesting hearing Djokovic's thoughts about the draw and the fact that he's been separated from Nadal, and everyone looking forward to potentially a Djokovic-Nadal final if we do get to that stage. But he was very hasty to not look anywhere further than this first round match. But do you think he will have perhaps looked through the draw? Would he consider that a good draw to be separated from Rafa, or are there other elements of it that he would be worried about?
Yeah, I mean, there are other challenges along the way before he can even allow himself to visualise that moment you know, in the final in 13 days' time on centre court. You know, I'd like to think he will get past this man. But there are other players in that top half of the draw who could prove challenging. Hubert Hurkacz, who reached the semi-finals here last year, beat Federer.
And I suppose, in some ways, you know, be happy that he did avoid some of those really dangerous players that were floating in the draw, the unseeded players. Andy Murray could have drawn him, an unseeded player. Nick Kyrgios, for example, as well, who's playing Paul Jubb, one of the British players in the draw. Because there were this year, in the men's draw in particular, some really dangerous unseeded players that I think all of the seeds will have breathed a sigh of relief when they didn't get drawn against them.
I think Andy Murray being at the top of that list. There's a lot of talk about Andy Murray not being seeded and dark horse, and I was told by a good source this morning that Ivan Lendl said Andy Murray is hitting his forehand better than ever. So when Ivan is complimenting Andy's game and talking that positively about Andy's game, then I guess, the rest of the field have to watch out.
And he knows what it takes to become a Grand Slam champion. He helped guide Andy Murray to the title here at Wimbledon a couple of times before a few years ago. The crowd getting ready. We know who they're supporting. Soonwoo on the banners. We saw there from the head-to-head that they have played once before in Djokovic's home city of Belgrade. That would have probably been a difficult atmosphere for Soonwoo Kwon as well. Djokovic winning that day on the clay 6-1 6-3. The roof is closed on centre court. Where we're sat at the moment, it's not raining. It's much more pleasant than it was earlier on today, but they have kept the roof closed for the moment. There is the threat potentially of some showers for the next hour or so. Still some grey clouds overhead. How will that influence the match? Does it help or hinder either player?
Well, I don't think it'll make any real difference in this match, but conditions may feel quicker with the roof closed. The atmosphere will certainly feel more electric, will certainly sound more electric. I don't think there is any better noise than the sound of all those cheers that echo around this court when the roof is closed. So for the players, that's a real treat, having the roof closed.
Yeah, it makes for a lovely atmosphere. The sound is so different when the players hit the ball. One of the other changes, we were talking about changes for this year's championships, people will have noticed over the last few days that the players got the opportunity to practice on the show courts this year. Normally they're kept away from centre court and court one. They practice in the build-up to the tournament on the outside courts. The reason for that and how much of a special thing that would have been for the players to get an opportunity to practice on centre court beforehand? Yeah,
it was to help the players, I guess, build confidence that given the number of players who slipped last year, this year the tournament wanted to give the players the opportunity to practice on the grass on Thursday and Friday. Players had opportunities to practice on centre court and court one. Just to get a feel for it, and there were no complaints. Everyone's happy with the courts. Nobody slipped, so all good.
Yeah, all good. The stage is set for the first match of Wimbledon 2022 on centre court. The defending men's champion Novak Djokovic against Soonwoo Kwon of South Korea, with Djokovic to serve. And we can join the commentators.
Big upset brewing on centre.
Kwon's in the lead.
Pequeno. That's it. 15. Barty, 15. Game Djokovic. Meets the punish on the ball on the left. Set of design balls called in.
Didn't miss by much. Necessarily think we were going to be talking about one-handed backhand passing shots, but that was mighty impressive. Yes. Advantage, Djokovic. Young Djokovic. First game.
Yeah, close first game. Soonwoo Kwon showing what he's made of there on centre court, but Djokovic holding serve to lead 1-love. Let's take you to another member of our team, Nick McCarville, who is at Arangi Park, the practice facilities, watching Andy Murray. Nick.
Third on center court today is two-time champion here, 2013, 2016, the one and only Andy Murray. He's playing Wimbledon, of course, with that abdominal injury that he had in just the last couple of weeks, but saying that he is confident in his tennis. Murray with a 16-9 record so far this season, playing some of his best ball just in the last couple of weeks, making the Stuttgart final where he lost to Matteo Berrettini. You could say he's one of the in-form grass players, the finalist last year at Wimbledon. Berrettini. We're getting a great look here at Arangi Park of Murray himself, having a good knock-up with Kyle Edmund, actually the British player who's going to make a comeback himself here in the mixed doubles is Edmund. And you can see with Murray, who's in the far court, of course, he's got a couple folks that are very familiar to him. On his right, on your left of the screen, is Yvonne Lendl, of course, the great champion that Murray chatted about in his pre-tournament press, saying the confidence that Yvonne Lendl has in me is really willing me to be back on tour and believing that I can win some big matches. And also with Murray is Mark Hilton, who's been a coach for a long time, has formerly worked with Dan Evans. But these two guys just going through the steps. We had some rain earlier, of course. It affected match play around the grounds. It also affected the Arangi practice schedule. Murray is going to be third on center court, as I mentioned, and actually just across the walkway is his opponent, James Duckworth, the Australian. They've met a couple times before, and it's been Murray who's come away with those wins both times. 2018 U.S. Open in 4 sets, and Brisbane in 2019. He also won that one in straight sets. Murray looking for a 60th Wimbledon win. And what are the expectations around Murray? Could he make a deep run here? The question really has swirled around the abdominal, around the stomach, of course, and I have to say he's looking good out here, good spirits, having a glance up there at the sky and just taking a little bit of a breather. This is not abnormal if you're a constant watcher of Andy Murray practices, often bending over, checking in with himself. He's got his whole team around him. It's going to be third on center after Novak Djokovic and Emma Radekanu. Of course, big day for the Brits on center court. And should he make it as far, he's got a lot of matches, a lot of tennis to play before he can think about a match with Novak Djokovic in the quarterfinals. A 14th career Wimbledon for Murray. Mentioned those 2013 and 2016 titles, but at 35, he is a icon, of course, in the sport, in British sport. And a lot of people thought with that hip injury, with then the surgery, the subsequent metal pieces that were put into his hip, would he be able to make a comeback? He has, and he's done it slowly but surely. Made the third round here last year against Denis Shapovalov. He would like to make a march here on the top half of the men's draw, mentioning, of course, that he could play in the quarterfinals against Novak Djokovic. Looking here, Murray now into the part of the practice where he's going through the steps of the serves. That means he's nearly done. And again, I can't stress enough the importance of Lendl and what he has meant to Murray in his career and the way that he has continued to have confidence in Andy Murray and the fact that he does feel like he can play that top-level tennis. These are the champions of our sport, right? A Murray who wants to come back and prove to himself, prove to all of you that he can still do it. I think for me, being here just courtside, just loves being out here. The circumstance, Wimbledon, and the way that it has become, well, Andy and Wimbledon, it's something we expect every summer. We're going to see how he goes today, third on center court.
Yeah, great behind-the-scenes look there at Orangi Park with Nick watching Andy Murray. Good to see Andy Murray. Looked like he was moving quite well there. We mentioned his injury problems coming into Wimbledon this year. Got to the final, was playing well in Stuttgart. Was due to play Matteo Berrettini, wasn't he? He's had a great run on the grass courts, winning in Stuttgart. Then he won Queens as well. But Andy struggling with that abdominal strain. Saw him pull out of Queens. And now he's here at Wimbledon. He said in his interviews that he was okay, not feeling any physical problems. But do you think there's always that little bit of a question mark whether it's going to live up to a match on centre court?
Look, you never know. In the men's event, you know, you've got to be ready to play 5 sets. And physically, that takes it out of any player, whether you've been carrying an injury or not. But from what I understand, Andy is fit and healthy. You know, he's been practicing this past week full out. There have been no issues, so he's fit and ready to go and feeling quite confident.
And if ever a player could play with an injury, it's Andy Murray, given what he's had to battle through over the last few years. And great to have him back here at Wimbledon. As we said, there's such a if you haven't been here, it's almost hard to describe, but the buzz around the grounds when Andy's playing, whether it be on centre or court number 1, is brilliant. Everyone is just trying to find a screen. They're following along on their phones or watching the big screen on the side of court 1 just to follow the match. And you hear the cheers from all around. It is absolutely fabulous, isn't it?
It is. He is a real fan favourite, and he's given so many people so much joy, I guess, living and breathing his matches. And, you know, the drama as well. You know, nothing's ever straightforward for Andy Murray here at Wimbledon, but he gives so much. You know, the people love that, which is great to see.
It is one of those where were you when moments, isn't it, in your life, I suppose, as a tennis fan, when Andy Murray won Wimbledon. We can all remember what we were doing that day, and there were few people lucky enough to be inside centre court watching. We did notice there that he was practicing with Kyle Edmund, fellow British player who we haven't seen on the tour for a little while. He's been struggling with injury. You know Kyle. Is he closing back in on returning?
Yeah, well, Kyle's had so many issues over the past year with his knee. He had surgery on his knee just over a month ago, but he's hoping to play in the mixed doubles event this year with another British player, Olivia Nichols. So that'll be the start of his comeback. OK, let's catch up with Olivia Wayne again. The celebrities are crowding around her like a bee to honey. Who's she caught up with now?
All right, I've just spotted the most divine Rachel Stevens heading to centre court. Rachel, what a day is it? How are you feeling?
No, it's so good to be here. It's so exciting. The atmosphere is amazing, isn't it? I came to Wimbledon about over 20 years ago, so this is my first time in 20 years. So yeah, I'm so excited to be here. Yeah, it's brilliant.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
The atmosphere. I mean, isn't it palpable, the excitement? You can feel it. Everyone's so buzzy. And you're going to see Djokovic, you're going to see Emma Radukanu, and you're going to see Andy Murray.
I know.
What a day.
All the greats today.
All the greats.
I know. And the sun's coming out. This is amazing. Yeah.
Have you been on centre court? Oh, no, not for 20 years.
No.
Oh, wow. So it's such an experience. OK, have you had your strawberries and cream yet?
I haven't.
OK. Have you had any
I've
Pims?
had some lunch. I've got my iced coffee. Does that count?
Yeah,
No.
it counts.
It's very
And
un-tennis.
Isn't it nice,
vibes.
though, how sustainable Wimbledon have become this year?
Yes, yeah.
They're trying to really encourage reusing, and that's great to see.
Absolutely.
And what did you wear today? Because it's quite a thing dressing up for Wimbledon.
It is. It was all actually quite last minute. But I'm wearing Oasis, which is my collaboration that I've designed with them. So I thought, you know what? Why not?
Well, you look beautiful. You look fit for a beautiful day of tennis.
Thank you,
Enjoy
lovely. Thank
centre
you.
court. Have fun.
Thank you.
Impossible to argue there is a bigger story at Wimbledon this year than the return of this young lady, Serena Williams, 40 years young, coming back for a Wimbledon 20 years after she won her first of her 7 titles. Getting a look here at Serena. This is her favorite court at the Orangi practice facility. She came back just last week playing some doubles alongside Ons Jabeur, and it's anyone's guess as to how things are going to go for Serena. She's a legend, 7 Wimbledon wins, 23 majors. She is a cultural icon beyond just the sport of tennis. And at 40 years old, she is back at Wimbledon for the first time since 52 weeks ago. She had that slip in the first round at Wimbledon, walked off court pretty devastated, wasn't she? And she actually spoke about that just a couple days ago, saying that that was one of the reasons that fueled her back to this place. Working with Eric Heckman, who has been coach to Sister Venus for the last couple years, also with Jarmir Jenkins, who has been Serena's hitting partner for the last few years on tour. Not with Patrick Mouratoglou, who's been her coach since 2012. Said that that was something that she hadn't really thought much about in her return to Wimbledon. She's obviously doing things, as she always has, on Serena's terms. And in the first round, she's playing on Tuesday. She's going to take on Harmony Tan, 24-year-old from France, ranked 113th in the world. And anyone is a challenge to Serena, and of course, Serena is a challenge to any player that she faces. We're getting a good look here at the practice through for Serena. She was just up at net taking some low volleys and then some overheads. And this is what she's going to have to do well this Wimbledon. First strike tennis, coming off those serves, pouncing on second serves. Her own delivery. I have to say the serve looked really good last week in Eastbourne. And you can see Serena right on top of that baseline. Jenkins putting a lot of action on these serves, and she's meeting that ball right on the rise. She was asked just the other day in press, what would success look like for her at this Wimbledon? She said with a smile, you know what. That means that Serena is out here for the title. She's in the quarter of Karolina Pliskova, the finalist here a year ago. She could take on Coco Gauff in the 4th round. She's going to play the winner of Cristina Mikhail or Sarah Sorribes Tormo of Spain in round 2, should she win it. Mentioned just a couple minutes ago, 20 years since that first of 7 Wimbledon singles titles. It's her 21st appearance here at Wimbledon. She wants to go far at this tournament, and all eyes are going to be on Serena. Really felt like when she talked about that slip from last year, that it was something that weighed on her in the months to follow. Serena oftentimes very closed about what exactly her motivations are, and she's got that right, doesn't she? She is Serena. We're going to see her on the Wimbledon stage for a 21st time, and there really is nothing like it, is there? Great insight, great intimate look here, just courtside with the champion that is Serena Williams.
Either, but past so he can get into the players area, just for today.
Okay, we have found the gorgeous Agnieszka, who is in full Polish regalia. Agnieszka, how are you today?
Yeah, I'm fine. First time in Wimbledon.
Wow.
Yep.
And who are you here to see then?
Well, my dad was rushing off to see Hurkacz, but we got here pretty late. I don't know if they're still playing. That would be nice, but he's leaving tomorrow, so that's his kind of like last chance to see one of the best Polish players here this year. So I don't know if we still can make it.
Well, we won't keep you long so that hopefully you can. And are you a big tennis fan? What is it about Wimbledon and why did you want to come?
No, I came mostly because of him, because he is very much into tennis and he watches all the big tournaments and Wimbledon as well. I think Wimbledon is his favorite. He likes it on grass.
Right.
So he always says that it's the fastest play because of the grass. So yes, he had a chance to come here for one day and we're trying to see in person.
Wow, how iconic. Okay, and finally, what do you make of it all? What do you think?
Well, I haven't seen much so far. Okay. The queue was great.
Oh, you queued up?
Yes, we queued up because before the tournament, you could, I think, book a ticket or something online, but then you have to make an account. I'm just not that much into it.
Okay, well, you're here. Enjoy. Have the best day. I hope you catch your man.
This is a traditional Silesian outfit. We've got different regional ones, so it's not like for the whole Poland. This is from where I am from, specifically.
It's magnificent. You look gorgeous.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Thank you. You too. Take care. Bye.
Thanks, Olivia. Always great to see the fans in fancy dress. I remember we've seen John McEnroe previously. Yeah. Pretty easy to dress. Bjorn Borg. There was a guy dressed as centre court last year. Do you remember him walking around?
I do.
He made his outfit. It was absolutely fabulous. You see a lot of people dressed in traditional tennis attire, and then also the fancy dress. Let's get over to court 1. We showed you some of this match earlier on. Ons Jabeur against Miriam Bjorklund, the qualifier from Sweden. Jabeur has started really where she left off. Been brilliant performance from her so far in this one. Took the first set, and she is leading at 5-3, serving for the match in a spot in the second round, in the second set. You can join the commentators.
But even that observation, though, is a sign of a thinking tennis player who's trying to problem solve mid-match, which is part of being a player, is what you have to do.
And finding the combination between being aggressive enough, being patient enough, right, making the right choices at the right time, and that will come through experience. And that's something that Ons Jabeur knows how to do very well. Is when am I aggressive? When do I play? Become a little bit more tactic, focus on tactics, and she has that good variety. So we have 3 match points here.
Yep, and this match has rattled along very, very quickly. 3 match points for the world number 2.
Game, set, finish.
Ons Jabeur makes short work of it out here on court 1 opening proceedings. And she's seen off the qualifier. Miriam Bjorklund didn't have too many answers today. Ons Jabeur, 3rd seed and the world number 2, safely into the second round. The crowd have really enjoyed having a chance to see in person a player they would have watched on television, read a lot about her achievements. And wonderful interviews she gives.
Yeah, a lot of fun to watch. Again, great personality, and shows a lot of that personality out on court as well. And so exciting that the people here at Wimbledon got to see her play. And Bjorklund had a good run, went through qualifying. We'll take this experience with her to the next tournament when she comes back to Wimbledon next year. And that's how you kind of grow as a player. So hopefully she can take this and with her team and work on the things that she felt like she needed to work on, and to try to get to that extra level.
Yeah, it's all part of the experience. Ons Jabeur, quarter-finalist last year. It's the first job done, get through your first round match, because this is where she fell down at the French Open.
But yeah, looks very comfortable out on grass, right? Does the right things, makes the right decisions, and is definitely a contender for the title. And there's a few players who I see up there, but she's definitely one of them that can make it really tough for anybody out there. And of course, Iga Swiatek, what she's been doing in our sport has been incredible so far.
So 6-1, 6-3. Let's hear from Ons Jabeur.
Ons, congratulations. That match has lasted less than an hour. You've dropped 4 games. How happy are you with that performance?
Yeah, pretty happy. I mean, it's amazing to come back to court 1. I enjoyed playing here a lot, and it's a great start for me. Hopefully, I want to go as far as I can in this tournament, and dropping 4 games is a start.
Well, you say go as far as you can in this tournament. Last year, you got to the quarterfinals. The way you've played in the last year, would it be fair to say that expectations might be even higher this time around?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, especially, today I achieved my highest ranking, and it's really amazing, you know, to be here, to come back to Wimbledon, to play one of the greatest servers that I like, and especially that loves my drop shots and my slices. So I'm happy to be back, and hopefully, yeah, we'll go further than quarterfinals.
Well, last year when you got to the quarterfinals, there were some incredible matches against Venus, against Garbiñe Muguruza, and the crowd were really on your side. You loved, it seemed, playing in front of the crowd here at Wimbledon. What does it mean to you? How much joy do you get out of that?
One of the reasons why I love to play here is the crowd. To be honest with you, they always, you know, no matter what the ranking is, they always support me. I know last time I played Venus, you know, everybody was cheering for Venus, but at the end, you know, they were cheering for me a little bit, which is great. They helped me push through a lot of matches, and I hope I see you for the next 2 weeks here.
Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. Another round of applause for Ons Jabeur.
Ons Jabeur with Rishi Persad asking the questions. And Kim.
Yeah, great to see Ons Jabeur through to round 2, a real crowd favourite here at the Championships. Let's take you down to court number 2. A good atmosphere there as well. Match that started much earlier today. Home favourite Cameron Norrie, seeded for this year's Championships. What a year he's had so far, the lefty. Took that opening set against Pablo Andujar, the Spaniard. Best known really for his results on a clay court, not on grass. And it is Norrie who is in front, but only just. They've gone to a tie break in the second set, and we can join the commentators there on court 2.
That was what was happening in the first set.
3-1.
Very aggressive there, Andujar, but you just cannot attack that backhand from that low.
Out.
Yeah.
Pablo Andujar is trying to call the right baseline, the ball's called out.
It definitely was out.
That was just missed by the linesperson. Well long. Stand corrected.
Replay the point.
Not for the first time that's happened.
3-1.
He's going to have a word. Be in Spanish again.
Back edge of the line, it's so difficult for the linesperson to call that.
And that won't improve Andujar's mood. Staring up at his coach.
Twice that's happened, where he's gone to lose the point when Norrie found the ace, and they're the unreturnable.
Reward again of that forehand down the line. Stays in touch, hanging on a bit, but that was better.
Well, he's been around too long just to fade away. And this one 4-1 down. Andujar gets it back to 4-2. He's a battler.
He's taken his lack of luck. Hold on.
Light. First service.
Wind probably had an effect there. No, it doesn't look good.
2.
Oh, and
Norrie.
these two serves could do the job for Norrie. Top draw.
Bit of his own medicine there,
5-3.
Norrie.
Norrie.
Very well struck backhand from Underhart. That one skidding through.
Serve down the middle from the deuce court. Happened time after time, and this time it set him up with
6-3.
3 set points
Norrie.
for a 2-set lead. Too solid, as he has been predominantly during the match. So after an hour and 21 minutes, the British number 1, 2 sets to the good.
Congratulations.
Now, Anne, you know I really enjoy talking about this, the IBM Power Index with IBM Watson. Just to give a little explaining, you've seen some of it there. This is an AI-powered analysis of a player's performance to help fans know who to follow beyond the most well-known, highly ranked players. It uses IBM Watson Discovery and IBM Cloud to analyse performance data, mine media commentary and measure player momentum to give us an idea of who might win this match. We're looking at Emma Radekanu versus Alison van Udlank coming up later on centre court, the second match of the day on centre. Now, it had Emma there as a 61% favourite. Do you think that's about right as we go into this one?
I would probably give it more 55%.
I was going to say, I was actually surprised at how separate it was.
Yeah, they have played once before. They played last summer at an event in Chicago. Emma actually came through that match in straight sets. Grass is a surface that Van Uytvanck actually enjoys playing on, and she's won a lot of matches recently. She's won 2 ITF titles on grass, so she comes into this tournament with a lot more match confidence than Emma, who hasn't completed a grass court match this year due to injury issues. But I do understand the last few days, or the past week, she's been practicing down at Orangi, full out, and yeah, is fit and ready to go.
And to draw some parallels with a match that Van Uytvanck played a few years ago, back in 2018, she was up against Garbina Muguruza, who that year was the defending champion and the world number 3 at the time as well, having won Wimbledon the previous year. And Van Uytvanck was able to win that match. So she has done this before, where she's gone up against a player perhaps not expected to beat, with the crowd against her, the pressure on her, and perform. That will help her here today against Emma Radukanu.
Yeah, it will, but Emma will have the fan support, and when the fans get behind Emma, she loves it, and she's capable of really using it to her advantage, and we saw that from her last year and how it was able to lift her level. And once she gets going, you know, she enjoys playing on grass. She enjoys the quick, fast-paced nature of the surface. You know, she knows she needs to get off to a good start, and if she does, then I do give her the slight edge.
Because that was the thing last year, and then as it carried through, of course, to what she did at the US Open, it didn't seem that it was just a flash in the pan. We've seen it so many times here before, where a player produces a brilliant performance to win that first round match. They get through, the expectations on them in the second round, and then they crumble. But with Emma, she was able to deal with all that pressure and, as you said, harness the power of the fans to keep her through to the fourth round.
Certainly. Last year she really embraced it. It was unfortunate what happened in a fourth round match against Ayla Tomljanovic, which she wasn't able to complete. But then when she moved on to the hard court swing, and obviously that dream run at the US Open as a qualifier to then lift the trophy at the end of the tournament, was just something I don't think we'll ever witness again in our lifetime. I mean, it really was a fairy tale for Emma Radukanu. But you know, coming into Wimbledon this year, expectations are different. You know, everyone's aware of the pressure on her shoulders. I think she's been handling it as well as possible. You know, and I do try to urge everyone, you know, she's 19 years old. Just give the girl a break, let her play. Even if things don't go to plan this year, you know, she's got the rest of her 20s to really shine a light on tennis and be the leading figure, potentially the leading figure in this
easy
sport.
To forget this time last year she just finished her A-levels, which is crazy, the exams. I think the question marks really on Emma coming into the championships this year, a lot of it have been around the physicality, the injuries that she's struggled with, different set of problems. Sometimes it hasn't just been one. You know, with Andy Murray, it's often been one problem that's been plaguing him for a long time, whereas Emma's had a few different injuries that she's had to work through over the last year or so. Where is she at in terms of her body and her fitness at the moment? She
does need to build more resilience. She does need to be more robust. That's no secret, and she is aware of that. It's finding the time to fit everything in, which is a struggle for her right now. And, you know, we've just got to remind ourselves, she's only been on tour for the past year, so everything is still new. She needs to learn how to manage her time and understand what works for her physically, off the court, what doesn't. So there's still a lot of learning for her to do. So, I don't think there's any huge rush.
You mentioned the weight of expectation there, and it has been so difficult over the last year. I think there was an interview in a couple of the newspapers with her agent, who I think was Maria Sharapova's agent before as well, talking about the fact that she is learning to deal with all of the expectation. You know, a year ago. She had just finished her A-levels, probably was just happy to be playing here at Wimbledon, just to be in the draw. Fast forward a year and the expectation is for her to go deep into Grand Slams and build on what she did at the US Open. And that is something that is so difficult for a youngster, only 19 years of age, to have to deal with. The people that are pulling you in all different directions, needing to focus on ultimately your job, which is as a tennis player, but also all of the other things, the commercial activities that come with that.
Yeah, and everyone has an opinion on what she does as well, which isn't easy. And I know she tries to ignore a lot of the stuff, and whether it's social media or the noise around her, she overall does the best job possible for her to just keep it within her team and allow them to help manage some of the other pressures around her. But it's easier said than done. And with certain things, you just have to let it all unfold. She has to learn and she has to figure it out herself, but that requires time.
Yeah, really looking forward to that match. Second up on centre court, Emma Radukanu. It will erupt, I think, when she walks out against Alison van Udlank. The second match of the day on court one, which is about to begin, Carlos Alcaraz against Lennox Struff. We were talking about players who've wowed the tennis spectators all around the world in the last year or so. On the women's side, Emma Radukanu has done that. On the men's side, Carlos Alcaraz has done that. I say come out of nowhere, but I don't think we can't compare it to Emma Radukanu, who really did come out of nowhere. Carlos Alcaraz has had a huge amount of pedigree, so much expected of him, but this year it seemed to have all clicked for him, and he is now one to watch. I think the number 5 seed here at Wimbledon.
Yeah, in only his second Wimbledon last year, also a wild card like Emma Radukanu, required a wild card to be in the main draw of this event. Doesn't have that much grass court experience, but that's okay. He's still learning. There's still time. Didn't play in any of the grass court warm-up events, only featured in the exhibition event at the Hurlingham Club last week. And Janelina Struff is an experienced player, although his ranking has now dropped outside the world's top 100 for the first time in over 5 years. So he's not the player he once was, and he's had his fair share of injury issues to deal with. But given how inexperienced Carlos Alcaraz is on this surface, it's kind of hard to predict which way this match will go, whether it will be a straightforward victory for him or whether it will be a tough battle in the Germans' favour. So, yeah, it's hard to know.
He's such an electric player to watch, Alcaraz, the tennis club I play at. When you talk to a lot of the youngsters about who they like to watch, and they've got a big choice now of young players to focus on. You know, so many different choices in terms of styles of play, the way that they go about the game. So many of them choose Carlos Alcaraz because of his physicality, the way he moves. He's a very intense character. Yeah. Parallels have been drawn, not just because he's Spanish, with Rafael Nadal. Yeah. He's so enjoyable to watch, isn't he?
He is.
He leaves his heart on the court.
He does, and it's an explosive brand of tennis. And unlike Nadal, he's more willing, I think, to show everyone exactly where his head is at. So, you know, as positive and as good as his energy is, when it's not going so well, you can tell from his body language, which he's learning to manage. But he is very expressive, but it's his brand of tennis. I mean, the guy is super quick around the court, so powerful. I mean, over the past year, he really has, you know, worked hard on that area, so strong now. And yeah, I'm excited for him. I think everyone's looking ahead to, you know, him potentially lifting this trophy at the end of the fortnight, but I think that would be going too far. If he can get some matches under his belt and still be involved in the second week, then I think that would be a fantastic achievement.
Yeah, because I think if you were looking at the year as a whole, you'd probably pick the clay at Roland Garros or the hard courts as being more of an ideal surface for him, even though the grass courts here at Wimbledon have slowed down in the past few years. Do you think he will have perhaps gone to someone like Rafa Nadal or some of the other experienced Spanish players who've had success here on the grass to perhaps ask, OK, where does my game need to move in order for me to have some better results on the grass? Where do I need to modify things? Because I think one thing that strikes me when you watch him, particularly on other surfaces, is he's returning the serve from almost back on the fence. Yeah. And that's something
we've got to keep an eye on today. Where's he going to stand to return on a grass court?
Back?
How far back? Just as well he's on court one, because there is plenty of space around the court on court one compared to some of the other outside courts. But whether he'll be having that conversation with Rafa at this stage in his career, I'm not so sure, given that there's only a couple of spots at, you know, that makes a difference between them on the rankings list. But Rafael Nadal has always been a fantastic role model and mentor to Carlos Alcaraz. And I'm sure maybe at the start of his career they would have had more conversations like that. But now he's a real rival to Nadal, but there's a huge amount of respect. Yes, there is a lot he can learn from Nadal, and he's in a great position to ask the man, you know, whatever questions he wants, but whether he actually goes ahead or whether he sticks to what he knows. He's got an experienced coach in Juan Carlos Ferrero. You know, I think Juan Carlos will do that job for him.
Safe to say Spanish men's tennis, it is in a good place. Carlos Alcaraz will hope to continue his good run, his good year so far here at the Championships. And we can head over to Court 1, where the players are getting ready to come out onto the court. Make that walk out onto the arena. There they are, led out by Lennox Struff, the German, who has some good results, doesn't he? He's an experienced campaigner. He's been around the block many times here on the men's tour against Carlos Alcaraz. For people who don't know Lennox Struff, Anne, for him, it's all about the power, isn't he? He's got a huge serve, he's a big guy, likes to keep the points short.
He does, and he enjoys playing on grass, has more experience on this surface more so than his opponent, that's for sure.
He actually beat Alcaraz last year at Roland Garros.
Yeah.
So they have played before, not on grass, but on clay they have played. As we can see, the roof is still on Court 1. Both show court arenas, Court 1 and Centre Court, the roof on there. So the weather forecast, still not raining. There are some clouds around, some dark skies more towards central London, but it hasn't rained since that delay we had at the start of the day. Carlos Alcaraz, the number 5 seed against Lennox Struff. We've been inside Centre Court for Novak Djokovic's match. We're now inside Court 1. We saw Ons Jabeur win earlier on. And for people who don't know, any great difference between the two arenas, what the players experience?
Centre Court feels way more intimate than Court 1. The fans feel like they're closer to you on Court 1. It's more of an open bowl kind of seating arrangement, so the fans feel further away. But with potentially with the roof closed, should it close, then like Centre Court, it does create an electric atmosphere.
Lennox Struff, the German, really tests the returns of the players he's up against. Carlos Alcaraz, let's just pick up on something we were talking about just now. The way he returns, he stands so far back. You can draw parallels to some other players who do a similar thing. Nadal likes to return from a long way behind the baseline. Do you think he might modify that slightly on a grass court because of the speed of the surface, or do you think he'll just stick with what he knows?
I'd like to think so. I'd like to think most players would look to stand a little closer than they usually would to the baseline.
Why is that a disadvantage on grass?
On grass, you don't want to give up too much ground. The nature of the surface doesn't, although it's slower than in previous years, it doesn't give you as much time as it on clay or on hard court. So you need to adopt an aggressive position. The ball does shoot through. So, you know, there are pros and cons to standing further back. But grass as a surface, you don't get as many long rallies as you do on other surfaces.
Yeah, certainly going to be an explosive encounter on Court 1. In this one, Lennox Struff in your picture, the German against Carlos Alcaraz. And we can join the commentators for this one.
3 minutes.
Right-hander. So many words, so much has been said about this young man over the last year or so. There's a real tingle of excitement about him and his game right now and where his game might take him over the next decade or so.
Absolutely right. I loved his warm-up, and we're used to, and you can see his record here. And hasn't obviously played too much in the slams yet because, well, he's a baby in terms of experience, but boy, has he moved up to become a senior pretty quick. See his record there, and it's already this year has been sensational. But the warm-up, it was like Rafael Nadal when they were doing the coin toss there, and he was doing the jumping jacks and smacking his racket, swishing his racket. I thought, I wonder who he's learned that from. And then he sprinted back to the baseline like he was going out for the Olympic trial. Unbelievable.
Has anyone ever done that before? I'm trying to think. Does that remind you of anyone?
Just a certain other chap who's won a few slams. But no, this man is amazing. You sort of been a bit worried about building up too much here, because I think he is learning, obviously, and the grass, he's already making sounds like he thinks he can win on it because that's the way he is, but he's already saying that there's a lot I need to learn. But someone asked me a little while back, and you see the head-to-head. Oh well, that's always nice. Yeah, that's very nice. But he'll be having good memories of that. But someone asked me if you're a betting man, which of course I'm not. You know, what would you with Carlos Alcaraz right now? Would you bet that in the future he's going to win as many as 10 slams or more? And I said more than 10 slams. He hasn't won one yet. But for me, he is the man out of all the players I've seen. If you take away the Novaks, the Rafa, the Roger, and we can't take them away yet because they're still there, but he's the one, I think, out of the next group that will win multiple slams. When I say multiple, I mean double figures. I think he's that good.
Well, the great thing about the next couple of hours is we've got plenty of time, John, to look at the various bits of his game that lead you to say something like that. That previous meeting, by the way, third round at Roland Garros last year, that Struff won in 3 sets. Rankings have changed a little bit since then. That day, Struff was 55 places higher up the charts. Today, Alcaraz is 148 better off. That's where the German's career has been going of late because of injury. Yes. And it's where the Spaniard's career has been going.
Absolutely. I feel sorry for the German player, obviously, because you hate to see injuries, and this year has been riddled by it, and he just hasn't played enough matches. You know, his record this year is, well, it's almost like he's just warming up, and here he is at Wimbledon. And so, you know, you look at this in the matchup and you think, well, best of 5 sets, really. Has he got enough in his game? Even when at his best, it may be a struggle, but with this year, it's going to be tough. But he's been around the courts, he knows the way to play, he's a good solid vet, and so hopefully we'll have a good match here.
Here we go. This promises to be good. How far will Carlos Alcaraz take himself and take us and take Spain at this year's Wimbledon? He's going to serve first here.
First set, Carlos Alcaraz to serve. Let's first. Love.
The first forehand that he had to run out to get to that one, and then the way he zoomed out to get the backhand, the feet were so quick, and he ran round that ball that was about an inch from the backhand corner, and he still got round it to hit a forehand. Amazing foot speed.
Carlos Alcaraz, ladies and gentlemen. Starts with an ace, finishes with an ace. Boy, oh boy.
Well, welcome to the HSBC Fan Zone. It is day one of Wimbledon, and you can feel the vibe around the grounds. Great energy, and we've got a great player alongside me. Yeah, we can make some noise, everyone. Come on. Give her a welcome. Oh, I like that. Shelby Rogers, welcome back to Wimbledon. There's no place like Wimbledon. How does it feel for you to be back here?
Amazing. Every single year, the players come here, we step on the grounds, and we're like, appreciating everything, taking it all in, because you never know when it's going to be your last year, you know, like this might be the last time we're here. That every year we say that, and then 10 years later we come on, well, maybe this is the last one. So we definitely appreciate it, take nothing for granted, take it all in. Sorry it's raining on day one, but I'm glad you're here with me today.
Yeah, we've got some great fans here. It's our first People's Press Conference, so Shelby's, you're ready for some questions, aren't you?
Absolutely.
From the fans.
My favorite, yes.
First off, I want to ask you, we were talking about before we started, no bubble, you get to see London, you get to feel the energy of these people, of the place. How does that feel?
It's amazing. No COVID testing, no bubbles, like we are free. We're out seeing the sights. It's so nice. Going to dinners and really just, you know, being with each other again. It's really special to see London properly.
Okay, and you had a couple tournaments before Wimbledon to get used to the grass, but what are those challenges? Grass court tennis, lower bounces, more slices, I think. How do you get ready for grass court?
Yeah, I mean, the body definitely takes a little adjusting going from the clay to the grass. I think the biggest adjustment we make as players is the movement, because you go from a little bit of sliding to then a really hard deceleration, stopping, changing direction, that sort of thing. The bounce is lower, so the hips, the glutes just take a beating. Like, you're definitely very sore the first week. And it's back to back to back too. Grass season is very condensed, so it's a lot of tennis in a very short amount of time, hopefully, if you're winning the matches, you know, so that's a good problem to have. But it's such a fun transition for a lot of players, and one that you just try to learn something different every year, I think.
Yeah, awesome. Shelby is seeded at Wimbledon this year. How about a round of applause, a career high ranking?
Thank you.
I mean, there's always a challenge. There's no free passes now, but how confident are you about your tennis? You've got Petra Martic first, but you've been playing some great ball. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I always say on the grass, if, you know, you think you can play on grass, you can, because everybody's kind of, I don't want to say it's an even advantage, but like I said, there's not a ton of tournaments on the grass, so you just try to adapt as best you can and take it one set at a time, as they say. But I do like the grass. I mean, it rewards you a little bit. I think actually it's slowed down a little bit over the years, so the points are a little bit longer for you guys. You're welcome. No. But yeah, each year is just a different challenge, and I'm very proud of myself for being seeded this year. That's a really cool accomplishment.
Yeah, snaps.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. So I'm just trying to enjoy it.
And Petra Martic, you've played her a couple times before, but not on this surface. So what's that challenge?
Yeah, we were joking when we saw the draw. We've played on clay, we've played on hard, and we've split those. So now it's going to be grass, which is the decider. And we've played doubles quite a bit together over the past year. So it's always tough playing someone you're really good friends with and you know very well. There's definitely no secrets on the court, but that's when you know, step on court, do business, and then step off court, and you can still be friends after.
Okay, so one cool development for Shelby in 2022, you're working with Peter Szyszpatowski, who is the former coach of Iga Świątek. You have taken your tennis to the next level, and then you said, let me try to bring someone into my team that can help me maybe even go to that next level. What's it been like working with him?
Yeah, it's been really fantastic. Sometimes just getting a new perspective and some fresh eyes on your game is really helpful. And he's just got great energy. He's excited about tennis. He loves being on tour and being at the tournaments just as much as I do. So it's a good fit so far.
Yeah, awesome. And mini golf? You guys played some mini golf recently? Who's the better mini golfer?
Yes, I won by one stroke. Thank you very much.
Oh, a round of applause for that too.
Yeah, there's always something competitive going on. It's a really fun atmosphere for us traveling around, and you know, trying to keep that balance of on-court intensity and enjoying life on tour, as they say.
Yeah, that's huge actually. Shelby and I were talking about before we started is the fact that you want to be serious about your job. You're here as a professional tennis player, but also you want to have a little bit of fun as you're traveling the world too.
Yes, well, we are human after all, so we need a little, you know, time to blow off some steam and enjoy what we're doing and go to dinners and have some activities and, you know, like I said, just enjoy our time out here because we're on the road most of the year. So we have to get creative sometimes with our downtime and make it worth it.
Yeah, awesome. Okay, it is our first People's Press Conference. I think we have some questions from the people. Who's going to go first? Who's our brave first question asker? You could? All right, grab a microphone. First, tell us your name and where you're from.
David, I'm from Oxford.
Okay.
I saw you play at Roland Garros on court 10.
Very cool.
With our old coach, Mark.
Okay.
Awesome.
And you won.
Excellent.
What do you think, here's a question, what do you think is your best shot? And what do you think is your favourite shot?
Oh, I like that. This guy's going to steal my job. Best shot, favorite shot.
That's interesting. Because now I'm like, are they the same? I'm not sure.
Ooh.
I would say my best shot on a good day would be my serve. It can be a big weapon for me and something that I really enjoy setting up points with. Hitting an ace is probably the most rewarding thing you can do on a tennis court, in my opinion. So I would say that's probably one of my favorite shots, but hitting a really nice drop shot is very satisfying as well. So I'd have to say one of those two would be the favorite.
The serve and the dropper. I love that. David, thank you.
So much.
Yeah,
Thank you
good
so much.
question.
Indeed. All right, we've got another question. First off, please tell us your name and where you're from.
Hi, I'm Kathy. I'm from Coventry.
Okay.
Shelby, I think you were the
I
last.
don't know where that is.
Yeah, where is
in
that?
the middle somewhere, near Birmingham.
Okay.
I think you were the last person to beat Ash Barty, and I just wondered what was the reaction like from the players when Barty retired?
Thank you for bringing that up.
That was a huge win at the U.S. Open, right?
I think the reaction, gosh, we're just so happy for her, you know, to go out on her own terms and to do things the way she wanted to do. Obviously, we miss her very much week to week. Some more than others. I don't miss her that much. I feel like I played her every week, but no, she's such a fantastic person, and we were so grateful to have her representing our sport the way she did and being a fantastic number one. And I think she handed off the torch quite nicely to Iga. She took over pretty rapidly. But yeah, we have nothing but love for Ash, and we wish her the best. And we said, don't be a stranger. Hopefully we get to see her again at some point.
Awesome. Thank you for that question. Good factoids from our people here at the People's Press Conference. We've got another question, sir.
Hi.
First, your name and where you're from.
Yeah, I'm Glenn. I'm from the West Midlands, again in the centre, like this lady. I'm interested to know, Shelby, when did you first become interested in tennis? And as you were growing up, who were your idols on the male and female side of the game?
Nice.
So I picked up a racket when I was 4 years old. I don't know that I was interested in it, but my older sister started taking lessons, and I did everything she did. So she took lessons, and I followed right along. And I would say probably by 6 or 7, I was really enjoying the sport, maybe. I don't have all the memories from that young, but I would say around that age. And I started watching Steffi Graf, liked watching her play a lot. Jennifer Capriati was probably after that. Kim Kleiss. And Roger Federer, from as long as I can remember, was my favorite. And Andy Roddick. I liked watching all the Americans. It was just really inspiring to see their success.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you for that. And I also have to say, you know, you were from Charleston, which has a WTA event. Yeah. And it's lovely to see every year when you go, all these young kids, boys and girls, so excited to see a local person, someone that they know and feel connected to as a professional tennis player. And I think you love that role too, right?
Absolutely. I mean, I grew up being a ball girl at that tournament when I was, 7, 8 years old, and I know how it is to see firsthand these amazing athletes compete and what kind of dreams that sparks inside of you. So for me, a big reason why I play is to inspire kids and other people that, if you work hard, believe in yourself, things can come true. Things can really happen for you. So, but most importantly, just growing the game of tennis and seeing those smiles when they're on the court is, it's hard to explain, but it's really special.
Yeah, awesome. Fist bump for that, because you really have lived that in your life. We're in the HSBC fan zone. Shelby Rogers is seated at Wimbledon this year. It's a People's Press Conference. Let's go to another question. First off, tell us your name and where you're from.
My name is Katrin. I'm from Germany.
Oh, cool.
You just mentioned Steffi Graf, also one of my favorites ever. And I mean, Steffi Graf winning all the big titles, the Golden Grand Slam. So what are your goals in the future? Are you looking at titles? Are you looking at positions in the world ranking? So what are you aiming for?
Yeah, I mean, we definitely have some ranking goals. You know, I want to surpass my career high ranking for sure, continue to be seeded in some of the slams and tournaments. That's definitely things I want to check off. Win a WTA title would be incredible as well. But I think the number one goal, though, is just staying healthy and being able to compete. You know, as my career progresses, I've been through some injuries, and that's always the number one goal, is to just continue to enjoy it and stay healthy.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you
Thank
for that.
you.
I'm also curious, so much travel for the players. We're at Wimbledon, we're in London, but what's the best part of traveling all the time, and what's the hardest part, the biggest challenge?
The best part is obviously the destinations.
Yeah.
You know, we get to see some really amazing things. The journal is filled, you know, with a lot of really, really cool stories, eat amazing food, experience cultures, meet a lot of really great people. All of that is incredible. The worst part, or the toughest part, is definitely the actual logistical travel. Airports, canceled flights, you know, delays, waiting, strikes, whatever it is. That part can be very stressful and very exhausting.
Yeah.
But the end destination is always worth it. It's just a little bit stressful sometimes.
Tennis stars are just like us, you guys. The
Lost
travel
baggage.
challenges.
Oh, it's
man.
awful.
You've got a few of those stories, I'm guessing.
Yes, I now carry rackets, outfits, shoes, everything on the plane with me in my
Really?
carry-on. Yes.
Just in case.
Just in case.
Okay.
Yeah.
Another question here. First off, your name and where you're from.
Hi Shelby, I'm Anthony. I'm from Winchester, which is down south.
I'm learning a lot
Geography
today.
lesson for Shelby.
I love your game, by the way. I think you
Thank
play
you.
absolutely amazing. And I remember when you beat Serena in that tournament, and literally that was probably one of the first times I saw you play, and it was so inspirational.
Aww.
What do you do when you're in a match and you're down and you're feeling really low? Like, how do you self-motivate yourself to push through and just get through it and win? How do you do that?
Yeah, that was in Lexington, the first tournament back after the lockdown.
Yes.
Yeah, and I lost the first set. Hang on, I think it was 6-1.
Yes.
Probably in, I don't know, 30 minutes. Like, it was very rapid.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at the match clock, literally thinking, okay, I'm just make it to an hour. Like, let's get 3 digits on that clock, you know? So it becomes very, yeah, I don't know if that's what you were expecting me to say, but I was literally like, let's make it to an hour. And then in the second set, I was serving a little bit better. We started holding, you know, back and forth. And I was like, okay, like maybe there's a chance now, you know? And then it got a little bit back to tactics and tennis and things like that. But yeah, at first it was literally make it to 1 hour on the clock.
Yeah. Also, well done to the people from our People's Press Conference, because these are
You
really
guys
good
know your
questions.
stuff. Yeah.
We did not hire these folks for this, I can tell you that.
Yeah, are you an actor?
Where are you from again? Okay, so I want to do a little quick fire, and then we'll see if we can finish with a couple more questions.
Yeah,
But
perfect.
you ready for a little quick fire?
Always.
Favorite pre-match meal?
It's the same every single time. Rice, chicken, something green, and soy sauce.
Okay, there we go. Favorite post-match meal?
Oh, something with protein. Usually a shake, though, first.
First, right
Chocolate shake right after.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah.
Go-to pump-up music?
Country.
Country,
Always.
yes. She's from Charleston. Favorite sport to, and maybe
Ice hockey. I don't know what the question is.
Favorite
but
sport to watch?
Ice hockey.
Am I opening up a wound there?
Yeah,
Just
a little bit.
bit.
I love you both, but they took a hard L last night. I'm still recovering. So
I mean, they still made it all the way.
they made it to the finals, yeah, but it still hurts right now.
She's talking about the Tampa Bay Lightning, for those of you who might not be certain.
Yeah.
What about your favorite sport to play other than tennis?
Ooh, I like some billiards. A little
Really?
pool. Yeah, that's fun.
Okay, I did not
It's
expect
not really
that.
a sport. I don't know. Is it a sport?
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. That's fair.
How do you eat your strawberries and cream?
Creamless.
Wow.
Every now and
Controversy.
then every now and then I'll indulge, you know, but the strawberries here are so sweet on their own and so delicious. I just really like to enjoy them on their own.
All you need.
It's amazing.
I like that. Okay, the Wimbledon Q is back this year, the famous Q.
Yes.
Did anyone queue here? Yes, a Q. Oh, look at these folks. What would you queue for?
I don't even understand it. I don't know how it works. We're driving by. Are they standing in line for today or tomorrow?
Yeah.
I don't even
Both.
know.
Both. Yeah.
Today, okay. What would I queue for?
In life, what would you queue for?
I would queue for a Tampa Bay Lightning Stanley Cup final game for sure. I would queue for a press coverage to ask you guys questions.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, look at the love.
I know.
All right, if you weren't a tennis player, last question, if you weren't a tennis player, what would Shelby Rogers
A
be?
chef. I would love to own a restaurant. Yeah, I think it would be fun.
I think that could be in your future.
We'll see.
Chef
or like
Shelby.
a tea shop. I'm obsessed with tea. So, see, we're in England, so I have to say that. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
All right, let's close out with at least one or two more of our people questions. People press conference here with Shelby Rogers. First off, tell us your name and where you're from.
Hi, I'm Lynn Morgan from Shepperton, just down the road.
Okay.
What's your favourite playing surface?
Oh, favorite surface.
Right now, it's grass.
Yeah.
Depends what time of year it is. I think my answer might change. I think if I really had to pick, like a really fast indoor court is quite fun sometimes. We don't have many tournaments on that surface anymore, where the points are really quick. You know, you get rewarded for serving really well. Historically, I've done decently on the red clay. That's always a fun challenge. But yeah, I don't know. I think a fast hard court's pretty fun.
Yeah, I like that.
Oh, everything. Tennis is bad on the knees in general, so it doesn't matter what surface you're on.
All right, let's take one more question. First off, your name and where you're from.
So I'm Liam, and I'm from Horsham in West Sussex, which is just south of Gatwick.
Okay.
And my question
Still not helpful.
and my question is, what is the hardest transition for you, from clay to grass, or from grass back to the hard court?
Oh, nice.
Clay to grass, for sure. The movement's very difficult, or very different, rather, I should say. And you don't have a lot of time to prepare and train the muscles a little bit differently, so it's just a very quick transition.
Because it goes from the slowest to the fastest.
Yes.
Yeah. So
yes.
it takes
and the lowest bounce,
warm
the highest to the lowest
yeah.
bounce. Yeah, there's a lot of variance there, and it's definitely a challenge.
All right, thank you so much for that. And also, thank you to all of you for the questions. Let's hear it for Shelby Rogers, please.
Thanks, guys. Thank
We've
you
been
so
hanging out
much.
with Shelby Rogers at the HSBC Fan Zone. We've got a lot of people's press conferences this Wimbledon, but Shelby, good luck.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Of course.
It's a pleasure to kick off Wimbledon.
Awesome. See you guys later.
Bye.
No matter how small, how tiny, or how minute, the technicalities, the particulars, the seemingly insignificant. At Wimbledon, these details matter. And this year with Oppo, we'll capture the detail like never before. In low light and high intensity. Because when you take care of the detail, the rest takes care of itself. Greatness. It's all in the detail.
Yeah, it's the kind of vibe I like. Make me wanna ride with the window down all night.
Well, I'd absolutely love to be saying what a glorious day we have here in SW19 on day one of the 2022 Wimbledon Championship. But unfortunately, the covers have just come on all the outside courts here at the championships, which just mean that we've halted play for the time being. We'll bring you up to speed on what the weather looks like, but I'm not an expert on that, unfortunately. But it seems like everyone here at the club are, because, as always, they're super speedy, with everyone running around making sure the courts are protected so that when the rain has stopped, obviously we can get back under play with the play as quickly as possible. Well, welcome then. Rachel Stringer here alongside me is Radzi, as always.
AKA a glamorous umbrella holder.
Well, I can't actually hold my clipboard and hold the umbrella, so I thought Radzi would be great at that on day one. But
I know my place. I know my place.
Radzi, we were together here last year, which was great. So we're back. What are you looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to seeing some tennis, seeing some quality tennis, seeing crowds back without masks, the energy, the atmosphere that only Wimbledon can bring. But I'm also excited to be introducing to you our special guest, the third musketeer, if you will, the former British #1. And as we say it, the heavens open, Laura Robson. How are you?
Trying to stay dry, which isn't looking too good at the moment, but otherwise very good, and excited to be back on day one of Wimbledon.
This has become monsoon-like in an eye blink. We've got the guys holding the cameras, because they're the most important things, let's be honest. The technology, it cannot get wet. But, Rach, how impressive were the court covers, by the way?
Yeah, they're impressive. You were actually filming it. I think it took about 36 seconds for all the courts behind us to get covered. But, yeah, what a disappointing start, Laura, to day one here. This has been kind of built for almost 3 years now, because last year, obviously, we didn't have capacity crowds. Even before, there wasn't a championship. So we haven't been back here like we predicted since 2019. And what a disappointing start to day one.
And I got here at 6:45 this morning to do some breakfast shows, and it looked delightful. The sun was out, it was shining, it was warm. I don't know where that's gone. Bradsy's in a puffer jacket, so it's not exactly late June weather, but we're making the most of it. At least we have seen some tennis today. There's been some matches that have finished already, and of course we've got the two roofs. So we'll see some tennis, and we'll just focus on that, focus on the positives for now.
No, there is a positive in terms of Emma Radekanu. She's going to be on centre court. You're going to be commentating on her. We were worried about the fact you might have to run off. Potentially not necessarily as much of an issue now.
I think the roof is already closed on centre court, so the play will continue, and hopefully she'll be on relatively soon. Djokovic looks well on his way, and I feel like we're in the middle of a hailstorm here. And I'm looking forward to Emma, actually. I feel like she's raring to go. It's her first time on centre court.
Well, I think for the time being, we're just going to go over to a VT with Renee Stubbs, our reporter, with Emma Radekanu, because the heavens have absolutely opened up here. But it was very nice when Renee caught up with Emma a couple of days ago.
As a US Open champion, welcome back to Wimbledon. I guess, what are you looking forward to the most this year being here?
Definitely looking forward to walking out onto the court for the first time and just experiencing the atmosphere. I think that whatever happens, it's just something that I would dream of. You know, why I play tennis, to walk out onto court here at Wimbledon, hearing the atmosphere, hearing everyone behind you, and yeah, I'm just really looking forward for that moment.
It's been a tough couple of years for the world, really, also for Wimbledon. And finally this year we're going to have a full house. How special is that going to be for someone like you, and being obviously British, to be here with a full crowd?
Yeah, incredibly special. I felt like everyone was really behind me last year and it wasn't even full capacity. So I'm really looking forward to getting out on court this year, of course. And yeah, I think that Wimbledon, everything sort of started here for me, and I'm really excited to come back here with some of the experiences that I've learned in the last year.
So as you can see behind us, as they're watering this beautiful, magnificent court, it's the 100-year anniversary of centre court. Can you tell me your earliest memory of this particular court, whether it was on television or in person?
Yeah, my earliest memory of Wimbledon centre court in person was I came here with my first ever coach and a little boy who was like a bit older than me at the time, but we came here and we actually watched Serena. She absolutely creamed someone in like 45 minutes. And that was definitely my earliest memory, and I just couldn't believe, you know, how hard she was hitting the ball and how good they were. But that whole day trip for me was so much fun. I remember it was like a once-a-year thing that we would look forward to, and we were asking everyone for their autographs. From the ground staff, we were getting everyone's autographs, and it was a treat. So whenever we would have the courage to, you know, ask a player for their autograph, we'd get a jelly baby. So yeah, that's definitely my fondest memory.
Can you take me back to last year? Because it was just a phenomenal rise for you. That's where really everyone sort of found out about your name in particular, before what happened in New York. What was that feeling like for you to play here and get the support of the hometown crowd?
Yeah, that experience for me, it's where it all started. I just came out of my exams, so I just felt so relieved, like everything was off my shoulders. I was just like, you know, a kid having fun, like just going crazy. And then playing, I think the most special moment was when I won my third round match on court 1. And yeah, the feeling I had it once after I won the US Open. It was literally just like, I don't know, my body sort of stopped and I didn't know what was going on. And yeah, very emotional, but I really enjoyed that, and I feel like coming back here, I'm even more looking forward to it because, yeah, of the crowd and everything.
When you were here watching that match, when you saw Serena play or sit in here, what's the one thing about this particular court that is so unique and different to anywhere else in the world?
Well, for me, I feel like it's just the feeling and the history and the prestige about it. I think that it's just like being British. I feel like I always grew up, especially at Wimbledon, following it. You know, all your memories to do with tennis are sort of Wimbledon from an early age, and that's definitely, I feel like, the most special thing about this place is that it's got a bit of a different feeling to maybe the other tournaments.
Now, you said you had watched Serena in here, but if there was another match throughout the last 100 years of this particular court, and there's been some spectacular matches, if you could sit in a seat here again, not that you need to worry about getting tickets anymore, but if you had to and you got that lottery ticket, what match would you like to go back on in history of the last 100 years here and watch?
I would say I would have loved to have been here for Andy Murray's first title. I think that the whole country was just going wild, and I would have loved to sort of be here and experience it in person and hear it, because I bet the sound was pretty surreal, and I think that they turn it down on TV because it's quieter when I watch things back.
Well, that's because you've experienced it now. We've talked to a lot of people in the local area about the inspirational things, whether it be, you know, watching their kids ride a bike for the first time or whatever it is. Is there one memory that you have that inspired you, just in general?
I would actually say one that's more recent is last year. I was ranked like 360. I came out of my exams. I was just buzzing to be here, practicing and just trying to line up these great hits. And Nigel, who I was with last year, he knew players because he's been on tour, and he set me up on this hit with Garbinier. And I was really, really nervous before. I remember I did like the best warm-up I've done in a year, so I was ready to go. And hitting with her, I think that it definitely inspired me and gave me confidence, because I was keeping up and I was working so hard just to not miss, because you don't want to look bad and miss in front of Garbine. So I was definitely putting a lot of focus and attention. Then I realized, like, wow, if I put this amount of focus and attention to not miss in every single practice and to be in the right position and everything, that sort of opened my eyes a bit. And then I got the compliment. She asked me to come back the next day, so I was buzzing. I was like, yes, I did it. But she asked me to put it on like a 10-pence coin.
So you became a hitting partner to the stars. Now you are now a star. So a year after having the success that you had here, and of course winning a Grand Slam already at your tender age, going through qualifying and all of that sort of stuff, to come back here, there might be a chance to walk onto that court. What are you going to tell yourself if you do have that opportunity to walk around those curtains and onto this court?
I mean, I'd probably just tell myself that this is what I started playing tennis for. To walk onto centre court, it's literally like, what you have a vision of, what you have a picture of in your head, and I think it's going to be the most special feeling. And I'm just happy that I would have been able to say, look, I did that, I played on centre court, but obviously looking forward to getting out there and putting my game on the court too.
Well, I think everybody here is very interested to see how you do. They'll be very much behind you as they were last year, and after what you did in New York last year, I think we're going to be looking at you playing on there many, many times for years to come. So good luck.
Thank you.
Good.
There are a few firsts in Rafael Nadal's career. For the first time, he is coming in with both the Australian Open and the French Open to his CV this year. 22 slams. Rafa is going for Wimbledon #3, and he's here in the practice court right now. Rafa getting his steps in before he's going to start on Tuesday, a day 2 start for the two-time champ here against Francisco Cerundolo, the Argentinian who's actually played some pretty good tennis recently. You can see Francisco Roig just behind Rafa, who's been on his team for a long time. Uncle Tony Nadal has been known to be his coach, of course, for years, but Francisco Roig has been consistent in the Rafa camp. And Nadal speaking to the press just a couple days ago saying that his foot is feeling okay. It was that foot that gave him so much trouble, the nerve endings during the French Open. He received plenty of treatment for the foot to make sure that he was able to complete that historic 14th French title to bring him to 22 slams. And I actually asked him in press about those first 2 Grand Slams of the year. The Australian Open, that comeback win against Daniil Medvedev in 5 sets, and then that win in Paris just a couple weeks ago. And actually Rafa just then kicking the ball over to the practice court just next to him. And guess who that is? It is world #1 Iga Swiatek, who is on a 35-match win streak, matching the longest win streak this century by a woman, matching Venus Williams from 2000. Swiatek has been very open about the way that Rafa has inspired her in her career, and she is the top seed here. The world #1 is going to open things up on center court on day 2 of play. The Polish player has not played since the French Open, so we've got 2 French Open champions side by side, and Swiatek really the favorite in the women's side of things. She's got her team with her as well, just going through her steps as well. Some ominous weather as clouds overhead, but an intimate look here for a couple of these players getting ready for their run at Wimbledon. Swiatek said she went home to Poland. She took some time off, obviously celebrations from her 2nd Grand Slam title. She hasn't lost a match since February. 6 titles in a row, 35 match wins. If she can get to 36, she will have the most wins in a row by any woman this century. Trying to make more history. She has not been past the 4th round here, junior champion in 2018. She said she's going to take things 1 match at a time. This is a new chapter in Swiatek's career. Of course, defending champion Ash Barty retired in March, and since then Swiatek has really been the front runner in women's tennis. Hasn't lost a match, has taken on the #1 ranking with confidence. She said she likes the challenges, works often with her mental coach about meeting these challenges, and that's something that, as Rafael Nadal comes to collect a ball, that's something that Rafael Nadal has done in his career, saying that the French Open, the Australian Open this year, those are in the past. You can see in conversation with Francisco Roig there, always trying to get better, always dissecting. Rafael Nadal is going to take to court again here at Wimbledon. What a great era of tennis. Djokovic, Nadal, of course, we're missing Roger Federer here. Serena Williams is back. But we also have a absolutely dominant world #1 in the women's game in Swiatek. And it's great to have these great champions here at Wimbledon. So a couple of French Open champions getting ready for their Wimbledon campaigns. How are they going to go? Rafael Nadal and Iga Swiatek. We're going to see if they can do the Channel Slam, the French Open and Wimbledon back to back.
Well, that was a message service game, and you wouldn't imagine that this game coming up would be easy. Djokovic will be looking to get the ball back into play. That's the first task. The crowd come alive here. Match 1 on centre court. tell you that there is somebody else who seems rather poorly at the moment, and a steward opposite the umpire is trying to get the attention of the umpire. So this, for the second time, we have what appears to be a medical incident, and the stewards were in there very, very quickly. Well, this is a difficult situation for everybody, and we hope that that person is okay as well. The other person has been taken off, and, presumably is okay now. So it appears that some sort of a medical treatment is ongoing now. A second incident of this nature. It's something relatively straightforward and easy to deal with. Perhaps a spot of dehydration or something like that. It's certainly not too hot in here or anything like that. The roof is over. A lady there who's just being escorted away and will be well taken care of with the medical facilities here, so she'll be checked over. Okay, meantime, on court, Djokovic has found a rich vein of form here. Couldn't find the pass.
(15-13).
Djokovic looked absolutely set in stone at the back of the court. Well, he didn't miss.
30-all.
Kwon hit. Love 30, he was down in this game. Great loading. We're going to need a new line on these statistics because I've counted 6 of those.
40-30.
He describes drop shots as his favourite.
Not easy to change it up when you've been crushing those ground strokes in the back of the court to then have the touch. But set point.
Set point. games to 3.
Well, Djokovic certainly has lost the set, but actually it was Kwon what won it. Set all. Wow, this is a bit of a turn up, Tim.
Yeah, certainly didn't expect this, but Kwon absolutely deserves this second set. He's been consistent, he's been aggressive. And when the big points have come, he's the one that's come out on top, so... Game on.
It is. Not a situation Djokovic easily finds himself in. Not too many people out on the hill at the moment. We've got the court number 1 roof over as long as joining centre, I should say.
Yeah, you see that first serve points won, 89 against possibly the best returner in the sport. Breakpoint opportunities. Kwon had one, and he took it. Djokovic had 3. He couldn't take any of them.
Rough weather at the moment.
Definitely getting the benefit of the roof in here, that is for sure.
Is someone messing with the scoring system here?
He's crumbling! Yeah! Welcome to Around the Grounds with Amex. We're here at the American Express Tennis Fan Experience with 2-time Wimbledon champion Andy Murray. And we're going to be taking on this centre court challenge. I'm hoping you've got some tips for me.
Look, I've never ball boyed before. I don't have anything to give you, unfortunately.
I feel like the excuses are coming out early doors.
But there'll be a few.
And as just a word on ball boys and girls, they're so pivotal, aren't they, for the smooth running of Wimbledon?
The ball boys and girls do a brilliant job.
Well, let's find out if we're up to the challenge.
Yeah.
Here we go. I'm highly competitive, I should add.
I'm going to go left-handed. I'm right-handed, but I'm going to do it left-handed.
Okay, so you're really going easy on me now. You're that confident. I'm definitely sticking to my strong hand.
Let's get rolling.
Oh, wow, you're going for a quick, just getting as many as you can in there. How are you getting on?
I think I'm doing pretty well.
Are you still using your wrong hand?
I'm using both to get as many
both?
shots in as I can. I need some more balls.
Oh, you've run out. 10 seconds.
Oh, no.
Ah!
Oh, no.
No. Harder than I thought. Close, though.
Is it? There's nearly a 200-point difference there.
Rematch?
No, I think I'm stopping.
You're
I'm
happy
stopping.
at
I'm
that.
stopping at that, yeah.
He's done. I'm genuinely confident I can win this time.
You going to do anything differently this time?
You threw me with the
Yeah, you got to focus on
intensity,
yourself.
yeah.
Maybe try and hit a few more strawberries as well.
that would always help.
Yeah.
Should we go for round 2?
Let's do it, yeah.
How
You
do
see
you
the
feel about
technique
it?
they've got, the ball boys and girls? They're all down on one knee.
Is that what you're going to go for?
Yeah,
A bit
because
of
when I sort of the whole time was kind of like bending over like this, and the balls ends up
coming back.
Bouncing.
I feel like
if
you're
you get
helping
down
me
here,
here.
it's maybe a little bit easier.
I appreciate the advice, but there's going to be no more friendship here. Oh no.
Oh
okay.
no. Let's go.
How's that technique
Oh,
working
no, it's
for
not
you?
really working.
No? Come on, come on.
I need some balls. I'm going to steal some of your balls. Ah, no!
Yes!
The thing's over!
No! Yeah!
What happened there?
Yeah!
I was like 150 points ahead, and then...
Oh my goodness! I mean,
I have no idea what happened at the end there.
well, we're even now.
Is someone messing with the scoring system here?
It's one apiece. How do you feel about a little decider?
Yeah, let's do it, yeah.
May the best person win.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, you're definitely going for a much slower approach this time. This is potentially the biggest achievement of my life, if I can say that I have beaten Andy Murray, technically at Wimbledon.
Oh, what am I doing?
He's crumbling! Yeah! Yeah!
I mean, I'm not sure the technique of slowing it down was particularly helpful.
Andy, that was
Good work, players.
a pretty emphatic win.
I know, that was disappointing end
I mean,
for me, really.
well played.
Too good.
Stick to the tennis.
Yeah.
I, though, think I have a career
And
as a ball girl.
Yeah, maybe.
Who knows?
Yeah.
Well,
Maybe
there
see
you
you
go.
out there on centre court.
I think maybe.
Yeah.
I need to catch my breath.
Andy Murray, thanks for joining us. Welcome back to Wimbledon. I mean, I guess the first question is, how do you feel being back here again?
Yeah, it's brilliant. You know, obviously a few years ago, didn't know if I'd be back playing, and I got the opportunity to play again here last year in the singles, and yeah, it was brilliant. You know, it was brilliant, great atmosphere. Got to play a couple of really good matches, and yeah, coming in this year, feeling a lot better about my game.
So, of course, you've played here many times with great crowds, obviously so supportive of you. But interestingly enough, over the last couple of years, it's been a bit tough with the pandemic and not having full crowds. How do you feel about it finally being back to somewhat normal, having the full crowds?
Yeah, it should be great. I mean, we obviously didn't happen a couple of years ago. Then last year was in the bubble, and like you say, the limited capacity. It was still a really good atmosphere last year. But yeah, I think for everyone, for the fans and the players and everyone involved in the tournament, just to go back to having a normal Wimbledon and being able to go up to Wimbledon Village, and I know a lot of the players obviously rent and stay in houses around here. Like it's a slightly different feel to a lot of the other tournaments, and it should be a good one.
Obvious question: how's your form coming in here, and how do you feel? I mean, it's been a crazy couple of years for you. We all know what you've gone through, but how's the form going in here?
Yeah, I mean it was good. I played the Surbiton Challenger and then went over to Stuttgart and made the final there, and I played 9 matches across 2 weeks, which was the most I'd played in 2 weeks since 2016. You know, it was a really long time that I played that many matches, and unfortunately got a niggle, slight issue with my ab in the final, which required a bunch of days off serving, and have had to build up pretty slowly this week in terms of that shot. But I've been able to practice everything else, so I've been on the court every day, and yeah, physically I feel like I'm in a good place, and my game was right where I wanted it to be a couple of weeks ago. It was just unfortunate that I got the injury.
So Andy, as you know, it's the 100-year celebration of centre court here. I want to know from you, what's your earliest memory of centre court, either on television or in person?
We came here, I was young. My mum brought a minibus of Scottish tennis players down to come and watch and be at the tournament. And she don't remember watching any matches at that time. I just remember going and waiting for autographs. And
who was the one you wanted the most?
Agassi, and I didn't get it. And I think this is a cool story, but anyway, I got asked a few years ago, because after a practice or a match or something, I'd stayed behind and I'd signed a lot of autographs afterwards, and I got asked in the media, you stayed behind and signed all these autographs, and it was great that you gave the time. And I said, well, yeah, because I remember when I was young that I was waiting all this time for Agassi, and I now know as a player that you don't always have the time to sign them. But when I was young, I was heartbroken that he obviously walked past, and he got hold of this story, and his book turned up at my house a couple of weeks later with a note inside it saying, I'm so sorry I didn't sign this, sign for you all these years ago, but I hope this makes up for it, with his signature, which was really nice of him. But yeah, for me, that would be my earliest memory. I would have been probably like 9 or 10 years old, I think. So,
in particular, what about this court is the most unique thing for you?
It's the atmosphere. It's just different. It's obviously very quiet during the points. It's it feels like very respectful of the game and the players and everything. And for me, that's probably what is unique about it. All of the other slams are special, but it is different. It's certainly different here, and that's what I always enjoy about playing on this court.
So take me back to the most special moment for you on this court.
I don't know if this is slightly controversial.
Go ahead.
It was the final of the Olympics for me. I mean, that whole week was amazing, because it was just because it was unique. a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get to play, a home Olympics at Wimbledon, and I'd also had lost to Federer in the final of Wimbledon 4 weeks earlier, and then I got to play him again in the final here, at an Olympic Games, and it was just different. It was unique, and that's probably my best memory.
What would you say in particular about inspiring somebody? When you watch somebody on TV or a match on television, or you inspire people by playing on this particular court. What do you think is a moment that you think inspired so many kids after you to pick up a racket on this court that you remember?
There was one moment that I had on this court, which was it wasn't like winning a match or anything, but it was like when I was playing against Gasquet and I was down 2-0, and I, on set point, I anticipated a shot that he had up at the net, and I basically ended up in the crowd. And I don't know, like that moment, like when I was celebrating, like right basically in the front row was a great moment. I've seen that quite a few times, and I remember that one well.
I think we all do.
Yeah.
Do you remember the first moment where you got the schedule the night before and you saw your name on centre court for the first time? And do you remember thinking, oh my God, wow?
Well, I don't remember like the build up to it. I remember playing on the court. I was 18 and I'd played my first round match on court 2 against George Bastel, then I played Stepanek on court 1, and then I was playing Nalbandian in the 3rd round, and then obviously got to play on here for the first time, and it was amazing. Like, there was probably the last time the only time I played on that court where there was like no expectation or no pressure. I just went out and played, and I loved it. And physically I was exhausted by the end of the match, but it was like brilliant experience, and probably one of the most enjoyable matches that I played on there, because there wasn't that pressure on the result, which there has been pretty much since then.
Do you feel like now, after what you've been through, I mean, you're basically walking on, a lot of stuff going on in that hip that's not normal anymore. Do you feel like you can actually walk onto this court now and not have that pressure that you did, say, 6-7 years ago?
It's definitely different now. I mean, I still have a lot of expectation and pressure that I put on myself to do well, but certainly, like, from maybe the outside, it's changed a little bit in comparison to the middle part of the year. I'd probably say, like, that match that I played against Nalbandian, I also was putting zero pressure on myself at that stage either, whereas now that I've experienced winning on this court, like, obviously I want to try and do it again, so I still am putting pressure on myself to perform and do well.
So this year, on this beautiful, amazing court that we all love so much, instead of walking around the curtain this year, we're actually coming up the middle of the court.
I heard about that, yeah.
What do you think about that new little...
Yeah, I don't know. I'll be interested to see how it is. Yeah, I mean, I heard that was going to be the case, but obviously I've not seen it yet, so... yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Are you asking for maybe fireworks or a little smoke coming out for you?
I think that's maybe a bit too much for Wimbledon to go down that route. But yeah, they've obviously always kind of been trying to change things and make things better for the players and everything, and for the fans. So yeah, be interesting to see how it's changed. I'm not sure exactly the reason behind doing it, but yeah, I'm sure it'll look good.
It's 100 years. It's time to,
to change it up.
Change it up,
Yeah.
Andy, I guess the bottom line is we love seeing you play. We're so happy that you're back, that you're enjoying your tennis. Hope don't put too much pressure on yourself. But we're just so happy to have you. And I have a feeling that we might see you out on this court again this week or next week. So for the next couple of weeks. So best of luck.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining me.
Well, of course, we will be seeing Andy Murray out on that court again. He's due to go on 3rd on centre court on day 1 against James Duckworth. But as you can see, the rain has now finally stopped after about half an hour. So hopefully We'll have some play back underway shortly. That's the view from the back of Henman Hill, looking down to centre court there. It's a great place to sit and watch and have a picnic and soak up the sun when it finally comes out and watch the action get underway. Well, Laura Robson is still with Radzi and I. Laura, finally, we might be seeing
We're a
some
bit drier.
action.
Yeah, the covers are deflating. It looks like they're working away, and they're so good at it, so the players will be back on in no time. And of course, we've still got play on centre and one, so not all hope is lost today.
It's good news. I wanted to be a court cover in 2004. Didn't happen for me. It did happen for your brother. What process is going to happen now behind us here? So it gets deflated.
It gets deflated. In previous years, it used to take longer because they didn't have the inflation system on all the outside courts. So that's been a real bonus over the years. So as soon as they deflate it, get the covers off, it's already pretty dry underneath. And then a couple more minutes to set everything up again and players back on in no time. And of course, Cam Norrie was almost finished his match. So I think he's raring to get back on. And
so literally match point for him?
I think it was. We could sort of see it in the different distance here. And yeah, I think he was serving for the match. So not a good time for a rain delay, but he'll be sprinting back on court to try and finish it off.
And Rachel, it's good to know that inflation in this country is at least helping one thing. That stuff behind there. That was niche, but it was good, Rach. The first gag of the tournament.
I'm just going to move on for that one. And talking of Cam Norrie, Laura, let's just talk a little bit about the 17 Brits in action. That's quite a record number, isn't it, that we have here? Kind of obviously shows the state of British tennis at the moment and that we're possibly in safe hands. And what do you think their chances are? I mean, obviously there's some names that everybody knows. There's some new names progressing through. What are your thoughts on 17?
There's so many at the moment. A big prospect for me is Jack Draper. He's already just inside the top 100. He made the semi-finals in Eastbourne last week. He's playing some unbelievable tennis on the grass, and he's 6'3", I think, so he's got that lefty swinger on the serve, which has just been lethal. Ryan Peniston, who made quarterfinals in both Queen's and Eastbourne, he's coming up later today. And then you've got all the Brits on the women's side who are doing well, so Katie Swan, Katie Bolter, Harriet Dart and Jodie Burrage unfortunately lost earlier today, but I think everyone's come into great form coming into this week, and it's exciting. Everyone pushes each other on, everyone gets a bit competitive about it. As soon as you see someone that you've grown up with doing well, you want to get right up in there as well.
And just kind of touching on that, if we go back 12 months ago, we were referring to one Emma Radekanu, or Laura was, as Radders. Radders was
She's still Radders.
But it was nuts to think what she's gone from then, someone with a prospect, a talent who was performing really well in Wimbledon, wasn't going to threaten the final. Roll on a few months later, she wins the US Open and she's now on centre court.
It was amazing. I remember her first round here on court 18, and she played towards the end of the day. And I sort of put it on because I thought she had a good chance of winning her first round. And then it kind of just built and built, didn't it? As the tournament went on, she made fourth round and then went on and won the US Open, which is slightly crazy when you even say it out loud. Even though we know that it happened, it still seems mind-boggling to me. And the amount of pressure that she's had over the last year must be incredible to deal with. So I hope she just enjoys her experience on centre court later today.
Rach, do you remember when we look at her Instagram figures and they were going up by the day?
They were
probably going up by the hour.
I think she started. I mean, now this is really testing my memory. At about 8,000 last year, and she's now a couple of million. I don't even know. I wouldn't
Still less
even
than you, though, Rach.
I wouldn't even like to think. But Laura obviously has been kind of talk about Emma. She hasn't played since I think it's like 7th of June in Nottingham, where she got that abdominal injury. She said though in her press conference, she's obviously ready to play. She's not going to go out there on centre court with all the fans, all the expectation on her not being. Have you heard from her? Have you spoken to her? How fit is she?
She's, in her words, 100% almost. She unfortunately hasn't been able to get the practice that she wanted since Nottingham. There's been quite a few days where she's hit 2 days, then had to take 2 days off because she was still in a bit of pain. But the decision was made for this week to really commit, and that's the only way you can go on court at Wimbledon. You don't want to go out there thinking I'm not 100% healthy. So as soon as she had that in her mind that she was okay to play, then full steam ahead. So I think this is going to be an unbelievable opportunity for her to go out on centre court for the first time, and just to have that experience of walking out there with the new entrance the way that it is. It's a little bit intimidating. So I think for both players it's going to be a new experience, and hopefully they both enjoy it.
Do you think Wimbledon helps or hinders the Brits because of all that expectation and all the media coverage and everyone cheers every shot you have? Is that hard to deal with?
It is, but it's such a privilege to have that. And I think people, especially some British tennis players, take it for granted because we have access to this place throughout the year and you get to come down and hit even in the winter. So I think sometimes you forget how special it is just to be on the ground, to be able to play on the courts and let alone get the chance to walk out on a stadium court. It's a different feeling and one that I'll have for the rest of my life. You know, when Emma goes out there today, she's going to remember that moment of walking out on centre for the first time for the rest of her life.
I mean, I'm sure there's pressure on every player, though, on day one. They all want to get through, don't they, to day two, to the second round matches, of course. And Nick McCarville, he caught up with a player who's done just that, Alison Risk.
Well, we're fresh off the court. Actually, one of us is fresh off the court. Alison Risk into the second round, escaped a round one, and also escaped the rain. How do you feel with a straight set victory today, just in time?
Yeah, I think I actually feel more excited that I escaped the rain, to be honest. I feel great. It was awesome to get a round under my belt and start off with a win. Obviously, being back at Wimbledon is a very special place for me, and I think for most people on tour. So you can't help but be happy when you're here. So to cap it off with a win, it makes it even better.
You've been to the quarterfinals here before. Your game, it just suits the grass so much and vice versa. What do you feel right now with where your tennis is? Maybe didn't have exactly the lead up that you wanted, but you get a win today and you move forward in the draw.
Yeah, I think comparatively to other years, I didn't obviously have as many wins leading into Wimbledon. I did get to a final, though, in Nottingham. I probably shouldn't have played Birmingham, and just from being tired and a really tough opponent, and then Eastbourne just was a tough match. So, you know, there's things that I think coming into Wimbledon that we were working on to be able to make things a little bit easier for myself, and I think today was a step in the right direction. I'm looking to come to the net a little bit more and just be aggressive. So I'm definitely excited to get through.
Take us into the mind of a player, because today you played a player you didn't know very well, a clay court specialist. We've also got so many matches going on. You don't look at the draw, you do look at the draw, you do know the players on your day. How do you stay focused on what's in front of you?
I think the biggest thing is you have to focus on yourself. I think at the end of the day, we always have game plans, you know, about maybe certain places that they like to serve on big points or just tendencies in their games. But at the end of the day, it all comes down to each of us as an individual competitor. So I think if I can control what's going on my side of the net, you know, I have a good chance of things unfolding in good favor. So I did not know about my opponent. I actually hadn't heard of her even before, but I can see, I mean, on grass as well, but she will be, she has a good career ahead of her, and she'd be very dirty on the clay.
Well, you were cleanly striking the ball today on the grass. That's what mattered. I mentioned that former quarterfinals, obviously, here, and no one likes to see your name because of the way that you get so low, you play well, your game matches up well with the surface. Do you feel like this is a tournament that you could once again go far at?
Yeah, definitely. I think, you know, I always feel comfortable here. I have since the first time that I've kind of stepped foot on grass, not just at Wimbledon. So, yeah, I think if I can just take it match by match, lay it all on the line and be aggressive, I think, you know, you never know what can happen, and there could definitely be a good streak in me.
There is
run in me, I should say.
There we go. There is a special place here at Wimbledon too. It's called the Last Eight Club, which you're a member of. Have you utilized any of those special sort of VIP treatments?
I did get an extra ticket, which I tell you what, is literally the golden ticket. So I am so grateful for that. I have so many people here supporting me, which is really special. And to be able to give them a ticket, to be able to come and watch me is really special instead of them queuing or paying or whatever. So an extra ticket at Wimbledon, you can't put a price tag on it.
Absolutely. Tell us, away from the courts, away from Wimbledon, you're out of the bubble this year. It's feeling a little bit more like the before time in a sense. How do you spend your time away from the court and in London?
Yeah, gosh, I love London so much. A fun fact, my husband and I actually hired a real estate agent pre-COVID to look for houses for us in London because that's how much we loved it. Unfortunately, we didn't pull the trigger because it probably would have been great pre-COVID, but we love it here so much. There's so many different amazing areas too, which is amazing about London. And we just love trying new restaurants, honestly enjoying time in the Hyde Park, Green Park. We went there last week. There's just so much to offer in London, and it really feels like home for me.
All right, well, congratulations to you. Excited that Ali Risk is into the second round. I think I'm stuck in round one, but you escaped the rain, and we're looking forward to seeing more of you this Wimbledon.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Well, I'm delighted to report that the sun is officially out for Wimbledon. Doesn't affect centre court, though, celebrating its centenary year. And in the third set, serving for the set, Novak Djokovic, the reigning Wimbledon champion. Massive question marks about whether we'd even see him play. We're delighted to say that he is back and he's playing extremely well. 3-6, 6-3, and this is now 6-3 in the third set.
Very well.
4 points in a row quickly becomes 6.
Portillo. Forty, 50.
With the belief of a man who has won the last 3 titles here, therefore 21 consecutive matches at Wimbledon. Djokovic wins the last 3 games of that set at 6-3, 2 sets to 1. Another 15 or 20 minutes or so until they take to the courts, the outside courts. This is the first of 3 matches on centre. A reminder that the US Open champion Emma Radekanu is playing Alison van Udlank of Belgium next match, and Andy Murray after that.
So if you need a little break, maybe to take some time off from those feet, why not get your trainers polished? I'm here with Fuller, who's doing a fantastic job making my trainers sparkly white. And it is Wimbledon white, so your trainers have to be clean and fresh. And he's doing such a fantastic job. Thank you so much. There's plenty to do at Wimbledon, even when the rain comes. Phil, I'm going to come back from my right foot. I'm going on a little journey. So, what else can we do? Well, we're here in the American Express experience. Lots going on. Loads of people. It did rain, so we all had to come inside and take a break. And look who I found. Richard, how are you?
Very well, thank you. Very well.
How is your day going, and who have you seen?
Watching Norrie. Missing 3 match points was a bit disappointing before the rain, but I'm sure he'll finish it up in a minute.
Right, so you've come in here for a bit of respite.
That's right.
What have you been up to in here?
Well, we've been losing at this game, and I'm actually still on the leaderboard for the ball boy. So I don't know if there's a prize for that, but I'll stick around.
Well, Richard. Okay, so should we have a little go?
Yeah.
On this one?
Yeah, yes.
I'm very good.
Right, are you?
Yeah, come here.
Okay, I
Maybe
know
just stand back this way. Come over here.
Okay.
There you go. Right, yeah, we know, Andy. You're so busy. Ready? 60 seconds. Let's go in the queue. The queue's back this year. Let's play in the queue. We're looking for Andy Murray in the queue. He looks like that. White cap, blue things, and a backpack. And Andy. Where are you? We've only got 60 seconds. This is all quite tense, and the competitive spirit in me really needs to win. I can't lose on camera. Oh, I found him last time, and I can't even find him this time. Can you help me out, Richard?
I can try and remember.
No, I've done this, and found him there. Oh, phew. Oh, and there you go. Lots of fun to be had. The excitement, the adrenaline's pumping, my competitive juices are flowing. Now all we got to do is let that sun come out and go and watch some more tennis.
No matter how small, how tiny, or how minute, the technicalities, the particulars, the seemingly insignificant. At Wimbledon, these details matter. And this year with Oppo, we'll capture the detail like never before. In low light and high intensity. Because when you take care of the detail, the rest takes care of itself. Greatness. It's all in the detail.
Yeah, it's the kind of vibe I like. Make me wanna ride with the window down all night.
We've just watched then Novak Djokovic. He's in action on centre court. In the fourth set at the moment, he just served out that third set. 6-3, 3-6, 6-3 at the moment. Laura, let's talk about the women's side of the draw, though. I feel like it will really kick off tomorrow when we see Iga Swiatek, obviously, on centre court. She's opening it. She has, I guess, the honour of doing so because Ashley Barty isn't here. But we've been speaking about so many different names in the women's draw already. It always is, like it was last year, just wide open, isn't it?
It is, in particular this year, because for me, Swiatek is not necessarily the favourite on grass. It's something that she's still building as a player. You know, her favourite surface is by far clay. So coming into the grass, she hasn't had a huge amount of matches. And then you've got people like Halep, who have obviously won it before, the return of Serena Williams, which for me is one of the storylines of the tournament. So with the way that she was playing doubles in Eastbourne, you can't rule her out because she was hitting the ball very, very cleanly. And I just think, you know, there's probably 30, 40 people who could win it, which is fun. It keeps us guessing, keeps us on our toes.
How important for you is form coming into this? Because obviously she has zero form. She hasn't played. She's obviously been practising, but hasn't got match play, so she's rusty from that standpoint. Do you think that'll be a factor?
Some people don't need it as much. For me, grass, I always needed the matches because it's tougher on the legs. It's so much faster. When you've come from the clay, it's a different bounce. So all of a sudden the ball is skidding onto your racket quite a lot more. And in particular, I've heard from a bunch of players, and I've been playing on these courts over the past couple of weeks, that they are playing faster than previous years. So, you know, it just depends whether you can just work through it with practice or if you actually need the points and the match scenario to feel comfortable. But, you know, someone like Serena is not really going to have that issue, is she? She's so comfortable out at Wimbledon, and I can never rule against her, ever. She's just the greatest of all time.
Well, talking about Serena, her partner, obviously, at Eastbourne was Ons Jabeur. I think Ons was quite surprised to get the call-up. She obviously dropped out of singles to go and play with Serena, and she said, obviously, you never turn Serena down. And when asked why she picked Ons, that was Serena, she said, well, she's been playing great, hasn't she, all year. She must be in your top 3, at least, Laura, or one, a favourite for the crown here this time. She has been playing brilliantly, and 2 out of her 3 titles have come on grass, so she loves this surface, doesn't she?
Yeah, and I love, after Serena asked her, she was asked about how it came about, and she sort of said, well, if Serena Williams believes in you, then I have to believe in myself. And she's just got so much more confidence this year in her game. She's obviously won a lot of matches, in particular on clay, winning Madrid, which is her first big title. And I think she's got such a fun game on the grass, all the slicing, all the drop shots, and she just keeps you guessing. You know, when you're playing her, you don't really know what you're going to get. But I think, you know, she's definitely one of many, many favourites. But after the way that she played today, yeah, the list kind of gets narrower and Ons moves to the top.
You know, Ons, when it comes to a player, Ons, we know how good she is at her absolute best. Can even somebody like her learn when she plays next to Serena Williams?
Oh, for sure. And, you know, another thing I loved about it was that Ons was actually meant to play doubles with someone else. And when Serena called her up, she had to sort of tell her previous partner, sorry, but, you know, someone better has asked me. So understandably, she had to say yes to Serena. And I just think...
It was like me in school, that. Girls going, sorry, Radzi, we're not going to go on a date this time. There's a much better
option.
Much better. Damn it, I feel for her. I feel for her.
Yeah, it's tough out there. It's a business, but yeah. So Ons, I think, would have had such a good time playing with Serena. I was commentating on both of their doubles matches. They were having such good fun, and what was really good was that Serena was actually in shock sometimes over how good Ons was hitting the ball and some of the trick shots that she was going for. So I think both of them were looking to potentially partner up again in the future. They had a great week.
Rach, can I just point something out to you very quickly? See how we're in the dark here? I lean back just slightly, and all of a sudden, we are now in the sunlight. The sun is properly out now. I think it's probably just a few minutes away until we actually get to see some action.
A few minutes away then before Radzi takes his puffer coat off and doesn't look like he's presenting the Winter Olympics, everybody. We are actually at Wimbledon, in case you didn't know. But how much do you think Ons' level of confidence will have gone up and will help her coming into this fortnight?
I think, you know, coming into the year, she was playing better and better, and then the results started coming. Obviously, the win in Madrid and then the final in Rome, where she came through some really tough matches and wasn't necessarily playing her best tennis, but found a way through it, which is always such a key factor when you're looking to build confidence and looking to really get to the next level. And yeah, you know, she's #2 ranked now, and I think we'll go from strength to strength.
The name we haven't mentioned is obviously Raders.
There's Raders.
What potential chance do you think she's got going all the way?
I mean, look at US Open. You never know. I think Emma's one of the cleanest ball strikers in the women's game. She could hit anyone off the court on any given day. It's just whether she's healthy, and it depends on how the draw opens up a lot of the time. I think, you know, the way that it worked out in New York was perfect. It was the dream scenario, and now it's so tough to back that up so quickly. So I wouldn't put her as, you know, in my top 3, but on the women's side at the moment, absolutely never say never.
Well, here's a sort of follow-up question then, sorry, Rach, is that what would success look like for her, do you think, in Wimbledon? Would quarters be enough for her to say, I've had a solid campaign?
I've got no idea. I've got no idea what her own expectations are of her game. I think everyone in tennis is just looking for her to build some more consistency, to stay healthy, to be able to put in weeks on end on the training side, and then the tennis results will come. So it doesn't really matter that much how she does results-wise this year, because when you think about it, this is her first full year on tour, and so it's a building block. Yeah. It's crazy.
It's not going to be the easiest matchup, is it, first round? Alison van Udlank is her opponent. Laura saying that's going to be quite tough.
Very tricky.
Yeah, you never know. You said which one could just brick it on the day, really?
Yeah, I mean, there's no other way of putting it. You know, Alison's coming in with some unbelievable form on the grass. She's already played 14 matches on this surface, and I think she's a very tough opponent anyway, but especially on the grass, because she's another one who can slice it, who can come forward. said. I think the matches that I've seen her play on show courts are not necessarily her best ones, where she can get a little bit overwhelmed with the crowd and not play her best tennis. So she has done well here in the past. Her best result at Wimbledon is the round of 16, but she's also lost first round 4 times. So it depends what Alison we get, but it also depends what Emma we get.
I wonder the
Sensa's a
effect.
beast, isn't it, anyway?
Absolutely. Talking about that, it's celebrating its centenary year. How special would it be to go out there this year, knowing all the history that's been on that court? I mean, you've played there. What's it actually like?
It's nerve-wracking, and you know, there's no other walk like it in tennis, from the locker rooms all the way down, past all the trophies, down the stairs, and it's just that build-up as well. When you're thinking about it, then that's when you start to feel nervous, and you've got the escort on the way down, and it's one of those walks where usually players, I think, keep their headphones in until basically they're at their chair, but surely today everyone's headphones off, just soaking up the atmosphere.
It's not usually that loud in centre court, but I think it will be today. Let's go back to court number 1 then and talk about what happened earlier. Onjabeur, we've mentioned her already. She got a really easy opponent and she managed to beat them 6-1, 6-3. That was Borkland from Sweden, and we caught up with her afterwards. This is her press conference.
Yeah, pretty happy with the first win. Great match for me, great start, and hopefully it will be a great start for other great matches for me.
Joseph Riegel, tennis head of Play It Ons.
Thank you.
You know, you finished your match in under an hour, played well, got it done quickly. Could you just sort of compare and contrast or see how your mentality has changed since your last slam match in Paris, and sort of how much of that you changed yourself and how much of that was sort of, you know, a little bit helped by playing with Serena in Eastbourne?
Yeah, I don't like to make the mistake twice, you know. I just, like I said before, I learned a lot from the first round in Roland Garros, and obviously everything feels different here. I feel like more ready. Starting Monday, not Sunday, is much better for me. Let's say I opened the court 1 and it was great. Just, you know, I enjoy playing a lot on grass and scheduling, playing few matches and just, you know, get the perfect amount of playing on grass was great. Plus, you know, gaining more confidence playing along Serena also helped me, you know, with the great attitude on the court, and kind of start to be a leader on the court. You know, that's what I'm trying to do, and trying to have that attitude.
Hi, it's Simon Cambers, The Guardian. Is there any difference in the way you feel about yourself now that, you know, you've been moving up the rankings all the time? You're now number 2 starting this week. Has that helped you to sort of feel like you belong at this level?
Yeah, I think I had a lot of matches. I've worked hard a lot, and you know, struggling a bit before with the confidence. You know, tennis is a tricky sport. You can lose every week, which is not fun. But the thing is, I wanted to be, and like I said before in the beginning of the season, I said I was like number 10 and 9. I said I belong in this ranking, and I don't feel I deserve the spot to be maybe 5 or 4. But now I feel like I deserve it even more. I feel like I even gained, you know, and won matches to prove myself in this level. And yeah, I do feel more confident. I do feel like I deserve to be in this level, and you know, hopefully next step will be number 1.
Hi, on Catherine Whittaker Tennis Podcast. Well played today.
Thank
Just
you.
wanted to pick up on what you said about the confidence you gained from last week and playing with Serena. Is that to do with the fact that Serena handpicked you to be her doubles partner? Was the confidence from something that happened during the matches, and just what you mentioned about learning to be a leader? Did you feel like the leader in that partnership with Serena?
No. I think there is a lot of things, like she picked me. That's, I mean, a huge honor and great pressure for me, you know, to feel it. But the fact, I feel like maybe 2 or 3 years ago, if she did the same thing, I would have played horribly and not able to handle that kind of pressure. But now I feel like it was the right time that I play with someone like Serena. I always wanted, not just like doubles, but I always want to practice with great players, and I feel like I'm handling that much better. I I didn't get the chance before to, to practice with. I had a chance to practice with Venus before. First time I had a practice with Serena. I practiced with Halep, Azarenka. Grand Slam champions that give me, that kind of confidence. And sometimes they text me to practice with them, which unbelievable, And I didn't have that chance maybe a few years back, and I'm very grateful for that. I think that helps me a lot. And what was the other question? Sorry.
Well, you've answered both.
The leader, no.
How much of a leader you felt in that partnership?
She's the queen, on the court. I was just following her rules, but she made me feel very comfortable on the court, and really inspired me right there.
Carlos, first of all, welcome. Welcome to Wimbledon. I know it's your second time at Wimbledon, but how happy are you to be back here?
Well, I'm so happy to be back to play here in Wimbledon. Last year was my first time, and I enjoyed a lot. And of course, this special tournament to play on grass that is not very often to play on grass. So I'm so happy.
So for the last 3 years, it's been a tough time for everybody with the pandemic, including Wimbledon. You played here for the first time last year. Didn't have a full crowd. So how great is it going to be for you to have everyone in the stands this year?
Well, it's special to have everybody in the crowd, in the stands, and in every tournament. But here in Wimbledon, I remember last year, my first time, I felt the warmth of the people, and as you said, it wasn't a full crowd, and well, hope to the crowd, to the full crowd in the stand, watching my match and enjoying the match is gonna be really good for me.
As you've already spoken about, you haven't had a ton of exposure of playing on grass here at Wimbledon, but the form this year has been incredible. You've certainly made your mark in men's tennis. How are you feeling about your chances here at Wimbledon?
Well, I couldn't play a tournament before Wimbledon. I didn't prepare as good as I wanted, but well, I always go to a tournament thinking that I'm able to do a good result, or that I'm able to win the tournament. So I'm not an experienced player on grass, but I would say my game is could be a good game for grass matches.
So as we're sitting here on centre court, it is the 100th year of this particular court this year. I want to know from you what the earliest memory of this particular court is for you, whether it be on television or in person.
Well, I would say when I see this court, I remember the Nadal Federer 2008 finally. It was pretty amazing, and I would say this is my first memories that I remember. When I see the score, I remember this score.
What do you feel like is the unique thing about this particular court?
I don't know, it's so beautiful court. I mean, it's so, let's say, familiar court, you know. I mean, of course, as I said, playing on grass is beautiful, and of course the center court here is I would say, is so beautiful.
Yeah. If you had to put a tennis court down on another great stadium around the world, not tennis related, where would you put a tennis court to play a match, if you could choose?
It's tough. I would say Santiago Bernabéu.
Okay.
Yeah, it would be fun to play a match on Santiago Bernabéu.
Okay. If I could have given you a ticket for the last 100 years to be sitting on this court watching a match, which match would you choose?
Rafael Nadal against Federer in this final in 2008.
Do you think that match, or what is it about this particular court or tournament that maybe inspired you as a young player to want to play tennis?
Watching all historic matches, all the greatest tennis player ever playing in this court, watching the matches, watching everyone love playing here, inspire a lot of young players, of course. As I said, watching the best tennis matches in the world, you think that one day you want to be in the position of the best players. So inspired me a lot watching a lot of matches here.
Now, a lot of players, a lot of commentators, we like to kind of compare players. And the thing that a lot of people talk about with you in particular is that you're kind of a combination of a lot of the great players, right? You have the movement of a Novak, you have the capacity to come into the net like a Roger, and of course you have that fire in your belly like we see with Rafa. Do you think that your type of tennis can translate to playing on grass? Because you do, particularly in my opinion, like to come into the net, and of course you have a big serve. So do you think maybe Wimbledon might be the first big tournament that you can win?
Could be. It's an option. Of course, as I said, I'm not an experienced player on grass, but I would say if I'm playing more matches and tournament on grass, my level is gonna grow up and on grass, and my game is gonna be adapt pretty well on grass course. So I would say I will be a great player on grass, and of course it's gonna be a dream to win here in Wimbledon.
Yeah. Is it the one tournament for you that you dreamed about? Because we've spoken to other players, and some have said that this was the dream tournament for them. Others have said Roland Garros or whatever. But for you, what is the one tournament that you feel like, well, if I won that tournament, I feel like I've made it?
It's tough. It's tough to choose one, but I always say that this tournament is the most beautiful tournament for me. So I would say this one is more special for that. For me, it's the most beautiful tournament.
We spoke to a lot of local people in this area about the inspiring moments in their life, and maybe it's just seeing their kids ride a bike or do something special. But for you, is there a moment where you felt really inspired to be, whether it be a better tennis player or person in general?
I don't remember one moment or one thing that I remember to inspire me. Just to watch historic matches and historic players, not just in tennis, just in other sports. You know, I always want to be in the memories or everyone. You know, to play historic matches in historic moments. So I would say a lot of players or athletes, let's say, in historic moments inspire me a lot.
Well, Carlos, it's been an amazing, amazing couple of years for you. You've risen up the rankings, and I suspect we might see you one day holding that beautiful trophy on this particular court, and it'll be an amazing moment for you. So good luck with these next 2 weeks, and, well, for the rest of your career.
Thanks you very
much.
Joining me.
You're watching Wimbledon Uncovered. Sunshine and showers was the order of the day today, and at the moment, at least, it's sunshine rather than showers. The weather has improved significantly after the downpours we had earlier on. Players aren't quite yet out on all of the courts. I can see just behind us on some of the outside courts they're starting to get back underway. Hopefully it will stay clear for the next few hours. At the moment we've got blue skies overhead. The dark clouds are a long, long way away over central London. So hopefully we're set fair for play to continue as we head into the late afternoon here at SW19. Adam Hunt alongside Nick McCarville here. We've back to our position above just to give us a sense of where we are. We're behind court number 1. We've got the big screen and Henman Hill just away to our right. It's a lovely vantage point. We've got the ticket resale queue just on the other side of us, well, which is starting to elongate as people get closer and closer to seeing Emma Radukanu and Andy Murray after that on centre court. And there's always a nice little buzz around the grounds, isn't there, when the likes of Radukanu and Murray are in action here at Wimbledon?
Yeah, certainly we can feel it right now on the hill. Obviously, Novak Djokovic on court now. I think people really buzzing to see Emma as she comes out onto center court, and then, of course, Andy to follow that. Very curious to see how Andy turns up onto court. Adam, I was watching him on Orangi earlier today with Yvonne Lendl. He's hitting with Kyle Edmund. Looked really good, looked relaxed. They were worried about that abdomen, obviously, the abdominal injury that took him out of Queens. But a couple of big British names coming onto center court, and I'm excited for it. And I know everybody else here is too.
As a Brit, I can say I am. Murray's coming on later. He's the third match on centre court. But the next match on centre court is Emma Radukanu against Alison van Udlank after Novak Djokovic will, you would imagine, see this off against Soonwoo Kwon of South Korea.
It was Djokovic who took the first set 6-3, lost the second 6-3 as well. The South Korean playing really, really well. Took the third set 6-3, and here he is serving for the match in a spot in the second round at 5-4. And we can join the commentators there on centre court.
For this first round match.
15-11.
Ace match.
Very low.
Just unable to get the ball back in play. Accurate serving. Straightforward game so far. It's a welcome back to centre court, and it looks like a welcome back to the winner's circle for Novak.
Yes,
is that it wasn't without some difficulty. Ace number 15 closes out a 4-set victory. Djokovic is back and going for a 4th Wimbledon title in a row. Efficient most of the time. Good when he needed to be today. Looking up at the roof and taking some extra time. And the trademark salutation. Last seen here after last year's final against Matteo Berrettini. So there we are, he advances. Polish player Kamil Machrak, or Tanasi Kokkinakis, the exciting Australian, in round number 2, looking further ahead, which he won't probably. Apelka, Murray, Isner all wait. Good effort. Sun Woo Kwon, most will not have seen him before. Great job. Nicked one of the first 2 sets and made it tight in set number 2. 3, I beg your pardon. Before Djokovic raised his level of play. Djokovic, the first player in history, man or woman, to record 80 singles match wins at all 4 Grand Slam tournaments. It's just absolutely relentless. A quite brilliant player. And one of the things that we'll have this year, which we haven't in the past, is a chance to talk on court with the person who has won the match. And on this occasion, that's Novak Djokovic. And he's done all his housekeeping. Isn't it wonderful to see centre court once again after this break? No COVID restrictions this year, full house, 14 days, and centenary celebrations of the court itself, which we'll tell you more about throughout the course of the tournament.
Well, Novak, huge congratulations, back on centre court here at Wimbledon with a victory as a defending champion. It might have taken a little longer than you hoped, but normal service has been resumed. How good does it feel to be back?
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for coming out today. And, I've said this a few times before, but this court is truly special for me. It has always been the court where I dreamed of playing and winning. All my dreams, childhood dreams, came true here in this court, in this tournament. So, of course, it's an absolute honor and pleasure to come back to the center court of Wimbledon.
And it was a really entertaining opening match as well. Soonwoo Kwon didn't really let you get into a rhythm at times. He played some incredible tennis out there.
Well, credit to Kwon for playing some really high-quality tennis. He deserves an applause, definitely. You know, always starting the tournament, you know, I didn't have any lead-up tournaments, preparation tournaments or matches prior to Wimbledon, so you're always going to feel a little bit probably less comfortable than you would like to at the beginning, particularly if you're playing against somebody as talented as Kwon, who, you know, stays close to the line and hits very clean from forehand and backhand side. Yeah, it was really difficult to go through him, so I had to figure out a way tactically to you know, get in control of the point. It wasn't easy. I had to put a lot of variety in the game. I think serve helped. I faced a break point in the third set that really, if he broke my serve, it could have really gone in a different way this match. But you know, at this level, 1 or 2 points, 1 or 2 shots decide the winner. And I'm glad that I was on the winning side today. And I want to thank you all for coming out and supporting both players today. Thank you so much.
Well, Novak, you were on the winning side. That is actually your 80th match win here at Wimbledon, which means that you are the only player in the history of tennis, male or female, to win 80 matches at all 4 Grand Slams. That is an incredible record.
Well, thank you. I mean, this sport has given me everything. I owe a lot to this sport. Of course, I love it still with all my heart. Have lots of passion for it, and I'm as dedicated as really anybody out there. Of course, I'm not one of the youngsters anymore, and things change a little bit, but the love and flame for this sport still burns in me. And you know, of course, at this stage of my career, I try to always play my best tennis at the Grand Slams and really deliver the best tennis on these most significant courts in the history of our sport. And what can I say? Now that we got to 80, let's get to 100.
Novak, thank you very much. Huge congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, your defending champion, Novak Djokovic.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
There's a lovely quote there from Djokovic in the last answer. The flame for this sport still burns in me, and that's the thing. Every time his back's against the wall, against a player who's playing really well, Djokovic performs, and that's exactly what he did today against Soonwoo Kwon, who gave a great account of himself on centre court. We were wondering beforehand when we were chatting to Anki Othevong earlier on, how would he deal with the occasion? It's always full of pressure playing a defending champion on a show court, particularly centre court, but he was able to deal with that pressure and played really well. Djokovic had to be good today.
Yeah, we thought he might sail through in that match. He did not. 4 sets, and Kwon to come through that, and you know, Djokovic paying, I think, homage there to Kwon and the fight that he gives. And that's the thing now with this modern day sport that tennis is. There's no easy passes. And for Djokovic there, acknowledging the 80 Grand Slam wins at each of the 4 majors, the only man to ever do that, or only player really, that's fantastic. And I think he's got that, you say that flame, he said it on court. I just think that sometimes we underestimate when these players come in and the greatness, the way that they're able to bring their best tennis into the biggest tournaments. I think that Djokovic is on a mission. Could have Kokkinakis in round 2. He's been injured a bit, has the Aussie. He's always dangerous. But Novak, #1 seed for a reason. He's won 22 matches in a row now here.
The flame is burning for Djokovic, and the sun is starting to burn on our faces. It's starting to get really warm here at SW19. Let's head over to court number 2, where there was British interest first up today. Cameron Norrie, the British #1, who cracked the top 10 for the first time in his career this year. He's had a brilliant year on tour, and he's been performing really, really well on all surfaces, really up against Pablo Andujar, of Spain in this first round match, having took the first 2 sets. Here he is claiming that match point there on court number 2. I think some people were saying, perhaps, Nick, about Norrie, that being the British number 1 and a top 10 ranked player in the world, that perhaps he was deserving of a place on centre court or court number 1 today. But one thing you and I both know about Cameron Norrie is, whatever the circumstances, he always gives his all, he always battles through and tries to do his best out on court, whatever court he's on, and he is one of those most earnest of competitors in both draws.
Well, and that's why he's become the British number 1. He doesn't care if he's playing on centre court or court 18, put him anywhere. I mean, you see this, he also had a couple match points before the rain delay, had to come out and finish it against Andujar. But I just love the way that Norrie is a workman. I think that's part of the college tennis, the way that he went to TCU, played some ball there. And he said in his pre-tournament press, he hasn't been to week 2 at this tournament. He wants to get deep at Wimbledon. He certainly has that opportunity. But, you know, especially for this crowd to appreciate Cam Norrie and the way that he came through today. He was defending champion at Indian Wells. He played on the back courts for 2 or 3 rounds before he got onto one of the stadium courts. So put Cam anywhere, he's going to give it his best.
And that's the thing we were saying just before we came back on about him. There's sort of 2 ways to crack the top 10. Either you do it in the big tournaments, you perform really well at the Grand Slams, and it doesn't matter too much what you do the rest of the year because of the serious number of points that are on offer at a tournament like Wimbledon, or you produce a consistent level of tennis throughout the whole season and build up points, you know, in the Grand Slams, but also at the lower level events. And that's what Cameron Norrie has done every week of the year. He plays a lot of tennis. He's admitted in a lot of his interviews that he likes playing. He'd rather be playing rather than have too many off weeks. And he's used that consistency and the momentum to see him shoot up the rankings, and he's been rewarded with a top 10 spot.
Absolutely, and I think he believes, as a lefty, as someone who can move the ball around the court, you know, he doesn't have one big weapon in his repertoire. That doesn't matter for him. He's been able to move the ball around the court, and like you say, playing a lot of tennis. When you're playing a lot of tennis and you're winning, you're building your confidence. And I was listening to Ons Jabeur today in her press conference. We showed that a little bit ago. She said, if you can dream it, believe it, and actually back yourself to do these kind of things, Cam Norrie might not stride through the grounds like one of the, you know, true greats of the game. But if he backs himself, then he's got to give himself that opportunity to go out and win any tennis match he's going to play.
So Cameron Norrie through to round 2. Another man in round 2, your countryman Tommy Paul from America. He's been speaking to Rachel after beating Fernando Verdasco on court 4.
Tommy Paul, congratulations. Nice first round victory there over Fernando Verdasco. I mean, tell us about that, and that it's your main time being seated here at Wimbledon. Quite a special occasion for you.
Absolutely. This is like my first real full grass season, so it's exciting. I mean, these are the best courts, best grass courts in the world, and probably the best venue in the world. It's exciting being here, and I played well from the jump in the match today. Maintained my focus well all the way through, so I was happy with the result.
And I guess opening up court 4 and playing first must be special. How were the crowd?
Absolutely. It was a lot of fun. I mean, I tried to stay locked in, not look around too much, but you could definitely feel a good energy out there.
And Mannarino or Purcell are possibly your second round opponent. Would you prefer one of them more than the other?
No. I mean, I'm ready for whoever I have to play. I mean, obviously, want to come out and play the same way I did today, but I mean, it should be a good match either way.
A couple of years ago, you said that you maybe didn't particularly like playing on grass. Yeah. It seems like it's kind of changed a bit now coming into Wimbledon this year. What would you say are the reason for those changes?
Probably just my game style overall. I've kind of changed my game style a little bit over the years, and I'm playing more aggressive tennis, and I think it suits my game really well.
And tell me about this year as well. It's kind of going from strength to strength for you. First time seeded at Roland Garros and now here. Do you feel like it's time for you to really push on in your career?
Hopefully. I mean, that's the goal every time I play a tournament. You know, you want to go deep and try and get titles, but here I'm just taking it match at a time.
And in terms of coming here as well, I just want to talk about it because it's day one. Walking here to SW19, what really sticks out for you? What is special?
I don't know. It's just an unbelievable ambiance here, with all the flowers and the people walking around, the chatter. It's an amazing venue, an amazing place to play tennis.
Well, thanks for talking to us, Tommy, and good luck with the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
This is what I'm talking about. Look at the buzz, look at the people, look at the rush of crowds. Djokovic has just won on centre court, and you can feel the energy and excitement. What a great match. We are up and running. Wimbledon is off to a flying start. No surprises that Djokovic won, but I think everyone is happy, and definitely those that were in centre court have had a great first match.
Catching the buzz, always a nice buzz after Novak Djokovic wins a match here at SW19. Catching the buzz of the sun as well, because it's got quite warm here. We've had a few hours, what, about 5 hours of play on and off because of the rain. Anything that's particularly caught your eye? There's always something going on day one at Wimbledon.
Well, I thought that was a big win for Djokovic to come through. That first match is always tough, no matter what the hurdle is. What about for Ons Jabeur? She came into the French Open as one of the favorites. Everyone was talking about her and Swiatek. I thought that was a massive win against a player, I think, who was just overwhelmed by the occasion. But for Jabeur, she's talking a lot about playing with Serena at Eastbourne. I think that gave her a little confidence boost. And also just the fact that she wants to see herself as number one. She wants to win slams. She said the other day in press that Wimbledon's the one she wants to win. She always gets tied to the French, good clay courter, junior champ, the Arab French world. Obviously, that's the tournament she really pays attention to, but says that she wants to win here. So I thought that was big. And then I've spent a lot of time down at Orangi. I think Murray looks really good. He's going to be after Radekanu on center, but I liked the way that he was hitting with Kyle Edmund, being aggressive, moving around the court. And he was talking about Lendl obviously backing him, being by his side. I think that's big. And the buzz at Orangi too, you know, the first few days, it's so exciting for all of you at home, all of us here on the grounds. There's no place that's slow. Everything is busy, everything is buzzy. And how about Venus Williams? She's not playing in singles or doubles, but she's practicing. So we're going to see Venus Williams in mixed doubles?
Yeah. Who are we going to see next?
I don't know.
You mentioned the practice courts there, and you've been lucky enough to cover all 4 of the Grand Slams, but Orangi is a special place to see these players up close and personal preparing for a Grand Slam match. There's almost nothing like it.
There's nothing like Orangi. I mean, you know, and also I love that the fans have you have to queue for it. You have to queue for everything in the UK, but you have to queue to get into Orangi. And I love you can see it in the lower left side of the screen here. That's Orangi over there, just beyond the -- court, Adam. And yeah, it's the players can just have a different feel of Wimbledon at Orangi, and it's a nice way to see them relax, getting ready for the tournament.
It's also a good spot if you are coming down to Wimbledon in the coming days and you've never been here before and you want to get an autograph. That's the place to go, because the players don't really sign much in the rest of the grounds. I don't know if they're allowed to, but at Orangi we saw Djokovic doing it earlier, Serena Williams as well. There is a line there where they allow all the spectators to go when the players walk in after their practice, and they'll sign a ball or a card or anything if you hand it there. So if you are coming down and you want an autograph from your favourite player, that's the place to go.
Sharpen your elbows, though. It was pretty busy there earlier today, and Adam, we're also seeing that the roof is open on center court. So Djokovic played under the roof, and Emma Radekanu against Alison van Uytvanck. That's going to be a tough ask for Radekanu today. Van Uytvanck is a very, very seasoned player. She's a player with a lot of weapons in her game. Big serve. She had that big win over Muguruza a couple years ago here, and also won a grass court challenger just a few weeks ago. So Van Uytvanck is going to challenge Radekanu.
Well, in preparation for that match, let's hear from the woman of the moment, Emma Radukanu, speaking to Renee Stubbs before the championships.
As a US Open champion, welcome back to Wimbledon.
Thanks.
I guess, what are you looking forward to the most this year, being here?
Definitely looking forward to walking out onto the court for the first time and just experiencing the atmosphere. I think that whatever happens, it's just something that I would dream of. You know, why I play tennis, to walk out onto court here at Wimbledon, hearing the atmosphere, hearing everyone behind you, and yeah, I'm just really looking forward for that moment.
It's been a tough couple of years for the world, really, also for Wimbledon. And finally this year we're going to have a full house. How special is that going to be for someone like you, and being obviously British, to be here with a full crowd?
Yeah, incredibly special. I felt like everyone was really behind me last year and it wasn't even full capacity. So I'm really looking forward to getting out on court this year, of course. And yeah, I think that Wimbledon, everything sort of started here for me, and I'm really excited to to come back here with some of the experiences that I've learned in the last year.
So as you can see behind us, as they're watering this beautiful, magnificent court, it's the 100 years anniversary of centre court. Can you tell me your earliest memory of this particular court, whether it was on television or in person?
Yeah, my earliest memory of Wimbledon centre court in person was I came here with my first ever coach and a little boy who was like a bit older than me at the time, but we came here and we actually watched Serena. She absolutely creamed someone in like 45 minutes and that was definitely my earliest memory, and I just couldn't believe, you know, how hard she was hitting the ball and how good they were. But that whole day trip for me was so much fun. I remember it was like a once a year thing that we would look forward to, and we were asking everyone for their autographs. From the ground staff, we were getting everyone's autographs, and it was a treat. So whenever we would have the courage to, you know, ask a player for their autograph, we'd get a jelly baby. So yeah, that's definitely my fondest memory.
Can you take me back to last year? Because it was just a phenomenal rise for you. That's where really everyone sort of found out about your name in particular, before what happened in New York. What was that feeling like for you to play here and get the support of the hometown crowd?
Yeah, that experience for me, it's where it all started. I just came out of my exams, so I just felt so relieved, like everything was off my shoulders. I was just like, you know, a kid having fun, like just going crazy. And then playing, I think the most special moment was when I won my third round match on court 1. And yeah, the feeling I had it once after I won the US Open. It was literally just like, I don't know, my body sort of stopped and I didn't know what was going on. And yeah, very emotional, but I really enjoyed that, and I feel like coming back here, I'm even more looking forward to it because, yeah, of the crowd and everything.
When you were here watching that match, when you saw Serena play or sit in here, what's the one thing about this particular court that is so unique and different to anywhere else in the world?
Well, for me, I feel like it's just the feeling and the history and the prestige about it. I think that it's just like being British. I feel like I always grew up, especially at Wimbledon, following it. You know, all your memories to do with tennis are sort of Wimbledon from an early age, and that's definitely, I feel like, the most special thing about this place is that it's got a bit of a different feeling to maybe the other tournaments.
Now, you said you had watched Serena in here, but if there was another match throughout the last 100 years of this particular court, and there's been some spectacular matches, if you could sit in a seat here again, not that you need to worry about getting tickets anymore, but if you had to and you got that lottery ticket, what match would you like to go back on in history of the last 100 years here and watch?
I would say I would have loved to have been here for Andy Murray's first title. I think that the whole country was just going wild, and I would have loved to sort of be here and experience it in person and hear it, because I bet the sound was pretty surreal, and I think that they turn it down on TV because it's quieter when I watch things back.
Well, that's because you've experienced it now. We've talked to a lot of people in the local area about the inspirational things, whether it be, you know, watching their kids ride a bike for the first time or whatever it is. Is there one memory that you have that inspired you, just in general?
I would actually say one that's more recent is last year. I was ranked like 360. I came out of my exams. I was just buzzing to be here, practicing and just trying to line up these great hits. And you know, Nigel, who I was with last year, he knew players because he's been on tour, and he set me up on this hit with Garbinier. And I was really, really nervous before. I remember I did like the best warm-up I've done in a year, so I was ready to go. And yeah, hitting with her, I think that it definitely inspired me and gave me confidence, because I was keeping up and I was working so hard just to not miss, because you don't want to look bad and miss in front of Garbine. So I was definitely putting a lot of focus and attention. And I realized, like, wow, if I put this amount of focus and attention to not miss in every single practice and to be in the right position and everything, that sort of opened my eyes a bit. And then I got the compliment. She asked me to come back the next day, so I was buzzing. I was like, yes, I did it. But she asked me to put it on like a 10-pence coin.
So you became a hitting partner to the stars. Now you are now a star. So a year after having the success that you had here, and of course winning a Grand Slam already at your tender age, going through qualifying and all of that sort of stuff, to come back here, there might be a chance to walk onto that court. What are you going to tell yourself if you do have that opportunity to walk around those curtains and onto this court?
I mean, I'd probably just tell myself that this is what I started playing tennis for. To walk onto centre court, it's literally like, you know, what you have a vision of, what you have a picture of in your head, and I think it's going to be the most special feeling. And yeah, I'm just happy that I would have been able to say, look, I did that, I played on centre court, but obviously looking forward to getting out there and putting my game on the court too.
Well, I think everybody here is very interested to see how you do. They'll be very much behind you as they were last year, and after what you did in New York last year, I think we're going to be looking at you playing on there many, many times for years to come, so good luck.
Thank you.
Good.
Yeah, what a special moment this is going to be in the young career of Emma Radukanu, returning here at Wimbledon as a Grand Slam champion, having lifted the US Open, and incredibly the first time actually that she's played on centre court, because all of her matches, easy to forget, on the route to the fourth round last year were played on different courts. She didn't make it onto centre court, so this is a unique experience for her, walking down those famous steps, the wood panelling everywhere. It is a moment for her to remember that, I suppose, she is only 19 years of age and she's achieved things at an age that so many other players would have dreamed of. As she gets ready here, calms her nerves to walk out on centre court alongside the Belgian. On the right of the screen there, Alison van Udlank, who, Nick, as we've said, is a very, very tidy player in her own right and will give Emma Radukanu a serious test today. They've met once before last year in the lead-up, wasn't it, to the US Open, where Radukanu went on that amazing run and she was able to beat Alison van Udlank. So she'll have to use those positive moments. We'll see when they walk out. Slightly different look to centre court this year as they walk out. It opens the arena, almost like a gladiatorial arena, as they walk out there to play this match. But what do you think Emma Radukanu is feeling ahead of this one? Because although you know, she's achieved things in the last 12 months, the last 9 months really, that few would have dreamed of at this stage of her career, there is a tremendous amount that comes with that, and the expectation amongst the British crowd for her to go deep here at Wimbledon, when that isn't necessarily a divine right.
No, it isn't. And I mean, what a special moment, obviously for Van Udlank too, but especially for Emma Radukanu. You know, the way that she came through that US Open title, I was there for a lot of that second week and saw a lot of the just amazing tennis. Let's just take this in as it happens for Emma.
And listen to the roar of the crowd. Here they come.
What I think is so amazing there for Radekanu is to acknowledge the crowd and to accept that, hey, this could be my backyard. You know, she said in press, she just said there to Renee Stubbs that she's dreamed. This is a childhood dream of hers, you know. And I actually asked her in press the other day, Adam, about the last year, everything that's happened, the US Open title, the run here, obviously, the issues that she had on court. She was outspoken about that, and the fact that she needed to take time, and then that magical run to the US Open, and the struggles on court since then. You know, there's been some bumpy roads, but she said, I feel like I'm really resilient. And so today is another test of that resiliency. And when you're playing against a veteran like Van Udlank, even though she beat her at this very tournament last year, you know, the fact that she is able to bring her best tennis is going to be about Radekanu playing her own game, staying focused, and blocking out that she's on center court, soaking it in, take this moment. I hope she did for herself. And then just know that it's the lines, the opponent, and the tennis ball, and that's all you've got to play.
Radukanu there, the man in charge of this, one of the well-known umpires on the circuit with that baritone voice. You can certainly hear him before you see him out there on court. It's interesting when we discuss Emma Radukanu, because when you cast your mind back to the great run, obviously she had a great run after that at the US Open, but she had a great run here, really surprising everybody. No one expected her to do quite as well as she did. And one of the things she was able to do during that run was harness the power of the crowd. She had so many supporters behind her, And this is live pictures as we head on to centre court to watch Alison van Udlank serving, having won the toss against Emma Radukanu. And let's join the commentators on centre court for this first game.
15 love.
Alison's 28 years of age, hails from the town of Vilvoorde, which is just to the north of Brussels, just a little drive out of the city, which Dutch is the official language. She comes in here in really good grass court form, won the Challenger event, which has a prize money of $100,000, much smaller than the prize pot at Wimbledon, in Surbiton, just across the way here. She then went to the Netherlands and played the tour event in 's-Hertogenbosch and lost in the quarterfinals, pushed top 10 Aryna Sabalenka all the way, 7-6 in the decider. And then she won again in an Italian grass court tournament. And then just a pop over to Bad Homburg to the tour event where she lost in the first round, but again played well, losing in 3 sets to the very talented young American Amanda Anisimova. A typically aggressive start from the British number one and an early opportunity on the Belgian serve.
Radukanu.
Another chance for Radekanu as Renee looks on. Tracy, wonderful and a real privilege always to be alongside you, and I couldn't think of a more perfect person actually, given the fact that you won the US Open at 16 years of age, to be, we're going to talk a lot, aren't we, over the next hour or so about Emma Radukanu, so great to have you here.
Great to be with you, Sam.
Advantage.
Before you jumped in the box, I just had a chance to really talk about how in form Alison van Udlank is. Not at the highest level, but has won a lot of grass court matches, and she's going to be, you would imagine, a difficult opponent today.
that really gets a bump from her game, playing on grass because of the style. She's a very flat backhand and kind of a slappy, it can be flat forehand also, so the ball moves through the court. She can serve pretty well. And she's quite handy in the forecourt. She can hit backhand slices that are effective. Drop volleys.
Game. Radekanu. First game.
All right, we're just outside centre court, and Djokovic has just won his first win of the campaign. Ladies, you were inside. Emily and Holly, how was that?
Yeah, it was such good fun. The atmosphere was so good. It was really, yeah.
And who are you rooting for in that match?
Don't know, we're a bit of both. Everyone just seemed to be, it was quite even. I feel like everyone was cheering evenly. So
Okay,
yeah,
good, that's
it's
nice.
hard to pick a side.
That's very nice and sportsmanlike. All right, so you've been inside, you're now up and running with your Wimbledon campaign. Are you going to be following Djokovic for the rest of the tournament, or how about Andy Murray?
Team Andy Murray. Yeah. One, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what have you eaten today? There's so much on offer.
Yeah, we did sneak out for a sausage roll halfway through.
And are we on the Pims or?
No, yeah, rosé.
Rosé, nice, okay. And finally, any strawberries and cream action? You're at Wimbledon.
We're going to go and join the queue now.
All right, ladies, we'll have a great rest of your day. Enjoy the tennis. Thanks for chatting.
Thank you.
Bye.
Oh, yeah, that was better.
Yes, Novak Djokovic giving those spectators plenty of reason to celebrate. A workmanlike performance, I think, is the best way to describe it on centre court before Emma Radukanu and Alison van Udlank had begun that second match on centre court. And just to give you a sense of where we're looking after that, the third match of the day on centre court after Emma Radukanu is finished will be Andy Murray, two-time former champion. Sure to be a brilliant atmosphere there as he takes on James Duckworth, the Aussie. We'll talk a bit more about that match later on. But let's just go back to discussing Emma Radukanu, because we must talk about the expectation that's been placed on her, not just by the British public, by the sporting world in general, because she came from, as we said, completely nowhere prior to her run at Wimbledon and then what she did at the US Open. And whilst that is the dream for any young sports person, to be able to enjoy success at an early stage of their career, it is also tremendously difficult for them to have to then deal with after that the weight of the world, the expectation that's upon you, all of the other things that are dragging you in different directions, the commercial responsibilities, the press responsibilities, speaking to the likes of us two all the time. Everybody, all the eyeballs of the tennis world are on you all the time, and that can be something that's quite difficult to deal with.
Yeah, and you have to imagine being a young person, you know, put yourself back into, or maybe you are at home, being 18, 19 years old. Emma, I think a few times in her pre-tournament press reminding folks, I'm 19, you know, and this is
she's
something...
had to grow up fast.
Yeah, she has had to, but I mean, I think she's handled it really, really well. And, you know, a lot of these commercial opportunities, you know, you take it and it's a mistake, you don't take it and it's a mistake. I think that what she's done with her team, obviously a very close-knit family there as well. It was huge in the US, I know it's been huge in the UK as well, and she's had to manage it one step at a time. Has she had exactly the tennis results that she's wanted since the US Open? Absolutely not, but she said every step of the way, going to Indian Wells, going to Rome, the French Open, coming back here, I'm doing all this for the first or second time. And so that's the opportunity as a young person. You're meant to be heading off to university when you're 19. And so I also think back to Coco Gauff when she had her breakthrough here at 15, 3 years ago. She's someone that has really, that whole team has managed her breakthrough really well. And it's part of the age eligibility rules. Obviously, Emma over 18, but Coco, she only could play a few tournaments a year because she was under 18. Some people have scoffed at that rule, but it's about the development of the person. Step back and look at the person. So for Emma to come through this experience, say she crashes out in Wimbledon first round, you know what? She's gonna take it on the chin and then she's gonna pick herself up and she's going to the next thing. And that's what she says about being resilient. I think we all take a step back and say, okay, it's just a sport. Of course she wants to do well here, but I've just watched, at least from the outside, and I think that she and her team have handled everything really, really well done, because you don't know how it feels unless you're the person inside that world.
It's a long season as well. It's easy to forget. Casual tennis fans perhaps focus in on the Grand Slams, which are only 8 weeks of the year, but there's a lot of tournaments, and if you want to maintain a career at the top level, you've got to play in all of these other events. You can't just take the rest of the year off. I mean, I know Serena Williams has done that perhaps a bit more recently,
Serena.
but only Serena was able to do it, and even, you know, it didn't always work out for her that way. So you have to be willing and able to bring your best tennis week in, week out, all across the world, with the travel, the staying in hotels, not seeing your family, and all of the other things that you have to do, which is not an easy task.
Yeah, and I actually think it's been a great sort of amount of energy around Emma, around Leylah Fernandez, also around a guy like Carlos Alcaraz, who's come through a couple Masters 1000s. There was a lot of expectations around him at the French Open, and coming in here as a top 8 seed.
Here is Carlos Alcaraz. Well, that's Janelina Struff, his opponent today, the big German. And we did say beforehand that this was going to be a tricky encounter for Alcaraz, I suppose for 2 reasons. Firstly, because Janelina Struff is an experienced campaigner and a good player. He's got some top 10 wins in the past, but also because Carlos Alcaraz, relatively inexperienced on a grass court, and his game doesn't always translate best to the quicker surfaces. And he's had to work pretty hard so far in this match, and we can join it in the 3rd set, a set all. At the moment, Struff took the first, Alcaraz the second, and the German has a break in the 3rd set, leading at 4-3. And we can join the commentators for this one.
I think maybe one of the other factors has been just how well Struff has moved. We talked about the pressure that Alcaraz puts on opponents because you sense that he can get to them. This guy's been a road runner as well.
He has. Moves well for a man of his size. Those are sort of errors at this stage of the set on a second serve. You wouldn't expect, he wouldn't miss that on any other surface.
Struff leads 5-3.
Into the stunning Leylah Parsons. How are you, Leylah?
I'm very well. I'm thrilled to be here. I haven't been here for about 3 years, and it is so lovely to be back.
And it is at full capacity, and the energy and the vibe is banging, isn't it?
It really is. It's just such a buzz in there. I love it.
Okay, so where is there for you? Where have you been today?
So we have just watched the first match on centre court where Djokovic won, not surprisingly. But yeah, it was a good fight. It was very impressive, and very excited to now go and watch Emma Radekanu.
Absolutely. So that is such an honour, isn't it, to see her in the flesh. Do you think she's going to have a good run?
I feel like she will. I think we're all behind her, and we're just so desperate for her to enjoy it and do her best, you know? There's also no pressure. Like, she's achieved so much at such a young age. I think she should just enjoy it and not beat herself up too much, whatever happens.
Okay, we're going for it though. Come on, Emma, home crowd, all the support behind you. Well, you have a great day. Enjoy. Thank you for chatting to us.
Thank you. It's been so lovely to see you, and I love this outfit.
Oh, stop it. Thank you. All right, off you go.
Delighted to be joined by Francis TFO. And Francis, first of all, we could talk about who's the greatest player, we could talk about who's the best player on tour, but are you the coolest player on tour? Because I'm seeing the beats, I'm seeing the trainers.
Yeah. I'm one of the more chill and up-to-date guys on the tour, for sure. I would like to say that, definitely.
And you're clearly a fan of London as well, because we've seen the Queen's Guard on your T-shirt as well.
Yeah, we like London. London's a good city, man, especially in nightlife.
Say no more about that, but let's talk about your tennis. First round, Vavasori, straight through, straight sets. Solid start.
Yeah, that was big. It's always nice to get your first rounds in and in easy fashion and not stressful. So that was good. You know, then it's pretty much 48 hours of rest and put the head down and get ready for Wednesday.
And the way you play, you're such a hard-hitting player. Do you relish playing on the grass?
I like playing on the grass a lot. If I'm serving well and hit, yeah, I can take the ball early. If I'm serving well, I find myself pretty dangerous.
In terms of an atmosphere, Wimbledon's like no else. What's it like for an American coming here? Because I feel like you're a popular guy.
Yeah, they get behind me for sure. I can get them pretty into it, especially once you get on the bigger court. So, yeah, I'm just putting my head down on the back courts, and once I get to the main show, I'll be ready.
And obviously you're a very experienced player, 5th time here in Wimbledon, 4th time through to the 2nd round. Do you still get excited when they call your name out and you make that big walk?
No, for sure. You know, I love playing here at Wimbledon. It's an honor, man. It's a big deal. You know, it's not an everyday thing. So this is almost bigger than sport, this tournament. So I'm happy to be a part of it, and hopefully I can make something happen.
And just finally, what does success look like for you in this particular tournament? Do you look at it as, I've got to get to a quarter-final? Do you look at it as, I want to enjoy myself, want to play well? What is it for you?
Yeah, like a second week, quarterfinal, and so on and so forth would be, I would say, would be successful. But again, you know, I got to worry about who's coming next. And but yeah, I always enjoy myself, so I don't have to plan for that.
We enjoy watching you. Thanks for your time.
Appreciate it, man.
Good to meet you, Barty. Thank you.
He's a cool guy, isn't he? Francis Tiafoe, a real fan's favourite. Let's get down to court number 12, one of the outside show courts, even bigger for this year. They've added some extra seats to pack the fans in. They've enjoyed this one, the French Open finalist from a few weeks ago, Casper Ruud, hoping to produce some slightly better tennis on a grass court than he has before. He's already been better on the slower surfaces, the Norwegian. Against Albert Ramos Vinolas, the left-hander, an experienced campaigner on tour, and Ruud able to come through the match. He had to work pretty hard for it, taking those first 2 sets on a tie-break. But good to see him through to the 2nd round, and a treat really for the fans down there on court 12 to be able to watch this match. 7-6, 7-6, 6-2 confirmation there. And I suppose, Nick, really for this one, as we said, Ruud hasn't been able to translate his game onto a grass court as he has as easily on all of the other surfaces. So for him, important to get a win on this surface, no matter who he's against.
Yeah, it's his first ever win at Wimbledon. I mean, how about that? As a French Open finalist, runner-up, there's been no less leaving the court at him. But that's big for the Casper Ruud's confidence. And, you know, when you look at where he is in the draw, he's got Hubert Hurkacz in his quarter of the draw, but this is actually there's a lot of names looming, like a Dimitrov, like a Bublik, Francis Tiafoe, who we just saw. That could be a 4th round matchup for Casper Ruud, but this is a big one for him today. His dad Christian has been his coach for a long time.
Himself a former player, wasn't he?
Yep, of course. Top 40 was Christian Ruud, and you know, the connection is very, very close with the Ruud family, and Rafael Nadal has trained for years at the Nadal Academy. I think he's looked at Nadal as really a mentor. And so for him to come through this match today, that's a big win for Casper Ruud.
So Casper Ruud through against Albert Ramos Vinolas. Let's take you from court 12 over to court 18. This man, the Frenchman, Enzo Kouakoud, who's produced a pretty good performance so far against a man who knows all about playing on court 18. He probably thinks, don't ever mention that match again. John Isner, this is where he had the longest match ever against John Isner. Anyone who was involved that day will testament to just how much of an epic, it wasn't even that day, was it? It was over a course of several days.
Nicolas Mahut, yeah.
Against Nicolas Mahut here a few years
ago.
And
are we in a tiebreak here? Is that what this is?
Yes, we are in a tiebreak. Surprisingly for John Isner, he seems to play a tiebreak every single set of tennis he plays on a grass court. It was really a seminal match. It's, again, one of those ones where once you've been here at Wimbledon, so many people walk past court 18 because there's a little plaque, isn't there, that says this is where this happened. And they look at it and read and remember, oh, crikey, that one went on forever. Hoping for a slightly swifter end to this one, although it's gone on for quite some time so far. And let's join it in this tie-break with John Isner serving there on court 18.
And the line judge moved out of the way of that. I think almost before Isner struck it, actually. I think she read which way it was going. And there's a second serve. At 118 miles an hour, unplayable.
On the right far sideline, the ball was called in.
I think more in hope than expectation. Kouakoud is challenging this.
Well, he's got a few spare, so why not?
3-0 Isner. Enzo Quaco has 1 challenge remaining.
That is the indentation in the back netting. That.
The attempted squash shot there, the little slice, just missing by millimeters.
But against John Isner in a tie break, you definitely don't want to be too many breaks down, because the likelihood of you getting those back is pretty minimal. But as long as there's one in it, there's always a chance.
You really, this is the time again that you just think, okay, do I take a guess? It's always tricky as a player. You know, you've been there, you're like, do I guess or do I rely on my reactions? Or what if I guess wrong? If I rely on my reactions, I give myself a chance. But you start second and triple guessing to yourself, and
that was right on the service line. At what point in that ball toss is Quaco making the decision to go whichever way he decides?
I think once the ball's left the hand, you know, you really aren't going to be you don't see your opponent when you know your head's looking up towards the ball. Maybe you can pick up something in your peripheral vision, but I think you just kind of get there early, and so you kind of go up there. Maybe just before he's made contact, you start making a move.
Another bullet. 29 aces now. And he's on the cusp of squaring this match at 1 set all. That's really well played.
Yeah, he took great care on that one. That was a really tough one because it was actually staying very low.
5-3.
But he really stayed on it well. Didn't try and rush to the net too soon after hitting it.
Oh, that is the way to bring up 3 set points.
6-3 Isner.
Yeah, he ran around it. Like we said, that this set, he's been running around his backhand way more. And on that one, he connected beautifully. Again, it wasn't like he was aiming for the line there. It was quite, generous in terms of inside the line, but it was powerful, and that's the way to be aggressive.
Isner for the set. Suddenly sense that John Isner is getting into this match.
1 set all.
So Isner wins the second set on a tie-break. You probably put good money on there being at least one more tie-break in that match. Let's just, I suppose, tip our hats to John Isner, who has managed to continue his career. You know, in the twilight stages, I suppose, of his career now, but is still managing to, achieve a consistent level of tennis on all the different surfaces. He's a player that is just difficult to play. I think if you ask anyone in the men's draw, list a load of players who you'd like to avoid, John Isner's always up there just because he's such a tricky person to play against, get any momentum against, because that serve is so big. You just get into so few rallies. He is one of those dangerous players in the draw that no one wants to come up against.
Absolutely. I mean, belting 30 serves in 2 sets, you're going to be nervous no matter who that's coming from. And I actually was going to make the same point about Isner. He's one of these veterans. We talk a lot about Djokovic, Federer, Nadal, Serena coming back, obviously. these tennis players now have extended their career. I think Fernando Verdasco, Feliciano Lopez, John Isner out there in his mid to late 30s, and always dangerous, especially on the surface. And I love to see, you know, you're playing against a player that you're expected to beat there for Isner, loses the first set and was really pumped up to win that second set, to come through with the come on, wants to get through this first round and then see what sort of dangerous floater he can be in this tournament.
And he's done well as well, hasn't he? Because I think he was one of those players, given his size and the sort of physical effort that it takes for a player of that size to play long matches, that people thought perhaps later on in his career he's going to struggle with injuries and fitness. But relatively, and this perhaps testament to his team that he's working with, his physios and coaches, that they've been able to keep him going into the latter part of his career.
Well, when he won Miami a couple of years ago, that Masters 1000 is the biggest title of his career. The first person he thanks is his physio, because he's like, you're the one that has kept my body going. And that's the evolution, the modernization of this sport, is not only is it a coach and a physio, but oftentimes then you have a physical trainer, you've got a nutritionist with you, you've got a mental coach. That's been big for Swiatek. And for Isner, it's all about taking care of that big body. He's a big boy, as Johnny is. It's great to see him out there still being very passionate about what he's doing as a professional.
Keeping the car on the road, so to speak. Exactly. I wonder if he has to bring over a special mattress or something for his hotel rooms. There's a golfer, I think it's Louis Oosthuizen or something, travels around the tour with his own mattress because he wants to sleep on a particular I suppose, type of mattress or something like that. I wonder if John Isner does exactly the same. We'll have to find out. Let's go over to court number 3. Join live pictures there. Talking of tall players, another one of the taller players in the draw who really had some good performances last year, Hubert Hurkacz, before in the end he lost to Matteo Berrettini in that semi-final, didn't he? Against Davidovich Fokina, the Spaniard, who really is pushing him here in this match on court number 3 and potential for an upset. It's Hurkacz who's got the break in the 5th set, but Davidovich Fokina is giving a good account of himself, and we can join the commentators for this 8th game in the 5th set.
Lights first, sir.
Ooh, big serve, proper chalk.
Lights first, sir.
Yeah, it's well struck, but the serve as well. And there's just a little more energy in the legs to drive up. It just creates that kick which takes it out of Davidovich Fokina's range. Almost subtle little shifts.
Just a little too blasé with the footwork around that one. But he's in a commanding position. He's got a little bit of wriggle room here in this service game, has Hurkacz. Given how well he's served, it's tough to see anything but a hold at the moment. Yeah, notches that with an 18th ace. Oh, but hang on, there's been a challenge.
Line, the ball's called in.
Very hard hard to spot these two shy, retreating women on the hill. I'm kidding, obviously it wasn't. I mean, look at their outfits. They've got matching necklaces, bracelets, handmade, of course. I mean, ladies, you're obviously looking for a little bit of attention this year at Wimbledon. Fabulous outfit.
Just a little, not too much, just a little, but it's great to be noticed.
Yeah,
it's a real special treat to come to Wimbledon, so we're really lucky.
You might as well make the effort, really, mightn't you? Yeah, so here we are. Hi, everyone.
What's the reaction been like to your outfits? Tell me about them, because if you look down, Bash, the cameraman, they've even got matching trainers here. I said, have they been dyed? And no, we bought them like this.
Yes, we did indeed, several years ago, in fact, just in case we ever got to Wimbledon, and here we are.
Handmade bracelets and necklace. Tell me about the process.
Well, they're obviously tennis balls made from Fimo clay. You know, you've got to do it, haven't you?
But it's because Jackie's a very special jewellery designer, so she's well versed in making special stuff for special occasions.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're lucky to have that. Yeah.
And you guys had tickets for 2020, COVID year, but you've deferred them until 2022. You got centre court, a pretty nice day already. Djokovic, Radekanu,
and Radukanu. We're really looking forward to seeing Andy Murray because we're both from Scotland.
We don't sound it, but we're both Scottish. So yeah.
Well, Jackie lives in the borders, but I'm from York. But originally we're from Scotland. Scottish roots.
Yeah.
So we're looking forward to seeing Andy, yeah.
And tell me about Wimbledon. Have you been here before? Is it the first time?
Yes, we've been here before. We came 2017.
2017.
Yes, and we were in the same same garb.
Yeah.
Well, slightly different jewellery.
Slightly
yes,
different jewellery,
and people noticing and saying yes. Oh, I love your wigs, love your hair.
And also we managed to get on the Monday evening BBC highlights programme, so that was great. Anyway, yeah, you've got to try, haven't you?
Yeah, of course you do. Yes.
So tell me quickly as well about who you think maybe crown champions, men's and women's draw.
Well, I'd love Rafa Nadal to win. I think he's won 2 already. I know he's coming in with a slight injury, but go Rafa.
Yeah, go
ladies,
Rafa.
go Emma.
Yes.
But,
Emma would be lovely. It would be fantastic for Jubilee year, for the country, for Emma to win. It would just be amazing.
And obviously Andy.
It would be amazing. And Andy, yeah. Wouldn't it be amazing? Andy and Emma together, winners. Oh, wow. Just top it all, wouldn't it?
I mean, I'm just laughing. You two have got such great energy. You're on row Z in centre court. Thankfully, I'm going to say, so no one gets distracted by your hair. But ladies, have a wonderful day. Go and enjoy it.
Thank you very much indeed. It's been great.
Certainly can't miss them in the crowd. Well, there is the beginnings. I say the beginnings because it is still only the first set of an upset down on court number 2. The number 2 seed, Annette Kontaveit, the world number 3, up against Bernarda Pera, the world number 123, who's produced a brilliant performance so far, the left-hander from America. And here she is serving for the first set at 5-4 with a break. And we can join the commentators. Can she close it out?
15 love. Number 2 seed seems to be firing on about 3 cylinders here.
Love. $15 sorry. $15.
Coach, be very happy with the way Bernarda Pera's battled back into this.
$30.
sliced forehand.
30-40.
Great point here for Conservate. 3 breaks of serve in the match so far. 2 for Peril, 1 for Conservate. Looking for her second here. No, missed by a mile. No wonder she's frustrated. The chance to serve out the first set has passed her by.
5 games off a set.
She had 30-15 there, didn't she, Perry? She made an unforced error from the middle of the court. And then
The pair are unable to close out that opening set. 5-all back on serve against the number 2 seed, Annette Kontaveit. And this is brilliant, isn't it, Nick? The wire cam here at Wimbledon. A really long stretch of wire that runs from one end of the grounds to the other, and it gives rise to these absolutely fabulous shots. It must be difficult driving that thing when it's windy or raining, but the sun's out at the moment.
Yeah. You usually drive this thing, right?
Yeah, exactly, yes. Fully qualified to take this across the grounds, but it gives us these great shots of the famous centre court there, because it's centenary, 100 years of centre, and we can see down towards the other end of the grounds, court 12.
I love the field courts.
Yes, because court 12 is much bigger this year. They've added a lot more seating. I think that was something that response to spectators who wanted to get a better view of those courts. They were able to add some more seating, and that's the view on Henman Hill. Not quite standing room only, but it is getting pretty busy.
It's getting closer,
to watch Emma Radukanu, who's on court 1 on the big screen, and then the other, she's on centre, sorry, and then on court 1 on the other side, Carlos Alcaraz against Lennox Struff. And it is a pretty good spot to watch. If you don't have a show court ticket, you can grab a pins and some strawberries and cream, put your towel or your mat down and just watch some tennis. And that's, I suppose, a big part of Wimbledon. If you're not lucky enough to have a show court ticket, is one of the few sporting events of this level in the world, probably the only one, where you have to be pretty brave to do it, and you'll be there for quite a long time, but you can queue and pay, I think it's £27 for a ground court ticket to come in and to soak up the atmosphere and watch the matches on the outside courts. And for the first few days of the championship, there is great matches everywhere you look, isn't there?
Yeah, oh, absolutely. I mean, the queue is synonymous with Wimbledon. And, you know, yesterday I think the queue opened at 3 o'clock for today. And actually, last night I was having dinner in the village, and there was a whole group of folks that walked by with tents on their back, headed to the queue. But it's what makes this event so special. It's what we've missed the last 3 years. And I queued, my very first Wimbledon I queued. I got up at 5 a.m. I wasn't quite brave enough to do the overnight. I got a number 2 court ticket, so didn't quite make it. But you're right, I mean, the first few days, I'd say even the first 8 days here, you can find so many good matches around the grounds, no matter what court you're on. It's just a fantastic opportunity if you're a big-time tennis fan, but also for folks who just want to have the Wimbledon experience.
And you often see, you know, youngsters who you know, they've got a grounds pass and they go out and watch some of these matches on the outside courts, because they can get much, much closer, let's be real, and unless you've got a front row seat on a show court, you're still quite a long way back. Whereas on these outside courts, maybe only 6 or 7 deep in some cases, so you can be very, very close to them playing tennis, and that can inspire a young player to then want to go on and play the game that could last a lifetime.
It's what I tell, you know, anyone who's coming. Oftentimes folks in New York ask me about the US Open, then of course here too. But if you're going to any of the majors, go to one of those side courts and get one of those front row seats, like you say, to be close to the action. You can feel the power, you can feel the precision, and especially on a grass court, you can feel the way that timing matters so much, and just the experience of it, to be that close to world-class tennis. I mean, I'm a tennis geek. I think you're close to one too, but there's nothing like feeling that atmosphere of professional tennis up close.
And you can feel the, almost as we said, the gladiatorial aspect of the, because you can hear everything they say, you can hear everything the umpire says.
Might be a few swear words thrown in there. At times.
Hopefully not too many. We don't have
just a couple.
Those here in the UK.
Sure.
One man who doesn't have to play on the outside courts anymore is Andy Murray. He is third up on centre court today against James Duckworth. So let's start building up to that match after Emma Radukanu against Alison van Udlank, which is taking place on centre court right now. And he was speaking to Renee Stubbs, the former women's player, over the weekend.
Andy Murray, thanks for joining us. Welcome back to Wimbledon. I mean, I guess the first question is, how do you feel being back here again?
Yeah, it's brilliant. You know, obviously a few years ago, didn't know if I'd be back playing, and I got the opportunity to play again here last year in the singles, and yeah, it was brilliant. You know, it was great atmosphere. Got to play a couple of really good matches, and yeah, coming in this year, feeling a lot better about my game.
So, you know, of course, you've played here many times with great crowds, obviously so supportive of you. But interestingly enough, over the last couple of years, it's been a bit tough with the pandemic and not having full crowds. How do you feel about it finally being back to somewhat normal, having the full crowds?
Yeah, it should be great. I mean, we obviously didn't happen a couple of years ago. Then last year was in the bubble, and like you say, the limited capacity. It was still a really good atmosphere last year. But yeah, I think for everyone, for the fans and the players and everyone involved in the tournament, just to go back to having a normal Wimbledon and being able to go up to Wimbledon Village, and I know a lot of the players obviously rent and stay in houses around here. Like it's a slightly different feel to a lot of the other tournaments, and it should be a good one.
Obvious question: how's your form coming in here, and how do you feel? I mean, it's been a crazy couple of years for you. We all know what you've gone through, but how's the form going in here?
Yeah, I mean it was good. I played the Surbiton Challenger and then went over to Stuttgart and made the final there, and I played 9 matches across 2 weeks, which is the most I'd played in 2 weeks since 2016. You know, it was a really long time that I played that many matches, and unfortunately got a niggle, slight issue with my ab in the final, which required a bunch of days off serving, and have had to build up pretty slowly this week in terms of that shot. But I've been able to practice everything else, so I've been on the court every day, and yeah, physically I feel like I'm in a good place, and my game was right where I wanted it to be a couple of weeks ago. It was just unfortunate that I got the injury.
So Andy, as you know, it's the 100-year celebration of centre court here. I want to know from you, what's your earliest memory of centre court, either on television or in person?
We came here, I was young. My mum brought a minibus of Scottish tennis players down to come and watch and be at the tournament. And she don't remember watching any matches at that time. I just remember going and waiting for autographs. And
who was the one you wanted the most?
Agassi, and I didn't get it. And I think this is a cool story. But anyway, I got asked a few years ago, because after a practice or a match or something, I'd stayed behind and I'd signed a lot of autographs afterwards. And I got asked in the media, you stayed behind and signed all these autographs, and it was great that you gave the time. And I said, well, yeah, because I remember when I was young that I was waiting all this time for Agassi, and I now know as a player that you don't always have the time to sign them. But when I was young, I was heartbroken that he obviously walked past, and he got hold of this story, and his book turned up at my house a couple of weeks later with a note inside it saying, I'm so sorry I didn't sign this, sign for you all these years ago, but I hope this makes up for it, with his signature, which was really nice of him. But yeah, for me, that would be my earliest memory. I would have been probably like 9 or 10 years old, I think. So,
in particular, what about this court is the most unique thing for you?
It's the atmosphere. It's just different. It's obviously very quiet during the points. It's it feels like very respectful of the game and the players and everything. And for me, that's probably what is unique about it. All of the other slams are special, but it is different. It's certainly different here, and that's what I always enjoy about playing on this court.
So take me back to the most special moment for you on this court.
I don't know if this is slightly controversial.
Go ahead.
It was the final of the Olympics for me. I mean, that whole week was amazing because it was just, again, it was just because it was unique. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get to play, you know, a home Olympics at Wimbledon. And I'd also had lost to Federer in the final of Wimbledon 4 weeks earlier, and then I got to play him again in the final here, at an Olympic Games. And it was just, it was just different. It was unique, and that's probably my best memory.
What would you say in particular about inspiring somebody? You know, when you watch somebody on TV or a match on television, or, you know, you inspire people by playing on this particular court. What do you think is a moment that you think inspired so many kids after you to pick up a racket on this court that you remember?
There was one moment that I had on this court which was kind of, it wasn't like winning a match or anything, but it was like when I was playing against Gasquet and I was down 2-0, and I on set point I anticipated a shot that he had up at the net, and I basically ended up in the crowd. And I don't know, like that moment, like when I was celebrating, like right basically in the front row was, it was a great moment. I've seen that quite a few times, and I remember that one well.
I think we all do.
Yeah.
Do you remember the first moment where you got the schedule the night before and you saw your name on centre court for the first time? And do you remember thinking, oh my God, wow?
Well, I don't remember like the build up to it. I remember playing on the court. I was 18 and I'd played my first round match on court 2 against George Bastel, and I played Stepanek on court 1, and then I was playing Nalbandian in the 3rd round, and then obviously got to play on here for the first time, and it was amazing. Like, you know, there was no, probably the last time the only time I played on that court where there was like no expectation or no pressure. You know, I just went out and played, and I loved it. And, you know, physically I was exhausted by the end of the match, but it was like brilliant experience, and probably one of the most enjoyable matches that I played on there, because there wasn't that pressure on the result, which there has been pretty much since then.
Do you feel like now, after what you've been through, I mean, you're basically walking on, you know, a lot of stuff going on in that hip that's not normal anymore. Do you feel like you can actually walk onto this court now and not have that pressure that you did, say, 6-7 years ago?
It's definitely different now. I mean, I still have a lot of expectation and pressure that I put on myself to do well, but certainly, like, from maybe the outside, it's changed a little bit in comparison to the middle part of the year. I'd probably say, like, that match that I played against Nalbandian, I also was putting zero pressure on myself at that stage either, whereas now that, you know, I've experienced winning on this court, like, obviously I want to try and do it again, so I still am putting pressure on myself to perform and do well.
So this year, on this beautiful, amazing court that we all love so much, instead of walking around the curtain this year, we're actually coming up the middle of the court.
I heard about that, yeah.
What do you think about that new little...
Yeah, I don't know. I'll be interested to see how it is. Yeah, I mean, I heard that was going to be the case, but obviously I've not seen it yet, so... yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Are you asking for maybe fireworks or a little smoke coming out for you?
I think that's maybe a bit too much for Wimbledon to go down that route. But yeah, they've obviously always kind of been trying to change things and make things better for the players and everything, and for the fans. So yeah, be interesting to see how it's changed. I'm not sure exactly the reason behind doing it, but yeah, I'm sure it'll look good.
It's 100 years. It's time to,
you know, to change it up.
Change it up, you know.
Yeah.
Andy, I guess the bottom line is we love seeing you play. We're so happy that you're back, that you're enjoying your tennis. Hope don't put too much pressure on yourself. But we're just so happy to have you. And I have a feeling that we might see you out on this court again this week or next week. So for the next couple of weeks. So best of luck.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining me.
No matter how small, how tiny, or how minute, the technicalities, the particulars, the seemingly insignificant. At Wimbledon, these details matter. And this year with Oppo, we'll capture the detail like never before. In low light, and high intensity. Because when you take care of the detail, the rest takes care of itself. Greatness. It's all in the detail.
Yeah, it's the kind of vibe I like. Make me wanna ride with the window down all night.
Welcome to Around the Grounds with Amex. We're here at the American Express Tennis Fan Experience with two-time Wimbledon champion Andy Murray, and we're going to be taking on the Centre Court Challenge. I'm hoping you've got some tips for me.
Look, I've never ball boyed before. I don't have anything to give you, unfortunately.
I feel like the excuses are coming out early doors.
But there'll be a few.
And as just a word on ball boys and girls, they're so pivotal, aren't they, for the smooth running of Wimbledon?
The ball boys and girls do a brilliant job.
Well, let's find out if we're up to the challenge.
Yeah.
Here we go. I'm highly competitive, I should add.
I'm going to go left-handed. I'm right-handed, but I'm going to do it left-handed.
Okay, so you're really going easy on me now. You're that confident. I'm definitely sticking to my strong hand.
Let's get rolling.
Oh, wow, you're going for a quick, just getting as many as you can in there. How are you getting on?
I think I'm doing pretty well.
Are you still using your wrong hand?
I'm using both to get as many shots in as I can. I need some more balls.
Oh, we ran out. 10 seconds.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Harder than I thought. Close, though.
Is it? There's nearly a 200-point difference there.
Rematch?
No, I think I'm stopping.
You're happy at that.
I'm stopping at that, yeah.
He's done. I'm genuinely confident I can win this time.
You going to do anything differently this time?
You threw me with the
Yeah, you got to focus on yourself.
Yeah.
Maybe try and hit a few more strawberries as well.
that would always help. Yeah. Should we go for round two?
Let's do it, yeah.
How
You
do
see
I
the
feel about
technique
it?
they've got, the bowl boys and girls, they're all down on one knee.
Is that what you're going to go for?
Yeah,
A bit
because
of a-
when I sort of the whole time was kind of like bending over like this and the balls ends up
coming back.
Bouncing.
I feel like
if
you're
you get
helping
down
me
here,
here.
it's maybe a little bit easier.
I appreciate the advice, but there's going to be no more friendship here. Oh no.
Oh
okay.
no. Let's go.
How's that technique working
no, it's
for you?
not really working.
No? Come on, come on.
I need some balls. I'm going to steal some of your balls. Ah, no!
Yes!
The thing's over!
No! Yeah!
What happened there?
Yeah!
I was like 150 points ahead and then...
Oh my goodness! I mean,
I have no idea what happened at the end there.
Well, we're even now.
Is someone messing with the scoring system here?
It's one apiece. How do you feel about a little decider?
Yeah, let's do it, yeah.
May the best person win.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, you're definitely going for a much slower approach this time. This is potentially the biggest achievement of my life, if I can say that I have beaten Andy Murray, technically at Wimbledon.
Oh, what am I doing?
He's crumbling! Yeah! Yeah!
I mean, I'm not sure the technique of slowing it down was particularly helpful.
Andy, that was
good work, player. That was
a pretty emphatic win.
No, that was disappointing end
I mean,
for me, really.
Well played.
Too good.
Stick to the tennis.
Yeah.
I, though, think I have a career as a ball girl.
Yeah, maybe.
Who knows?
Yeah. Maybe see you out there on centre court.
I think maybe.
Yeah.
I need to catch my breath.
Currently very much in the guts of court number 1, right underneath the seating here, joined by Billy and Leighton. Leighton, first of all, who's your favourite tennis player of all time, and is it one of the most famous Australian players ever?
No, I wouldn't say it's Andy Murray.
You're going for Andy Murray?
Yeah, Andy Murray, very popular.
What about yourself, Billy?
Probably Roger Federer.
Nice. So who out of those two, at their absolute best, who would win on centre court? First for you, Leighton, who are you going to go for?
I'm going to be biased and go Andy Murray.
He's going to go Andy, and who are you going to...
Myself, Federer.
No. And where have you guys come from today?
We're all the way from Hilton in Barnstable.
So you come a little way, and what do you love most about tennis?
Just the excitement of the play and the points as well, yeah.
Did you know what to expect when you came here? Because I was about your age when I first came to Wimbledon, and I couldn't believe what I saw. What's it been like for you guys?
It's been pretty fun, actually. The atmosphere's been really nice, and it's quite chilled out as well. Like, there's not like not everybody's trying to get around and things, so yeah.
Absolutely. Here now, just for the record, behind the camera there are a few more of these guys' friends. These are the guys who said, you know what, I'm going to step up to the plate and speak on the microphone. So kudos to you both. How many of you have come to Wimbledon today?
40 maybe.
40? Yeah. On a bus, or how's it all arranged?
Bus, yeah.
And are you attached to a tennis club, or what's the reason for being together?
School trip.
This is a school trip. I want to go to your school, so let's give a massive shout out to your school. What's your school's name?
Hilton Community College.
And what's your headmaster or headmistress called?
Graham Hill.
Nice, with forename and surname. Lads, great interview. Great interview.
Thank you.
Enjoy your time at Wimbledon.
Thank you very much. You too. Thank you.
It was a great buzz around the grounds here at SW19. That wire cam once again giving rise to these fabulous shots of the All England club, resplendent in the sunshine. Hasn't always been sunshine today. We've had some dark clouds and rain that have headed over, but at the moment it is set fair. Play is taking place on all of the outside courts. It's a real hive of activity here as play continues into the early evening, 5:30 local time. At the moment we will be playing for a good few hours yet, given how late the sunlight remains here in this corner of southwest London. Radzy's alongside me. You've been cruising around the ground, speaking to all of the good people here at SW19. Always a buzz, isn't there, on the first day at Wimbledon, but particularly when we've got the likes of Emma Radukanu and Andy Murray later on court.
Absolutely. I mean, we heard an interview with Joel Dommett and his wife, Hannah, and it was interesting to hear him say, I can't believe I'm going on centre court. And Joel Dommett's a guy who presumably goes to quite high-profile events, but for him, this is overwhelming. And I think it is in no small part down to COVID and the fact that we're not wearing masks now. There is a hubbub, there is a fervour, there is an energy, but it's not a kind of a crazy energy, it's not anarchic, it's an undeniably Wimbledon energy, and it's just, you think, yes, it started. And what a difference the sun makes, by the way. All of a sudden, it just comes alive and it becomes just a different place.
The great British summer as well. Half an hour between cowering underneath umbrellas and every little bit of cover you can find because it's chucking it down. And then half an hour later, it's beautiful sunshine and we're tanning once again.
Exactly that. And all I'll say is a little piece of advice. I personally think the best thing you could do is have a ground pass, which means you can go to all the courts, bar court number 1 and centre court, with the exception, though, of what happens on centre court, because there is a roof there, as there is to the court number 1. So those there, I have to say, when it was pouring down earlier, they'll have been feeling very smug, going, yes, we've got the best seats in the house, and we're able to watch it because it's dry.
No surprises so far with the weather. Bit of rain, bit of sunshine, but there has been a surprise, hasn't there? You like what I did there? Over on court number 3, where Hubert Hurkacz, one of the stars really in the men's draw last year, has gone out to Alexander Davidovich-Fokina, who's produced an absolutely brilliant performance, and he had to fight for it. Took the first 2 sets, but then Hurkacz fought back, started to produce some of the tennis that saw him get through all the way to the semi-finals last year, where he lost to Matteo Berrettini. But in the end, Davidovich-Fokina was able to win that 5th set, and you can see just how much it means to him. And I think, Radzy, this is a great example of those players who Wimbledon can really make or break a career, can't it? These are the moments that Davidovich-Fokina, when he has grandkids in many years' time, these will be the days that he tells them out. Once upon a time, sonny boy, I was a tennis player, and I beat Hubert Hurkacz at Wimbledon.
And I just wondered, to your point, the effects of one game, the effects of one set, and what that can lead to. It leads to the second round, and with that momentum, potentially another win there, and all of a sudden, the whole complexion of this championship changes for you. We saw it. I mean, I was speaking to Laura Robertson earlier on, and Laura was saying, well, in fact, she was saying 12 months ago, there's Raders, my mate that's playing. And Raders was having a good championship then. And Raders went on to become the US champion just a couple of months later. It is remarkable what tennis can do.
And we saw there just some shots of Davidovich Fokina's box and the coaches that were alongside him, because this is the thing these days, tennis is a team sport. It might be the individuals are on the court, but there's a huge backroom team that's with them, getting them ready for these matches. And big wins like that is not just a special moment for the player themselves, but also that team that's worked so hard to get them physically fit, mentally ready for these big matches.
Look at the closeness, by the way, percentages of first serves and second serves there. There really wasn't much in it, hence the scoreline that we saw there. Also, a big shout out to Jenny Drummond. You may have just noticed in the background there was a person getting ready to do interviews, and that was Jenny Drummond. She loves tennis. She lives and breathes the sport. In fact, she used to train with Andy Murray. Unfortunately, injury kind of cost her the opportunity to really progress to, say, playing in a place like this. But to see her doing that, I'm really pumped for her.
She traded up this year, didn't she?
She did indeed. Got the promo.
Near the players. And always great, as we said, to see disappointing, clearly, for Hubert Hurkacz, and I'm sure his fans who would have wanted to see him run deep again here at Wimbledon, and he has got a tremendous game that translates well to a grass court, but also to see those upsets, careers made here at Wimbledon. There always are upsets on the first few days of the tournament because it is a surface that requires a specific set of skills on a grass court, isn't it? So I suppose let's just recap some of the things that you've seen around the grounds today. Anything particularly caught your eye?
Yeah, and just before I kind of come on to that, one thing I would add to it is there's another skill set, which is the stop-start nature of Wimbledon. All of a sudden it rains, you've got to reset and you've got to go again. We think about Tim Henman, a number of matches historically on centre court, you think, oh no, it's raining, and he had all that momentum, and then it gets lost. I think one springs to mind, I think there was a Todd Martin one, possibly a semi-final there where...
Good memory.
I'm sure that was the case, and so, yeah, rain really can be a determining factor. But in terms of myself, being around this ground, it's the smiles from people, it's the seeing the people that you only see at tennis, and there's just that joy of where you can watch tennis, but you don't necessarily have to be immersed in every single point if you're watching on Henman Hill. And again, if you do have a ground pass, sit on Henman Hill, drink in that environment, drink in quite literally the Pimm's that's on offer, and genuinely the best strawberries on planet Earth. My friend Barney on Blue Peter did a film about the strawberries. They are the best strawberries. We need to do a feature on it, I think, Adam.
Really? You just fancy some strawberries?
Yeah, I do actually,
excuse.
yeah. You saw right through that.
Are you strawberries and cream or just plain strawberries? Are you a revolutionary?
So I would cut them in half because I want the juice covered in the cream.
What time is it? Is it dinner time yet?
I know, mate. And then I'd like sugar on top. That'd be the...
Oh, you put sugar on them? They're not sweet enough?
No. You got to go sugar as well. What would you go?
I'm old school. I just strawberries and cream.
Okay.
A little bit of extra cream. I want them swimming in strawberries. The strawberries swimming in the cream.
Is it ever too early for strawberries and cream?
No. You can have them for breakfast. Absolutely, no problem.
Breakfast of champions.
Scrambled egg on... I can't even say it. My mind's scrambled. Scrambled eggs on toast.
That's no yolk.
Followed by strawberries and cream. Absolutely perfect. Sportsman's breakfast. Let's get over to court 2. We can join some live tennis. We were speaking of upsets just now. There was potentially going to be an upset on court 2 because Bernarda Pera, the American, the number 123 in the world, was producing some brilliant tennis in the first set against the lady in your picture now, Annette Kontaveit, the number 2 seed, the world number 3. Pera, in fact, served for the opening set, but Kontaveit was able to fight back, take it 7-5. It has been plain sailing for the Estonian in the second set. She leads 4-love, and we can join the commentary on court number 2.
Love 15.
Kontaveit.
15 all.
Worth another look with this one.
He only had to make 1 or 2 steps to the left, Kontaveit, and the approach was hit so fast that Pera had no chance to get to the net in time.
Oh. 30-15. (40-15).
It's long again.
Game, Kontaveit.
5-love.
Kontaveit leads 5 games to love.
7 games in a row
Set,
for
one set
Renee
to love.
Kontaveit.
Okay, from court number 2, where Kontaveit has that 4-love lead against Bernarda Pera. Looks like she is going to cruise through to the second round as the dark, gloaming clouds begin to gather above SW19. But hopefully we'll see no more rain, which has really stopped, I suppose, the flow of the day so far here on day 1 at the championships. Inside court number 1, no such problems inside there because they, of course, have a roof on court 1 and centre court. For this one, been an exciting encounter. Carlos Alcaraz, the Spaniard, the number 5 seed against Janelina Struff. It was Struff who took the first set 6-4. Alcaraz got the second 7-5. 6-4 to Struff in the third. And here they are serving. Struff is serving, so it's still on serve. 5-4 down in that 4th set. Alcaraz looking to stay in the match.
(30-15). Just take that ball, thank you.
Hiding in the tarpaulin.
Thank you, thank you.
Get that in here.
Whip on that forehand.
Makeable, not easy.
40-30.
A lot of spin on that forehand coming at him, but he fancied himself to have made that. is all, fourth set.
The battle continues, and it is quite a battle there on court number 1. Carlos Alcaraz, I suppose the favourite coming into that one because he was, or is, the seeded player, but Janelina Struff, one of those players that a lot of other players want to avoid in the draw just because of the weapons that he has with that huge serve, and on grass courts that can be a significant difficulty for the opponents. Let's go from court 1 into centre court. There's a brilliant atmosphere for Emma Radukanu, the US Open champion. So much expectation for her this year at the championships after what she's achieved in the last 9 months or so on tour. But a weight of expectation that she will have to deal with, returning to Wimbledon as that Grand Slam champion and taking her place on centre court. But it's going well for her so far, having taken that opening set 6-4, the number 10 seed Radekanu against Alison van Udlank, who is herself an experienced player and comfortable on a grass court. And we can join it at 2-1 on serve at the start of the second set.
Just want to put this match into context. Emma Radekanu, this is just her 7th professional grass court match. 7th. Udlank, well, she's close to 40. We did see Emma here in the juniors where actually she lost in the quarterfinals to our new world number 1, Iga Swiatek. That was a number of years ago.
So Van Udlank has had double the number of matches on grass just this year alone.
Yeah, exactly.
Why is that important? It's just the subtle nuances of each shot and having to make a decision of what shot to hit. And on grass, there might be different decisions. You're going to look for more first strike tennis because once you're on defense, it's more difficult to get back into the point. You'll use more flat and hard strokes quickly. Drop shots are extremely effective. Made that volley look easy.
Classy.
30-40.
I can see Martina Navratilova, her hat on and now in the roll box, just quietly nodding with approval.
Do it.
Martina can still do that.
She still can.
Even these days.
Mid-60s, I'd say she's still the best volleyer on the women's side.
Chance here.
Final back, please. 3 games to 1.
And
Second set.
all of a sudden, this match has switched gears on us.
Yeah, that was the point of the match so far. Great hitting from both players. Great deep.
Both players battling hard there on centre court. We'll be back with them not too long. Play continues on Wimbledon's major broadcasters all around the world. Back down to court number 2. We showed you earlier on how Anett Kontaveit was cruising towards the second round in the second set, but I think that fist pump there, Radzi, shows just how tough that match actually was in the first set, because her opponent, Bernarda Pera, had served for the opening set, so not plain sailing really for Kontaveit. She's had to work very, very hard today to win that match and get through to the second round, but in the end she does it in an hour and 21 minutes, 7-5, 6-1, the world number 3 and the second seed, who is through to the second round here at Wimbledon. Just to give you a little flavour of what it's like here at SW19 at the moment. Here is Henman Hill and the crowd there watching the matches on the big screen. It is a good spot to just relax, grab a Pimm's, some of those strawberries and cream we were talking about, maybe something a little bit more substantial.
There's a slight, you can almost get a sense of nerves on that shot, Adam. We're seeing the real strength and depth right the way across the board. The men's game, the women's game. We're seeing Emma Radekanu with a tough game. Break point down. Now, could she potentially lose that set? We saw that, what it meant just to come through the first round. And traditionally, I think we were talking off air about the fact that you see the favourites of the season, you think, well, they're automatically going to go through to the quarterfinals. Not the case, and especially not in tennis. It throws up so many banana skins.
And we're seeing these different shots from all around the grounds. It is brilliant to see the grounds here at Wimbledon, because if you watch the main coverage, you know, you see what goes on the courts, particularly centre and court number 1, but there is so much to the All England Club and the championships that isn't taking place on the court. It's a lovely place to just walk around. Some people like to say, oh, I'll have a look at the flowers, the restaurants, the bars. There's so much to do here at the championships other than just watch tennis.
And to that point, I think Wimbledon doesn't just represent tennis, it represents quality across the board, whether it is spirits, whether it is strawberries, everything is of the highest order, including the tennis.
Yeah, we'll leave the strawberries and cream and Pimm's to one side as we head down to court 12, which is right at the north end of the grounds near the hospitality suites on the other side of court number 2. And we will join this match in the first set. It's been a close one so far. Kaja Juvan against Beatrice Haddad-Maia, the number 23 seed. Juvan's been playing well so far. Is Haddad-Maia serving? Still on serve, but 5-4 down in the first set. And we can join the commentators for this one.
All.
Well, a lengthy rally in the context of this match. 10 strokes. And it's Juvan who prevailed to bring up a glimmer of an opportunity to fashion what would be set points
15-30, spot of pressure here on the Haddad Maia serve.
Oh, what a terrific point there from Yuvan. This is now very interesting. 2 set points, but gee, her whole mission statement for this game was just to make every ball. Terrific play there.
So Haddad Maia has fended off the only break point she has faced to this moment.
Wow, what a gutsy serve there. Really went for that. Almost 100 miles an hour and really directed well and then committed to hit big on the forehand. That was that just shows the confidence of winning a lot of matches on grass. Still another point here for Yuvan, though. This is tough, having to duplicate this good play twice.
Game in first sets.
Well, no challenge for.
By 6 games to 4.
So Kaya Yuvan gets that break in that one, takes the first set 6-4. Let's hear from one of the early winners. British interest on court number 2. Cameron Norrie, who produced a brilliant performance, the number 9 seed, 6-love, 7-6, 6-3, a winner over the Spaniard Pablo Andujar. And here's him speaking after that match in his press conference.
Yeah, it was a tricky one, obviously, with the delays and having to stop and restart, and especially at the end with having a couple match points and then coming out and having to play again. So it could either be 5 minutes or it could be 3 hours. So I was ready for anything, and overall pretty good match. Great first set and pretty clean. Obviously, still things I can improve, but pretty solid.
Anybody like to ask a question?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, hi Cam. Ben from Game to Love. Next round you face Jaume Munar, who you played once before but was defeated on clay. Are you surprised he defeated Montero in straight sets? And what challenges do you think that he will pose to you in the second round?
Yeah, I wasn't really too surprised. I mean, I think they both prefer the clay, and it was a pretty 50-50 match for me. And I've played doubles with Jaume before, and he volleys very well and has really good hands. And I saw a little bit of him. He's volleying quite a lot, so he can be tricky when he's locked in, and I lost him last time. So I can see him being dangerous on the grass. I think it's a great match for me. You know, I know that I'm going to go in getting some rhythm and playing a lot of longer points, which I like. So yeah, very talented guy, but I like the challenge.
Cam, Robert Martin from Scottish Sun. How conscious were you of the clouds coming in before the second rain delay, and how desperate were you to try and, I think you said you got heckled. How desperate were you to try and get finished before it?
Yeah, I wasn't too aware of it before someone shouted, "Come on, Cam, get it done before the rain," you know, and then obviously trying to get it done, you know, and then I looked over and there was a huge grey cloud, and I think after that I had one more match point, and yeah, it is what it is. It'll be nice to get it done earlier, but you know, it is what it is, you know, and it's tough, you know, you're there waiting another hour and you're on edge, you know, you know that I just had chances to finish the match. I could be could be in the showers, could be eating, and just try to block that out and come out and focus. And I came out a lot better the second time than the first time I came out, and I missed a few returns. So I wanted to make sure that I didn't do that. And yeah, it was nicely done in straight sets for sure.
Spencer Vignes, the Western Mail. How conscious of you, or are you now, of fans really getting behind you? I mean, obviously, you know, you're born in South Africa and raised in New Zealand, but of course there's the Scottish and Welsh interest as well and everything. You know, it seems with every passing year, you know, it's kind of fans, British tennis fans, are warming towards you. Are you conscious of that?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, especially after the match today, everyone gave me a great reception, especially more than other years. So I think it shows a little bit that the level that I'm playing, and I've improved my tennis. I think maybe people are a bit more aware of that as well. So yeah, I mean, I still trying to improve my game, and I'll take that. You know, if people getting behind me a little bit more and supporting me a bit more, it's great. You know, I can try use that to my advantage in the matches, especially here at Wimbledon, and yeah, it was yeah. I think it's great. You know.
Yeah, good performance, good win for Cam Norrie today, the number 9 seed, through to the second round, having won 6-love, 7-6, 6-3. He'll face another Spaniard in that second round, Jaume Munar, who won in straight sets as well against Thiago Monteiro. That's the scene around the grounds at the moment. Still no sign of that rain we had earlier on today, and play continuing on all of the outside courts and on centre and court number 1 as well. And on Wimbledon Uncovered, delighted to say, joined by Daniela Hantuchova in person.
Yes.
Last year, sadly, due to COVID, it was restrictions aplenty, and we had to stick with speaking via Zoom, but we're back together. It's nice to be back here at Wimbledon, isn't it?
Oh my, it's so special, and like you said...
How much did you miss it last year?
Oh, big time. I was like, you know, we were texting afterwards that I just so much wanted to be here with you guys, because there's nothing like entering this club. Again, this morning, I had the same exact chills, just like, you know, 20 years ago when I first entered this special place, and you just can't believe that you are part of it in any way, whether it's as a player or doing TV or being here as a fan. There is something so special, and the energy is just incredible. And I think everyone involved in the tennis world just doesn't want to be anywhere else but here during this time of the year.
As a player, obviously, you didn't have a home Grand Slam, and I'm sure you had a soft spot for all of them, and they're so different. But what was it about Wimbledon particularly that was special?
It's that energy. It's so hard to describe. I think it's because of all the history that we are aware of, and I think the tradition of respecting all the original rules of the game and being as modernized.
Wearing white, which you're still respecting
today. Exactly. But you know, it's that unconscious choice, because that's what Wimbledon makes you. It makes you be so much more respectful towards our game. It's the reason why I think all the players here picked up the racket at the first place, and you know, just being grateful that, you know, we've got this event on, and being part of the history. It's something at least me personally, I don't feel the same anywhere else. And obviously we play in so many other incredible places, but there's nothing like Wimbledon.
And great, isn't it, to have the spectators back? I know we had some fans last year. It was cancelled the previous year due to COVID, but full crowds back here at Wimbledon for the first time in a long time, and you get that extra buzz. There's always a buzz on day one at Wimbledon, but particularly today.
Yeah, exactly. Not only here in the village as well, and you can just feel everyone was waiting for this moment, for this day, for such a long time, and I think we were all hungry just to be part of it. Like I say, whether it's from the players' perspective or from the organizers' part, and it was all worth waiting for, because you know, this is what we play for as a players, and I'm sure every single one of them really appreciated the opportunity to be able to step on the court. You could see so many excitement already during the practice days, everyone taking selfies. It was very special to have some practice courts available on center court and court 1, which never happened in the history, so I was a little bit jealous about that.
What did you make of that? I think in the end, it was an inevitable choice, wasn't it? And a lot of the reason was to just get the grass.
Yes.
Had some players playing on it, because there was, you know, in the last couple of years, players slipping because the game has changed, hasn't it? On grass, it used to be a much more different surface than it is now. So that was perhaps an inevitable change.
Yeah, and that was one of the reasons why I still, where I missed the game most. Like, oh, I wish this was around when I was still playing, because having the opportunity to hit on center court or court number one for your practice session, it's something that we experienced first time in history, and I'm sure that it was crazy for those players that got to experience it.
Let's get over to court 2 and watch some action now. One of the real big-time matches of the men's draw in the first round. Jannik Sinner, one of the most exciting young players, player in the men's game, up against Stan Wawrinka. There's always those moments, aren't there, in the draw that throws up a seeded player, as Sinner is, up against a player who perhaps is slightly older in their career and has slipped out of the rankings, or down the rankings, so that they're not seeded anymore. Those dangerous players that the seeded players in the draw just want to avoid. I think Andy Murray's one of those in the men's draw. Nick Kyrgios was one as well. No one wants to play Nick Kyrgios, and I think you can put Stan Wawrinka in that mix as well.
Yeah, absolutely, Adam. We must not forget the Serena on the women's side as well, the obvious one. But yes, this is going to be, I think, a fascinating matchup. Also, will be interesting to see where Jannik is. He's got a new team and great addition. I think a very smart choice there to hire Darren Cahill now as his coach. I think that's going to be only good news for him, and let's see how much of an effect he can already have on Jannik. We know, working personally with Darren, how much of a positive change he brings, that attitude, that Aussie kind of laid-back mentality, and I think that's something Jannik really needs to be a little bit maybe sometimes easier on himself. We know how hard he works and how much he wants it, but so it will be interesting what kind of momentum he can bring into this match.
And we saw what an effect that Darren Cahill had on Simona Halep's career, and the heights that he was able to help her get to. So let's join the commentators for this one, the first game on court 2. It should be a mouth-watering encounter. Jannik Sinner serving up against Stan Wawrinka.
Love. I mean, immediately, that gripping of the racket there. He's just won the first point of the match. Would he do that on a clay court or a hard court? Probably not.
Yeah, we're looking for these little things to just see how comfortable he is on the surface, but he's definitely a guy who likes the ball a little bit higher.
Movement didn't look comfortable at all.
I think anyone who's good on any surface, one of the first things they do talk about is the movement, just feeling comfortable. And yeah, not just Jannik Sinner. I think there's quite a few players that on a grass court they're not as comfortable as they would be on hard on clay, and definitely the case with Sinner.
.30. 6'2", Sinner, taller than Wawrinka by 2 inches or 5 centimeters.
.30
False. Late call by the line judge, confirmed by Richard Hay.
.30
A slip there, trying to push away hard, being pushed out wide.
Yeah.
Juice.
Courts are so green, aren't they, on the first Monday? And if you're not natural, I mean, even they tend to fall a little bit, especially for Jannik. That'll be a bit of an issue today. You see, it's not good for the confidence as well, just that early in the match.
With that left knee problem at the French, it's not going to help, is it? It's dropped 4 times in the crowd.
So much easy power off both sides. Smart shot from Advantage. A nice backhand slice down the line to the side that does tend to break down a little bit ball, but such good racket head speed on that low ball to get that ball up and down cross court. So much easy power. Look out to see if he does a little bit of serve and volley today, because Wawrinka just tends to block and chip returns back. It'd be interesting how many times he does use the serve and volley. I'd have hoped to put that volley away, but I do think it was the right play just for a little mix-up. Execute it.
Let's for serve. Advantage, Sinner.
Tough opening service game. Coach on the right there of Jannik Sinner, Simon Vagnozzi. I think I said that right.
Yeah, I think you did.
Well, that's a good hole.
First game.
They control a hole there.
The incredible thing about Wimbledon is you have fans who could be 100 years old or fans as young as Millie. And Millie, how old are you?
5.
You're 25 years old?
No, 5.
Oh, you're 5. And you've come to Wimbledon. Is it your first time? What do you think of Wimbledon?
Good.
Have you seen any tennis yet?
No.
So you're waiting to see your first bit of tennis. Are you excited to see it?
Yes.
And when you're at home, do you play any games that are like tennis?
Yes.
What do you play?
There's a game called Jailbreak.
Jailbreak! Is that one of your favourite games? And for anyone at home who's old like me, who doesn't know what it is, what's Jailbreak?
It's a game where you get 3 tries to turn.
And is it a really good fun game? And are you really good at it?
Yes.
Millie, when I was 5, there is no way I'd be able to do an interview on television. So here comes a magic high five. Thank you very much and have the most amazing day ever. And just finally, we're going to head up to Millie's mum and just say, what is your secret for producing such a special 5-year-old?
Oh, I think she just, I don't know, she's special. She's always surprised us. She loves tennis. She's obsessed with Roger and Rafa and thinks they're her uncles. So it had to be here.
Well, right on cue. These guys have been let in. So Millie, have an amazing time. Thank you for your time.
What a special day for that little girl getting to come to Wimbledon here for the first time at just 5 years of age and be inspired, hopefully for life, to pick up the game of tennis, whether you play it or just watch it. That's the thing coming here at Wimbledon. We were talking about, Danny, how much of a special tournament this is, but it can inspire the youth who want to pick up the game and, as we said, hopefully pick up a racket and play it, but they don't have to also watch and pay attention to tennis for the rest of their life.
Yeah, absolutely, Adam. If you don't get motivated here, it's not going to happen anywhere else. And like you said, it doesn't have to be wanting to be a professional tennis player, maybe getting involved in sports in general, or just following tennis for the rest of your life. And, you know, coming from Slovakia, I wasn't lucky to have even like this in my country, but it was enough that one superstar came to play exhibition, and I remember it up to this moment, or being able to be a ball girl during the Davis Cup ties, or, you know, watching my hero and the reason why I started to play, Miroslav Metsier, practicing in the same club. So you never know what can click for you. And I remember in my case, it was that one day that I saw Miroslav Metsier winning the Olympics. And since that moment, I knew there was nothing else I wanted to do in my life more than playing tennis.
Well, just like you were to a legion of young fans in Slovakia, Emma Radukanu is a hero to so many fans here in the UK. And she has dealt with the expectation today. Many people wondering how she would get on against Alison van Udlank, who was a difficult draw in that first round, and she has done it. You can see exactly what it means for her. Big smile on her face. She's got through to the second round in straight sets, Emma Radukanu. And in the end, all of that weight of expectation, the whole nation was wondering how she would get on against the Belgian on centre court. She was able to deal with that and produce a pretty good performance.
Yeah, it was incredible effort from Emma, obviously, and I'm having to deal with everything she had on her shoulders, and being able to come up with performance like that, because her Belgian opponent is a very experienced one, very awkward one. She's got a big serve, a great slice. So Emma had to face so many challenges, and obviously having that attention on her shoulders, I can't even imagine what it must feel like. So yeah, all the kudos to her, and from now on it should only feel easier and easier as the tournament goes on.
And having struggled with some injuries, various different problems over the last few months or so, it looked like, from what I saw, that she wasn't dealing with any problems today, and that was a big question mark over Emma Radukanu, was the physicality.
Yeah, that's a great news that, like you said, there were no signs of anything really bothering her. Let's hope it can stay like this throughout the rest of the tournament. And also mentally, that it must have been so hard going into Wimbledon, knowing that you were not able to put as much hard work as you normally would expect to do. And, you know, when you work hard, it helps you to get over that challenges that you will have to face mentally, but she was not able to have enough practice behind her and yet come up with performance like that. It's just incredible, and I can't even imagine you know, how much she enjoys this moment because of all the expectations that everyone was really putting on her.
And she is a momentum player, isn't she? We saw it at Wimbledon last year in the run through to the fourth round, and then even particularly at the US Open, which she went on to lift the title in New York. She rode a wave of momentum match after match after match. She kept getting better, using the energy from the crowd. She won 6-4, 6-4, and let's hear from her in her post-match interview.
Emma, huge congratulations on your first victory on centre court. Incredibly, your first appearance on centre court. What's it like to be back here at Wimbledon?
I mean, it's an incredibly special feeling to be coming back here at Wimbledon. I mean, I felt the support the minute I walked out of those doors, and walking around the grounds. Yeah, so I want to say, like, thank you to everyone who's, you know, been here supporting and through the tough times as well. But yeah, it's all worth it to play on centre court, and especially come through with a win.
And Emma, you knew when you saw the draw what a difficult opponent that Alison is. She's put out defending champions in the past, top 10 players. You must be really pleased with how you played today, controlled the game.
Of course, I know Alison's an extremely tricky opponent because, you know, she's had some great results on grass in the recent few weeks, and I played her last summer, and especially on the grass courts where the ball stays so low, it is extremely tricky to neutralize such a great serve and flat and hard hit. You know, she hits the ball really hard, so it's tough. But yeah, I'm extremely pleased to have come through that match, and yeah, looking forward to hopefully coming out and playing in front of you guys again.
And we should just say what a difference a year makes, because on day one of Wimbledon last year, you were ranked 338. You were on an outside court. Now you're here. Even the sun's come out to see you play. I mean, how do you embrace all of this energy to take you through Wimbledon?
Yeah, I've been feeling it ever since, I stepped onto the practice courts here on my first day. I felt people behind me going, Emma, you got this. And I'm like, yeah, I got this. And yeah, so to come and play here, it's extremely special. And this club itself, it's just amazing to walk on these grounds and these courts. So yeah, I'm just so happy to stay another day.
Well, huge congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, Emma Radekanu.
Lovely to hear from Emma Radukanu, that beaming smile that captured really the imagination of the nation last year when she announced herself on the world stage at Wimbledon, getting through to the fourth round and then doing the impossible really in New York, winning the US Open. She is such a fan's favourite, and that will be a signature worth a lot in a few years' time. Those bottles and balls that she's signing there. She's always got time for the spectators as well, hasn't forgotten where she's come from, Emma Radukanu. Now, we were just, weren't we, while we were listening to that interview, looking at the draw, what comes ahead for Radukanu. She's passed her first test here at Wimbledon, but there are difficult tests to come on the horizon. In the second round, she could be playing. It's not, we haven't got there yet because she's got to play Miyazaki, the wild card in the first round, but Caroline Garcia could be a potential second round opponent for Emma Radukanu, herself a former world number 4. She's unseeded here at the championships, which is why this second round is possible. But that is a difficult one on the horizon.
Yeah, I think to me, if Caroline gets through today, that is going to be the match of the day on Wednesday, because Caroline obviously coming in on a great form, winning a tournament just a couple days ago herself, winning doubles at Roland Garros. It seems like she's getting her own momentum as well. So this is going to be a fascinating match. But just seeing there how well Emma dealt with all she had to deal with today. She is going to be the favorite for me, but it's going to be an incredible challenge for her in the second round as well.
But that was the thing we saw, wasn't it, with Emma, particularly at the US Open. I think you were there, weren't you, in New York for that? That it didn't really matter who was up the other end of the court. You just felt like she was just on a one-woman mission to win that title, and she was able to keep she got the momentum going right at the start of the tournament and didn't lose it all the way through to the final. So she's not going to fear anyone, is she?
Absolutely not. And she's one of those players, Adam, that when she's on, it doesn't really matter who is on the other side of the court. When she's off, it doesn't really matter neither. So, we have so many players like that. So, let's hope this is the start of an incredible journey here for Emma. And honestly, when she's on, when she's healthy and she's playing the way she has today, really the sky is a limit here.
Take us back to when you were playing and you were through to the first round at a Grand Slam. How did you feel that evening when you ate your dinner?
Honestly, it's nothing like it. And as a player, especially here, like what we were saying at the beginning, you don't want to be anywhere else, and you really enjoy every single second of it. Yes, you are already thinking about your next opponent and what you have to do to prepare for that. But just leaving the grounds after you've done your media stretching, everything you need to do, recovery-wise, you just can't wait for the moment just to be with your team and enjoy those moments. Talk about, maybe some of the shots of the day yourself that you felt very, very good with on center court. And this is going to give her so much energy, not only for the rest of the tournament here, but the rest of the season, really.
And as a seeded player, you don't want to be on the receiving end of an early upset. We see them, there's a big cheer going up for Novak Djokovic, who is just stood a few yards away from us, about to do his interviews after his win earlier on today, first up on centre court. But as a seeded player, you don't want to be the one who's on the receiving end of an upset in the first round here at Wimbledon.
Yeah, so normally on Sunday before a tournament, as a seeded player, you feel the worst, and you just can't wait for the tournament to start.
The target is on your back.
Exactly, and then once you get through your match, it's almost like, in a way, I know it's very strange, but almost like winning the tournament, because there is so much expectation and so much pressure on your shoulders that suddenly you feel like, okay, now I'm in the tournament, now I can start enjoying it. So yeah, it's a very special to get through that first round, especially here in Wimbledon.
Yeah, Emma Radukanu safely through to round 2. Let's catch up with Nick McCarville again, speaking to Cameron Norrie.
All right, imagine being match point up, the rain comes in, and you've got to wait to finish out your match. That's what Cam Norrie did today, but you came good, Cam. Tell us about those moments between the match point and then having to wait to close it out. A straight set win over Pablo Andujar today.
Yeah, it was tricky, especially I had 3 match points, and then I think after the third one, a fan yelled out, "Come on, Cam, let's get it done before the rain." And I looked over, and there was like a huge black cloud there, and I was like, obviously trying to get this done, and then suddenly the match was stopped, and we waited around for like an hour, and then came out, and I played a couple good points and was done. So it could have gone the other way and could be still out there playing, but nice to get it done in straight sets.
Yeah, you mentioned the fans there. It wasn't relief for you after the match, but I sensed a sort of extra happiness. What does it feel like to get a Wimbledon win here as the British #1 in the first round?
Yeah, it's great, especially I was first on, get things rolling for the Brits and for myself. So, yeah, nice to get through in straight sets. I had my parents there, my sister there watching, so that was very special to see them there and to see me play and be hanging out with them after my match. So that's very cool as well. So, yeah, it means a lot to be through, but still a lot of improvements I want to make in my game and some stuff I want to do on the practice court tomorrow.
Yeah, good. Okay, so you've had these big wins, Indian Wells, you've marched into the top of the men's game, but you still haven't made the second week of a major. You've talked about wanting to get to that threshold. How do you do that this week here at Wimbledon?
Yeah, it'd be nice to tick that box and do that. I think more of the same, keep doing more of the same, and I think I've lost in the third round a couple times now, so I can use those moments to my advantage and take the experience, and yeah, that's the goal, to try to tick that box and make the second week.
All right, next up, Jaume Munar. You guys have only played once before on clay, so obviously a much different matchup, but he's a tough opponent, isn't he?
Definitely. I've played doubles with him a few times here, and he has great hands, great volleys, and I think I've watched him a little bit on the grass. He likes to serve volley, and he can be very tricky when he's locked in, so it's not going to be easy, but I do like the matchup, knowing that I'll be in a lot of his service games and playing a lot of longer points, which suits me as well. So I know I'm going to get rhythm out there, and I'm going to have my chance to work my way into the match. So tough one, but there's no easy ones out there, and I'm looking forward to the challenge on Wednesday.
There's so much that's special about Wimbledon, I think, for all of us, but for you in particular, you mentioned your family being here. What's one thing that you just love about coming back to this tournament?
Just still the tradition, and seeing the full fans here and seeing everyone enjoying themselves, and I live just around the corner, which is very cool. It's a big advantage. I get to sleep in my own bed, so all those things, and then obviously with the crowd, they're on the Pims. I saw some girls and guys drinking wine very early. I was first on, so I was surprised. So it's great, and great to see everyone enjoying themselves as well.
Okay, what I want to ask you last is, I've heard you're a pretty good paddle player. Maybe some paddle battles with Alex de Minaur. Tell us about your paddle skills.
I'm not great. I'm trying to work on it. We always play me and Alex versus my coach and his coach, and the last time we lost in 5 sets. But yeah, it's a great sport, and I played a couple times with him in Alicante, and then we played in Miami. So we try to do that, and I think it's good, good for the volleys to keep them sharp, and it's actually a pretty physical game, and I enjoy it, but still not the best at it. Still need to improve.
All right, well, you're still one of the world's best in tennis. Congratulations on the win today. Cam Norrie into the second round, and hopefully moving forward here at Wimbledon. Thanks.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate that.
Yeah, good win for Cameron Norrie. And we were saying how we were wondering who would be Emma Raducanu's opponent in the second round. Well, we now know Caroline Garcia is who we expected, but she had to fight pretty hard in this one on court 17 against Miyazaki, the British wild card. Miyazaki took the first set 6-4, great performance from her. Then Garcia struck back 6-1 to take the second, and then won the third on a tie break, 10-4 in that tiebreaker in 2 hours and 17 minutes. So a bit of an epic, but she is through to face Emma Radukanu, and she will be looking forward to that match, won't she, Caroline Garcia? She's a steely competitor out on the ladies' tour, and I don't think any of the British fans will be hoping that she's able to do it against Emma Radukanu, but she'll be hoping to cause a big upset.
Yeah, I think she will be looking
Would it even really be
it.
that bigger upset? I think she was number 4 in the world, wasn't she, at one point?
I think in the players' world, not, but you know, for general fan, maybe, because obviously Caroline not being as known in UK as Emma is, obviously she's enjoying her time on the court, and it's nice to see that, because for a while she was struggling, especially with her singles, and I think also getting back together with Kiki, winning that Grand Slam again in Roland Garros, that was a huge boost for her confidence, and yeah, I think it's going to be an amazing matchup against Emma.
And she's had a good year, hasn't she, recently? She won a title on grass as well. She comes into Wimbledon with plenty of confidence. What is it about her game that helps her on a grass court? What are the real weapons that she's got in her armoury?
Well, first of all, she's so athletic, and she's not afraid of the net, obviously winning all the doubles titles, and I think she's going to like it because she knows that she has the game to beat Emma, and they're very similar in a way that we talked about Caroline, like we're talking about Emma. You know, this is a potential consistent top 5 player. She just never was able to fill up those expectations. But I remember first time she started on the tour, I started to practice with her. I thought, wow, you know, this girl is going to be winning a lot of titles. And then it never really happened to her. Maybe I would say sometimes a little bit stubborn to change a few things that she needed to, but as far as she strikes the ball, how much she's committed to the work that needs to be done, and how well she plays at the net, I think that makes her a really dangerous opponent, not only on grass but on any surface, really.
Will also be interesting to see how she deals with the expectation and the crowd on centre court. You'd think, as you said, it will be one of the highlights really on day 3 at the Championships. Can she deal with the big crowd, the expectation that's on both players for that one against Emma Radukanu? Well, we mentioned that he was standing, well, he's about 5 yards away from where now, doing an interview with one of the television companies, Novak Djokovic, after his early win first up on centre court. Let's hear from him in his press conference speaking after that win.
You know, it's always very unique match to play as a defending champion, first on the grass. Other than this year that Wimbledon made a change so you could practice before the tournament starts, you know, it was always coming out on the untouched grass, and it's really a unique and special feeling in our sport. So yeah, it was nice to be back. You know, I think it was a good win against a player who is very talented. He has a lot of quality from both forehand and backhand corner. You know, I did not start or did not play at my best, but I think when I needed to find the right shots, I did. I think serve got me out of trouble you know, in some decisive moments. I know I can do better, but you know, for the first match, I'm pleased, and I'll keep going.
Hi Novak, congrats on the win. Joseph Riegel, Tennis Head. You posted a great video clip on Instagram last night of some trampoline troubles with your team. And the caption said, at the end Stefan says, "How come you don't know how to put together a trampoline and you're competing at Wimbledon?" Do you think Stefan can be a little bit harsh with you sometimes? Or does he just expect a lot from you given your achievements?
I think you can't argue with the child's honesty and you know, pure, no filter comments, right? I mean, for him, anyone playing in Wimbledon is a superhero. But he did not only direct that to me, but the entire team, because you know, for him, everyone in my team is playing in Wimbledon, so he saw these big guys that have muscles, my fitness coach and tennis coach, and he couldn't understand how is it that we can't fix a trampoline and we're playing at Wimbledon. So it was a really funny comment. But yeah, Stefan was there today. It's always very special for me, the feeling to play in front of my son. I didn't have too many opportunities in my life to have that kind of sensation and experience. So it's always very unique.
I know that for the New York Times.
Yeah, good day's work for Novak Djokovic against Sun Woo Kwon of South Korea. Did lose a set in that match, but through to the second round. Another man who's hoping to join him on centre court. Hoping to join him on centre court, but also join him in the second round. This man, Carlos Alcaraz, has had to battle hard against Lennox Struff. As his coach, Juan Carlos Ferrero, urging him on, and we can join it in this fifth set with him serving for the match at 5-4.
Thank you. Thank you. Players are ready. Thank you. Please.
Well, it's been a contest full of entertainment. A long-distance contest. And the fifth seed, the brilliant young Spaniard, the teenage Carlos Alcaraz, has kept everyone entertained. This close now to the second round. Too much.
I think the crowd want more. They want a tiebreaker.
Love 15.
Loving this match, as they should be.
After over 4 hours of the most intense tennis.
Janelina Struff there, that is soul-destroying.
15-all.
Put everything into this point to fling himself to get that ball back into position, and then that comes at you.
Forty, 15.
30th ace of the match. Brings up a couple of match points.
Loving this. Does he go for the big first serve? I think he does.
Short on too, John.
40-30.
Get it done and get it done quick, Carlos.
Well, he's a player who really wears his heart on his sleeve, isn't he? You know exactly how he's feeling, and how he's feeling after that one is delight. Carlos Alcaraz through to the second round. He had to battle so hard against Lennox Struff. We were saying before this one how difficult it would be against the big serving German, and the Spaniard, number 5 seed, has done it in 5 sets, 6-4 in that final set. It took over 4 hours for him to finally get through that match, and he appreciates the applause of the crowd through to the second round. So let's head from court 1 there, inside centre court, a match that many people have been really looking forward to today after Emma Radukanu, and it is the turn of Andy Murray against James Duckworth, the final match of the day on centre, just coming to the end of the warm-up here. Pretty similar, really, Danny, to Emma Radukanu. Don't really know too much what to expect from Andy Murray. He's had his own injury problems recently, that abdominal strain that he suffered in Stuttgart before he played Matteo Berrettini in the final. He's also saw him pull out of Queens. He wasn't able to play in Queens either. So hopefully his body is in full shape to be able to play well in this match against James Duckworth. And win some matches here at Wimbledon. Yeah, hopefully, you know, the body will hold up, and similar to Emma in a way that obviously all the expectations are on Andy's shoulder. The only difference is he's been in that situation so many times, and the way he's been able to deal with all of it over the years. I think he's a wonderful role model for Emma in this department, how he managed to play with that pressure, and you know what Andy has done over the last 12 months is just incredible. To see him now on center court with Ivan Lendl in the box, I think it's a moment that I could have never imagined to happen again, and it just shows the resilience and the toughness mentally from Andy, and I think every single person here appreciates now having the opportunity to watch him one more time. Let's talk about that Lendl connection, because he, you know, from Murray's admission, did so much for his career, helped him to win those Grand Slam titles. He was always there in his box. He was such a calming influence on the practice court as well. He turned Murray into the... I mean, Murray was always going to be a great player. He did it himself, but Lendl was able to add that little bit extra to his game and his mentality, wasn't he? Yeah, absolutely, Adam. And I think that's what he's doing right now, that just seeing that Ivan still believes in Andy, I think that gave him so much extra motivation and belief. And maybe sometimes when everyone else was doubting whether Andy is still able to play his best tennis, if for Ivan to commit to Andy, he wouldn't do it if he didn't believe that Andy still got it. So I think that sends a huge message not only towards Andy and how much he believes in him, but for the rest of the field, that, you know, watch out for this guy. He's got the experience. He's still hungry, which is incredible to see. And Ivan is now willing to do whatever it takes to help Andy to, you know, to get many more wins still. As you mentioned, we never know when Andy Murray's final season and final grass court tournament, final Wimbledon will be. When you were getting towards the end of your playing career, were you more conscious of this might be the last time I get to do this here? Oh, that's a very good question. Yes, I would say the last 2 years you just appreciate everything so much more, because you just never know, you know, how much more the body can take. And, you know, at one point you have to start thinking whether, okay, as painful as it is, and in my case it was shoulder and my feet, how much more I can push and yet find
the limit where it will not affect my life afterwards, because I think at this stage of your career you really have to consider that the most, that whatever the injury is, that you are still going to be able to live a normal life afterwards. So yeah, it's one of those moments in your career that you suddenly start to be much more appreciative of everything, of your supporting team, of the tournaments, of the fans, of everything around you.
And some serious pedigree in the box there for James Duckworth. We saw Leighton Hewitt sat alongside him, obviously the Australian Davis Cup coach. Duckworth himself, he's an experienced player. He's been around this level for a long, long time. He's got some wins against top 10 players in the past, and he'll be seeing this as an opportunity to pick up one of the biggest wins of his career.
Yeah, it's great to see Leighton there in the box. I had the opportunity to watch him close at Hurlingham the last couple of weeks, and it's still the last couple of days, and it's still nice to see that he still got it the way he's been playing. And again, just like with Ivan Lendl in Andy's Murray box, to have these legends of our game, it just gives you so much more confidence and belief in your own game.
And both of these players have had to come through injury problems. I was just reading earlier on today that James Duckworth had hip surgery, so Andy Murray had hip surgery as well, so they both know about what each other has been through just to get this to this point, and that is something that players at this level, I suppose it doesn't get publicised quite as much, but the physical level that players have to reach, even to just be competitive at the Grand Slams, and the amount that they have to go through in order to get their bodies to a point where they can play is absolutely incredible.
Adam, I played the last 4 days at Hurlingham, and I can't move today. And I consider myself quite fit person in my normal day-to-day life, and it just shows. And I've been saying this ever since I retired, that you don't really have the appreciation what an athlete you are until you step out of it, and then you try to play tennis, say 6 months later, and suddenly everything hurts, because every single part of your body gets so involved. You have to be explosive, you have to be fast, you have to have the endurance. It's one of those sports that you really literally have to have it all, not even mentioning the mental part. So when you are able to be at your best, it takes so much effort.
Well, I think anyone who saw that documentary that Andy did a few years ago about what he'd had to get through to get his hip back to the point, the surgeries and the recovery and everything to get back to the point where he could play again at this level was absolutely incredible. The expectation that he has now on his body, that when he is out on court, that he is going to give his best. Perhaps he's not looking to win Grand Slams anymore. It may happen, but every time he gets out on court, he is a fearsome competitor. As we head towards the latter stages of the day here, we were saying earlier on how this is a beautiful vantage point. We're above court 14. The spectators milling around behind us as they watch the matches on the outside court. Chatting to Nick about this earlier, that it's a real treat on the opening days of the championships. If you aren't lucky enough to have a show court ticket, there's so much great tennis taking place on the outside courts.
Yeah, I think the spot we have here, we are so lucky, because you can really feel the energy of the fans and the players combined. It's so busy, and this is what we've been waiting for the last 3-4 years now. I lost count, and especially this time of the day when there's been so much tennis already played, but you just want to still hang around, meet up with your friends, have one more cup of coffee or a glass of champagne or whatever you come for here. It's really nice, especially when the weather is like this, too, a little bit chilly, but still good enough. And like I've been saying for the last an hour or so, there is no other place you want to be right now at this time of the year.
When you were playing, after you won a match, did you stick around inside the grounds, or did you like to, because we've spoken to players before in the past that they say that it can drain the energy a little bit staying around here, being in the players' lounge all the time. They like to get their match done, hopefully win, and then get out of here just to relax. What was your plan after that?
I would stick around much more the days before, when obviously you don't have the fans, and the grass is still perfect, the flowers are blooming, and you want to soak up that energy then to use for the next 14 days. And once the tournament starts, I was one of those players, try to do what you have to do after the match, the media recovery, and leave as soon as possible, because it can be draining, and it's a long tournament. 14 days to be focused literally every single second, except when you're sleeping, is not that easy. So you want to try to save as much energy as you can. And like we said, after a good win, go away, spend it with your family, with your supporting team, and enjoy those moments outside of Wimbledon, then to be ready to come back the next day as fresh as possible.
Let's hear from another winner here on day one of the championships in the men's draw, Casper Ruud, the French Open finalist from a few weeks ago before losing to Rafael Nadal in that French Open final. He beat Albert Ramos Vinolas, and he's speaking to Nick right now.
All right, he is a Grand Slam finalist, and now he's got his first Wimbledon win under his hat. Casper Ruud, congratulations. There are milestones in every player's career. You just did a big one in Paris, but first Wimbledon win, that feels good too.
Yeah, I mean, when you say it like this, it sounds a bit that the contrasts are a bit big, because I've, like you said, reached a Grand Slam final, and here I am winning my first match ever in Wimbledon. So it's been 2 or 3, 4 very good weeks for me, and this is a fun day for me and for my family as well, because my father used to play, and he was 0-5 in matches in Wimbledon. He never was able to win a first round, and I was 0-2 until this point. So we were 0-7 in the family until today. So now at least we have one win in the family that I can tease my father with a little bit, and let's see if I can make it more, because I have a lot of matches to win if I want to even out the bad statistics that we have.
I love that, the bragging rights in the family. You talk about the clay to grass adjustments. You hit 46 winners today, served really well, won 75% of first serve points played. What are the keys for you on grass when you make that transition?
Well, for me, just my personal feelings is that it always takes time to feel comfortable on grass, and I think the first part is moving around, because it can be quite slippery and sometimes a little bit dangerous. I think if you slip and you twist something wrong or in the wrong direction, so take some time and hours on the surface to be ready and feel comfortable on it. So I had 4 or 5 good days now on the surface, played a couple of matches over in Hurlingham Club, and I've gained the confidence a little bit, and I don't do too much different other than trying to flatten out my shots a little bit more, stay more aggressive, because you can't run around on the defense all the time on grass. You have to step in, and I try sometimes coming to the net, the drop shot, and try to play around a little bit more, and I think this surface allows it. So it's a fun challenge for me, and I actually, even though I don't feel necessarily too comfortable, I always like playing on grass, and to come here in Wimbledon, it has so much history, tradition, and this incredible feeling that you get playing on the courts is something you will never get tired of.
It's a belated congratulations making that French Open final, of course, playing Rafael Nadal, who's become a good friend of yours and a mentor too. But Casper, what's the last few weeks been like since that run, and obviously getting ready for Wimbledon? But that's been a historic moment, not only for your family, but for Norway as a country too.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was a quite busy week after Paris. I went back home to Norway, and I had family and friends wanting to invite me over for dinners and kind of celebrate. So I went from one celebration to another, which was nice, and I enjoyed it, of course, and shows that a lot of people care about me and the work that I do. So I mean, of course, this is a nice feeling. And then went to Queens, got in a little bit late, and maybe not the greatest preparation that I've done for a tournament before. And then after Queens, I had pretty much like 11-12 days off before Wimbledon. I actually went for some holidays because I felt like I needed to relax a little bit, and it had been a very busy clay court season for me, playing pretty much every week since the start of Monte Carlo. So it was nice for the body and the mind just to think about something else, and tennis, nets, the lines, balls and everything. And then I came back here feeling fresh and ready. So I think it was a good way of getting ready for the tournament.
There's a guy just a few feet away from you, Novak Djokovic, who you know well and who's a great champion of this sport. But now that you're the number 3 seed, you've been to a Grand Slam final. How do you see yourself as part of some of the top players of men's tennis, and how do you continue to compete with them at that level?
Well, I mean, honestly, the seeding I have here maybe doesn't represent the success I've had on grass before. But I mean, as they do the seeding by ranking now, that's how it's been. And obviously, Novak, besides me, is the number 1 seed. He's a defending champion of 3 times, I think. So he's the biggest favorite there is here on this tournament this year. But he will face players that want to challenge him, of course, and every player he plays wants to beat him, and he has that more pressure maybe on himself than I put on myself here in Wimbledon. So let's see how he goes. But of course, he's still the favorite, and I'm pretty sure he would like to get some sort of revenge for not winning either Australia or Roland Garros this year.
How do we say good luck in Norwegian?
Lykke til.
Lycka till.
Lycka till.
Lycka till.
Yeah, good. Thank
There we
you.
go.
Thank you.
Thanks, Casper.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Good win for Casper Ruud today against Albert Ramos Savinlas to make it through to the second round. It's absolutely loads of great moments for us to enjoy on all of the courts so far today here on on day one of the championships. But let's remind ourselves of the HSBC Play of the Day.
Yep. Very quick off the mark from Radekanu. She read that racket head well. Went up high. Radekanu's thinking drop shot. Still has a lot of work to do once she gets there. Great racket work.
That was the HSBC Play of the Day. Doing well to react to that drop shot, Emma Radukanu. Well, this is what we've got to look forward to tomorrow. Some great matches on both centre court and court number one. Let's start with centre court. The world number one, Iga Swiatek against Jana Fett of Croatia. Swiatek, I think a lot of people, Danny, wondering how she's going to get on the grass here, because she's admitted herself grass isn't her favourite surface. She's had so much success on a clay, on slower surfaces. What can she do to perhaps translate some of that success that she's enjoyed on slower surfaces to grass?
I think it's that intensity she brings to the matches, Adam, right at the start. We've seen it over the last couple of months. The first 3-4 games, she just sails through, and before her opponents know it, there are 2 breaks down. And I think she's got to try to do the same during these next 2 weeks. Obviously, the first few matches will be tricky, as it is not her favorite surface, and if there is a possibility for an upset against her, it's going to be, I believe, in the first few rounds. After that, I think she's just going to get even more confident, starting to understand, look, I can actually play really well on this surface as well. For me, there is no reason why she shouldn't have that belief, because her movement is exceptional. You know, the intensity she puts on every ball. Yes, the forehand grip can be sometimes a little bit questioned, especially when her opponents will slice into that side a little bit more. But I think she's been doing so well finding all the answers for anything that her opponents throw against her, that to me she's still one of the favorites, together with Ons Jabeur, to go all the way.
After that, 2 matches involving players it's great to see back here at the All England Club. First up, Rafael Nadal, the number 2 seed against Francisco Cerundolo, the Argentine who's got a mountain to climb against him. What a year Rafa is having. Oh, it's incredible, and it's incredible to see Rafa here, because obviously after Paris there's been so many question marks, and again it just shows the great champion Rafa is doing really all he can, literally, to be able to play here and compete. So let's just keep our fingers crossed that you know, the foot can be okay throughout the next 2 weeks, and that it's not going to bother him as to a point where he can't deal with it anymore. We know that it bothers him all the time, and again, I just find it fascinating to know that you are struggling with something so much, and it must be so painful physically, and yet you are able to come up with another Roland Garros win just a couple of weeks ago. Seen a lot of Rafa Nadal over the last year or so. We've not seen much at all of Serena Williams. She was back at Eastbourne last week. She's playing Harmony Tan from France. Who knows what to expect?
Exactly, who knows? Honestly, you know, first match after such a long time. Exciting news for everyone in the tennis world to see Serena back, especially here at Wimbledon. And who knows, you know, she's won this tournament so many times. She knows exactly what it takes. Obviously, that match play, that's going to be a big question mark. But it was nice to see how much fun she was having with Ons last week. I think that was a very smart choice to just be on the court competing and playing with someone like Ons. She understood right away, okay, what's the vibe, what the girls are doing on the court these days, and I think she would have learned a lot from that week. But still, you know, after being so long away, it will be very interesting, and I'm sure everyone will be very much looking forward to that match, to see what kind of game Serena can bring to the court.
Yeah, 3 great matches to look forward to on centre court. That is day 1 in the books for us here at Wimbledon Uncovered. It's raced by, as it always has. Danny, as I said earlier, it's great to have you back in person.
Yeah, it's a pleasure and
exciting
to be here.
You've got a special event this evening, haven't you? Enjoy that. And we will be back on day 2 of Wimbledon Uncovered tomorrow. We'll see you then.
Marley, brilliant. New balls, please. Barry leads 4-3 first set. time.
Channel full mix left. The Wimbledon 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 Channel full mix left.